It's very chaotic. Obviously, we're throwing modifiers in the mix. We have some bounties on the line, so there's a little extra cheddar for these guys to compete for. So many ways to win here today. And especially on a map like this, there are brawlers that I think are fan favorites that might make a little bit more of an appearance. Think ones like Fang, for example, that can get those kills. Kenji getting in the mix. He's the brand new brawler, and he is eligible to play here today. I think Gale is a must for defense. Mo is insane in the game. I love having Max for that extra speed. There's just so many possibilities. I think Daryl with an extra role here, as much mobility as you can grant your team, I think just being able to travel up and down the map is a huge deal.
Okay, so I want to make something clear as well. If we're voting for either map or modifier, because you all at home voted for the map, the modifier will be voted for in a future map once that's selected. Here we go, jumping in. 5 versus 5 Brawl Ball between Crazy Raccoon and Navi. Already Moya, of course, looking to take up the middle part of the map, but Kenji, of course, on the max. And it's Mo striking first blood.
Got Gus playing the long range. The red roster playing defense. Slams Suzuku into the wall in the top as well. There's just so much action going down. 3v3 is already enough to get your hands on, but now 5 brawlers on defense, surging their way.
Oh boy.
And this is going to get tough.
Chitampo misses the super though, still wants to try and push up, and Suzuku is going to be able to stave him off. It's Mameshi, that Gale on defense, shutting the Kenji down. But Crazy Raccoon have taken a lot of this map control. Nasty super coming through there from Yumegoku. And Suzuku still able to take them down. Eventually going to be picked up by the Mo, and Levi rather, it's on the run. Of course, 2 charges of that super for Daryl makes him ultra mobile, but he will be dragged down in the middle.
Double roll Daryl is just a different beast. I mean, that took it from about the goal to half court there. Unbelievable. The pressure coming in from CR right here. They're racing for the bounty. Remember, first team to score is going to get some extra cha-ching hitting the bank account. A huge slowdown. The Gale NATO and Twister looking for the... Sorry! Topo gets it. First goal scored and bounty received for CR.
Kenji, absolutely filthy. When he, when you can actually see him and attack him, he basically has the shield off that gadget. And then, when you can't, he comes in with that super Slashimi, making him impossible to target. That is scary. Twister thrown up here very aggressively by Crazy Raccoon, making it a bit more awkward for Navi to defend here. The bounty already in hand. Crazy Raccoon can opt to play more defensively.
They buy their time here, a minute on the clock. So Topo gonna grab the ball. Now a pass up to the top. More mobility coming in with Mo here. Tensai running it down with a fierce super. All red coming in on the right-hand side. Moving left wide open. And the new CR member puts it in the back of the net for game 1.
I mean, we've a bunch to talk about there. Obviously, Kenji very powerful, but that hypercharged Gale Force coming through from Yumegoku was pretty crucial for Crazy Raccoon in that round. There's a lot going on, folks, but we saw, as the round went on, that Clancy hitting level 3, becoming an absolute demon in terms of damage output.
It feels like CR just went for what is probably roughly the top 5 list of brawlers. I mean, I don't know if Gus is necessarily a top 5er, but when you think of the best in the game right now, Gale comes to mind, Clancy comes to mind, Kenji comes to mind. All these brawlers just... tough to deal with. They're already mechanically great. They've got the mobility to work with. I kind of like the creativity on the Navi side, but I think what you see a tier 3 Clancy, a Mo traveling down the map, Gus powering them up with the bubble. There's just so much that the red side can do.
Yeah, pretty insane. Yeah, that Gus shield, I think, given over to the Kenji was pretty unreal, allowing him just to move up. Even if he could be targeted, he's able to dash up, get free hits, and build that super very, very quickly. Yeah, look, I mean, again, the rounds can go on a little bit, right? You see, it's a big map. It can be hard to sort of score that first goal, so you have the option to play defensively if you want to, but it's never really been Crazy Raccoon's style. And with all that map control that they still had, even like putting Twisters like deeper than the sort of enemy defensive line, making it hard for them to move up as a unit. Very, very hard to fight back against. The team's stacked with very powerful brawlers. We only see the comps can he flash it just briefly before the game goes in, so we put it together pretty quickly. And Crazy Raccoon went for a lot of the most powerful brawlers. And yes, you at home, 65% of you on event.brawlstars.com have Crazy Raccoon as your team that is expected to win. After that round, can't really blame you.
Nope, and things looking good there. They're a little bit richer as well with the bounty received. Really impressive stuff to start things off. We're also learning alongside the audience here. I mean, it's not like there's a lot of pro practices with modifiers or anything like that. These teams kind of coming together for fun at the end of the season. But what a bucket here, a sneaky one from Mameshi.
It's important to point out, I think, Reddy mentions it earlier, the ball goes further when you pass it and the goal is bigger. So people can sneak by you there, especially if they have a bit of extra mobility. Even a Mo Super being used to try and slow that down. Okay, Sweet Dreams used there to stop Kenji in his tracks. It's going to Chitampo still able to get the kill on the Gale. Still 4 up for Crazy Raccoon, 5 rather, as they're coming off respawn now. Chitampo shielded up, ready to go in with that super. Good catch, Kenji blowing up Tensai with that final blow. And again, Mamechi under extreme pressure as well. Has to use a Blizzard to force Chitampo back. That Gale Force at least keeps the Kenji at arm's length. But it's going to be an even game now.
Kenji nearly with a phase shift there to grab it. Little hypercharged Sandy super. Invisibility certainly going to help. It's already deadly with 3 brawlers, let alone 5. The dive in from Chitampo. Now Suzuki with the gadget already popped. Oh, not quite enough though. Moya on the goal line able to grab a stop. And now Gale's going to be all alone here. Nicely played. Levi wide open net, going to tie things up.
And you see, they tried to set up a goal-scoring opportunity, did Na'Vi, behind that Sandy gadget. But Kenji wasn't quite caught out by it. The Gus was able to avoid the stun, at least defend for a time. But yeah, you can see how volatile this particular game mode can be. Na'Vi get an edge, they start to take their map control, and they run it straight the heck down. I think having the Gale Force as well as a defensive option against that engage of Mo, against Kenji coming in against you, very, very powerful. That's why both teams have really prioritized him.
I think as well that there's just going to be so many interesting techniques used in this. And obviously, like I said, there's going to be some things that I think we can translate from 3v3 to 5v5. Sandy stun certainly applies. A Gale pushback or a Gale tornado. Any defensive mechanism or just free goals you can get makes a lot of sense why something like Na'Vi would grab that. Even though it didn't necessarily grab them that goal, I think that's why we see them bring it here. Obviously, the Sandstorm covering a lot of the map too. There's just so many options for getting yourself an extra bucket, and free ones like that make a world of difference.
Right, instantly, Levi going down, but Tensai's got to be traded out. That Clancy get to really get out of control. Chitampo tries to push on in there again. Gadget lets him heal up a bunch of the damage he took recently, and then he pops Izuku at the top of the map. This is a good sign, especially when your Gale is shielded up. Easy to come in, but a Charping dodges the Gale Force by coming in with that super. The Mo gets under the Blizzard. Now Sakura going to play back. It's going to be Mamechi falling. Again, that damage that splits in 4 directions for the Mo is tough to avoid on a map like this, but Levi low. Kenji also going to struggle to get away here as Tensai still building up those credits, but very close to level 3, and then he'll be unleashed.
Levi saw the writing on the wall, just tried to dump that ball bottom right, make it a little bit more difficult for CR to move up. Here's the dive in from Chitampo, though. He finally falls. A roll-in coming in from Sakura. Not going to be enough. Defense successful so far, and a hypercharged max super for 5.
Dangerous.
Is going to get them down the other side so quickly. Levi also has a super available. One roll, looking for a second super shot. Does get the corner. What a shot coming in from halfway.
Nicely done. I mean, Crazy Raccoon really let that one get away from them. Tensai, though, has super up. Just kind of blows that straight off the rip, actually. No real connection. There's a super from Kenji, though. Levi getting taken down. Gale Force knocking Suzuki back against the wall. Still 3 up here for Na'Vi. Enough to defend with. And Tensai's under extreme pressure from the max. Able to stay alive, though. Gets the shield from the Gus. Levi going to come forward with that barrel roll. Eventually taken down, even with the damage mitigation available. Star Power Chitampo means that first hit is reduced by 90% after not taking damage for a while, which means he can stave off that first big hit. Kenji, an absolute menace here. Na'Vi, though, defensively setting up a Charpy coming with a super. This is dangerous, making a break for it, and Moya can't catch it. Na'Vi steal it away. Unbelievable stuff.
They didn't grab the bounty, but they did indeed grab the set. They're going to be up 1-0 here. Keep in mind, this is the best 2 of 3. A little different than our traditional 3 of 5 in the monthly finals. This is kind of a good tone setter, right? We're all learning together here. I'm sure a lot of these pros are too. It's going to take a little creativity. I'm curious to see what kinds of brawlers come out. And obviously, that was a brawl ball. We're going to have other different game modes of 5v5 throughout the night too. So I imagine some of these brawlers like Sandy aren't necessarily going to show up on all the other modes like Knockout, for example.
Now, of course, coming up next, we're going to have a set map. It's going to be cool shape, so we're running to Brawl Ball again. Now you get to vote for your choice of modifier. Remember, we have 9 of them. Graveyard Shift, you've got to go for it. It's going to be very interesting where people are constantly like being forced to fight. So we have Angry Robo, Energy Drink, Fast Brawlers, Graveyard Shift is out there. And then an undefined one. I don't know what that is. It's, not filled in there. So you could choose Angry Robo on Brawl Ball. Would be quite funny watching him run around the map. Energy Drink as well. What do you want to see here, Kenny?
I like the idea of automatic engagements that Graveyard Shift kind of forces you to go at enemies. And then I also just think the idea of a robot running around the map. That was the one that stood out to me the most. The little angry robot running down the map. You never know who he's going to pop out and start punching at you. So I think a little extra chaos can't hurt.
Now, last time, of course, we had a bounty for that first Brawl Ball game, and it was the first team to score a goal, and that team was Crazy Raccoon. So despite losing the set, a little bit of consolation because they kind of win the bounty there.
Winning, you know what I mean?
Exactly. That's how we do it here at the September Spectacle. So they find themselves down 1-0, Crazy Raccoon. But cha-ching, baby, that's 500 big ones into their account for being the first team to score a goal. They couldn't keep up the effort, but that's totally fine. They've done very well. I'm keeping an eye on the voting here at event.brawlstars.com, of course, for our choice of modifier. Looks like Angry Robo might actually be a front runner here in the voting so far. So keep those votes coming in. You still got some time to do that. And we'll be heading on to Brawl Ball yet again because shout out to the Brawl Ball League. They had to do this for weeks and weeks. So I'm ready to see more of it. 5v5 Brawl Ball is kind of wild. I'm here for it.
It is my favorite game mode. Obviously, I want to see a little bit of everything for 5v5 specifically. I think Knockout could be a real hoot, to be honest with you. Just the idea of these pro players, every time they get a takedown, you're rewarded because you get a takedown, but at the same time, your enemies become stronger and stronger. I can't wait to see these scenarios where we get one-on-ones of just Giga Brawlers fighting each other with a bunch of HP and a bunch of damage towards these in-games. I mean, these players are already insane as it is. What's making them super powerful going to do?
All right, gang, 26% of you at home voted for Angry Robo, and that is the winning modifier. So there's going to be a robot on the map, and it's going to attack not any brawler, just the nearest brawler. So now both teams have to navigate that, try and presumably avoid the Angry Robo. Here's my question. Can it be moved with displacement abilities like Gale Force? Can you push the Robo towards your opponents?
Yeah, I believe you can actually take strategies to either get away from it because by default, I believe it does go for the nearest player. So if you push back, if you roll away and there's somebody closer, I think it will take its eyes off the target and move it around. At least from my experience playing the modifier and some crazy friendlies, it can do that. So I think you're absolutely right. I think that's something these guys are going to have to keep in mind.
All right, bear that one in mind. Also, Darby, yeah, definitely true. They are definitely headed off to the store to get that little Kenji early access, you know what I'm saying? Because that guy is scary. I mean, having a star power that lets you basically negate the first hit you take every so often. Okay, you take 10% of the damage you otherwise would take. And then a gadget that allows you to heal up the damage you took within that, within recency. You have unreal amounts of sustain, and you have insane mobility because, of course, his attack pattern is like a dash forward and then like an arc slash, and it always alternates 1 and 2 unless you have a gadget that just lets him dash sort of for the next 3. So he covers a lot of ground. His super is very hard to predict where he's going to land, and it has very wide range. So he's just very good here, especially when he can farm, multiple supers if people are clumped up. It's 5v5. That brawler, normally we don't talk about new brawlers much because they get perma-banned when they, come into rotation for esports. But Kenji's here to play it, and I'm not complaining.
No, I mean, why not? Throw the newest brawler in the mix. It's the September Spectacle. I've had the opportunity to play Kenji a bunch, and I think he's pretty darn insane in the game, to be honest with you. I think he would cater to 5v5 really well. The healing factors that you mentioned, too, and if you add the shield and gadget combination, it's pretty insane. If you time it just right, he's going to be able to absorb back so much health. If he dives in, takes a bunch of damage, you pop that gadget to perfection, you're going to be able to heal a ton. Obviously, his regular shot, his super shot can get him a lot of those health points back, too. So there's just so much damage that he can put out, and especially in a 5v5 situation where there's so much gunfire coming your way, you need opportunities to be able to sustain yourself, and I think that's something that he's going to be able to do excellently here, as if he didn't already do that in 3v3.
And a reminder, of course, you at home voted Crazy Raccoon as the team that you felt was favorited. I felt that. I agreed. I also voted for them, but Na'Vi stole away that last Brawl Ball map. Now, remember, folks, this is a best of 3. So it could be over after 2 Brawl Ball sets here. You had best hope that Crazy Raccoon, with a new draft, have come up with a different strategy. Of course, Cool Shapes is the kind of map you sort of spawn diagonally. Those bushes, of course, appear at sort of different intervals here. Wow, very different ballers here. So seeing a Lily brought in. Both teams are going for the melody as well. Tensai maybe fancies the nest egg to interrupt the ball carrier, I guess. A little more defensive here from Crazy Raccoon.
This is really interesting. I mean, like I said, teams are going to be kind of figuring this one out a little bit. Bell was the one that stood out to me, but I think the Melody just makes so much sense. I know Melody's not her strongest spot in the game right now, but similar to Daryl, right? The mobility is crazy. 3 supers in one. Just being able to dash from one side of the map to the other in the blink of an eye, I think it's going to be a huge difference maker.
I also think that Lily, very powerful. That flourish, of course, allows her to close the gap instantly. Also, you know, she can either like throw her super like with the repot gadget, or of course go into the Shadow Realm and pop up out of absolutely nowhere. But sometimes like going to the Shadow Realm here can be dangerous because you're not pulling someone down like Cordelius does. So you are putting your team at a player disadvantage for a brief window, and you can't control when you come out of the Shadow Realm. You are there for 3 seconds, so you need to be careful about how you want to use that. Either way, Shitampo goes in, Melody, having big impact early.
Oh, I mean, he's just going to break away. He doesn't have the angle, though. You can see those 3 little spots right there. The ball couldn't quite slide through. I love having these random snowmen kind of blocked away. Even though the goal is super wide, you either got to break those to make it a little more perfect of a goal mouth for yourself, or you just got to know exactly where they're at, and little things like that can make a difference.
Shitampo, unreal. That was a 1v2 down on the bottom part of the map. Able to get past Suzuku and slot that goal. The goals in 5v5 Brawl Pool are very, very big, so you can't let your opponents get too close. Shitampo pops the gadget, gets plenty of shielding from those notes that are orbiting, and Achapi has struggled. Still not level 2 yet on this Clancy.
Gonna need that desperately. The long range coming in from Tensai. He's popped a hypercharge dealing with somebody on the backside. Meanwhile, Kenji is fighting a ranged battle against Moyogoku. I feel like dropping the Gale doesn't make as much sense to me. I feel like it's the ultimate defensive brawler, and it's a free goal if you can get a stun like that. Now Suzuki with the breakaway, though, moving down the map. Unfortunately,
it's a robot!
Robot has stand right in front of their faces. It's gonna be closest to CR, though, so they're gonna have to deal with this, putting in a ton of damage. I mean, that thing had 40,000 plus HP.
I mean, it couldn't have gone any worse for Crazy Raccoon. The robot appears in their goals, essentially, and they can't get far enough away from him. It's just too much. It's too much to handle. And Levy able to score here for Na'Vi. That bot is also going to go for Crazy Raccoon again because it's still on their side of the map.
Thankfully, its HP is way lower now, but now they're going to have to prep for the next one. Moya with a pass over. Suzuku diving in, though. A pushback coming from Moya, but he's all alone. Kenji has the ball. They're working with it. Put it in the corner, and Na'Vi have somehow come away with the win there.
Oh my God, that robot is so nasty. Surely he would spawn in the middle of the map.
Nope.
Yeah.
6v5.
Oh, so I thought it might it might advantage the losing team, because obviously if the bot spawns in the middle of the map, it's going to be closer to the team who has the ball, or at least pushing up on the map. But my God, things went from bad to worse for Crazy Raccoon there, and Na'Vi take that first round. I mean, I know the stakes aren't nearly as high here for Tensai, who of course knows he's already booked his spot at the World Finals, but I'd be a little cheesed by that.
Oh, it's hard not to be. I mean, they scored such an early goal, and then just to have a 50,000-ton robot just steamroll over you. I mean, it's got to be a little frustrating. They're competitors at the end of the day. Money on the line, still good fun, but a lot of competition here. You want to be the only team to ever win a 5v5 tournament. Again,
they got the bounty, though. That's what is important.
Oh,
They're going to be happy to be able to sort of walk away with that one. Obviously, they'd love to advance a little bit further here through the bracket, but the pricing is different. It's, you know, we're not pricing that heavily from, I think, 2nd through 4th here. You do, of course, get a bonus if you win the whole thing, folks, but so obviously that is something they want to do, but there's a lower bracket. Crazy Raccoon can obviously still make their way through. We haven't had a lot of double elimination here in the BSC outside of the qualifiers. Here comes Levy again, though, going to pop out of the Shadow Realm here. Right on top of Yumegoku, who's able to use a phase shifter to get away, and the Lily gets picked off.
Tensai just casually tapping, by the way. The bounce shot actually very effective for kind of some crowd control and extra damage here, something I didn't initially think about. Thought about the super and the nest egg, like you mentioned. Here comes the robot. This time it's paying Na'Vi Nation a visit.
All right, he's popped up here, going to be going straight after Kenji. Mameshi just gets flattened here. Levy going to use a super shot. Oh, have they done this? That is so classy. With the bot nipping at their heels and everything, Na'Vi still able to score a goal. Now Crazy Raccoon have to give that bot, a little bit of respect. They're back up now, so we will be targeting Levy, who will have to deal with it.
Love the teamwork there. Multiple super passes to get it across the way. Suzuki going for the dive. Couldn't quite grab the ball. Now Satampa with an opportunity to match this, though. Does have supers available. Tensai Sakura rounding this out with him as Levi looks to play defense. Some shotgun going down from Daryl. A dive in CR with the shot.
Oh, you're kidding.
There's the teamwork from CR.
That was it. Yeah, an insane force there to make sure Na'Vi could not shot. They are locked in right now. Levy into the Shadow Realm, going to pop up straight away. Blown up by Shitampo instantly, though, and Mameshi also is going to fall. This is Na'Vi down to 2 players. They're getting absolutely wiped. There's Shitampo. No one's catching this guy. That's it. Gets it over the line before the defenders can get there. and Crazy Raccoon have fought back in the series.
These goals are something else. I mean, ball control is very important in
भाई
3v3
वो वाला गोल
obviously,
तो
but I feel like in 5v5
एंग्री रोबोट
it
की वजह से
really
भाई
is
तो बड़ा
a
सीन हो
race
गया
to
था
get the goal first. If you let it drag on too long and give your opposing team a counter opportunity to push forward,
पहला गोल तो भाई
especially
वो
considering we have brawlers like
एंग्री रोबोट
Melody,
की वजह से हो
Daryl
गया
in the
भाई
mix,
वो
they can get across the
स्ट्रगल
map
कर
so
रहा था
quickly.
भाई
It really is
उसके
a battle at the beginning.
सेकंड वाले इस वाले
Grabbing
भाई
that
तो
ball
पहला
initially,
गोल
I think, and
पास
then just
बहुत होती था
pushing
भाई
it through the back of the net. That's why I like having something like a Gale here, why I mentioned Sandy earlier, just those opportunities to get yourself a free goal. They need to happen.
Here we go again. Crazy Raccoon obviously able to hang at least in this series. Able to win that last round. Levy wants to push up here. Suzuki sends the ball to the top of the map here. They want to take some control. Levy's gotten deep, so maybe they're hoping to set up here for this Liddy to make something happen. Levy's just clearing the map, making sure those corners of the goals are unobstructed. The ball can be shot through them. Here comes the super from Yumagoku, but Suzuki able to dash away. Pops that gadget straight away, but Chitapo is ready, and here's Mr. Bossington. Oh, it doesn't matter. Moya still able to get that goal scored just in time.
They need to score that goal early because, unfortunately for them,
Oh,
Robot
God.
is going to be right on top of their spawner. I think this is honestly a good play. Look at Tensai marking that thing up. This might be a big brain pick out of them, trying to bring that robot down earlier in case they need it, and that's exactly what happens for them.
Now, proper smart, that is. Moya can defend the ball, essentially cornered on this map. Ajapi, yeah, you knew you weren't going to be allowed to hold on to that ball for very long, son. Suzuki here on defense, but it'll be passed back over to Tensai as a super shot. Oh, you're kidding, bro. This one's so there to block it. Crazy Raccoon, though, have evened up the series now.
That single snowman could have been a real
मस्त चिलैक्स हो के बैठा है भाई बंदा वो भी स्क्वाड बस्टर की टी-शर्ट पहन के
now though. Little smile on Tensai's face, cracking, knowing that probably just didn't even know it was there, to be honest. It blends in the map quite well. I've definitely had my moments where I'm lobbing up a super shot on maps like that, and just it bounces back, and I'm a little confused why. It's because there's random boxes or elements inside these maps that can block them. Some of the replays coming in from that set, though. I mean, Levi with a little dive in. These teamwork plays, though, were something special to watch. I think just the tag teaming effect, obviously Sitapo into Moya's pushback. A little bounce on there, too. Multiple flashy goals out of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that from Na'Vi as well, like how they basically went coast to coast on this map on one occasion with a bunch of super shots. This one here, I mean, Chitapo, the timing was good. The cornering of the ball here at the bottom of the map, because the bot had spawned in Crazy Raccoon's midst, basically, as they come back into the game. Could have been a big problem for them, but on the fly, they decide to, stick the ball in the corner, deal with the bot, then come back to play, and I think they left Moya there just defending it as that Gale. Really heads-up play. And these players don't come in with strategies to deal with a giant robot beating their faces in. They have to figure it out, at the time. So nicely done to even up the series, excuse me. We've got our modifier in there. We've had 2 Brawl Ball maps in this set, of course. Gem Grab is coming up next.
Yep, and a lot of credit, honestly, for on-the-fly thinking with that Bell pick, because seemingly not the most powerful brawler in the game by any means. I mean, if you're picking a Bell, you're giving up a Daryl or a Gale or whatever that brawler may be for your team. Instead, though, it honestly was a huge save for them. That robot spawned right on top of them. Instead, they just throw a damage amplifier right at it and are able to strike through it. I mean, honestly, really impressed with what these guys are picking up just on set 2 of the night.
Yeah, it was nicely done. And, of course, like, the hypercharged Bell super still is, guaranteed to hit somebody. And if they are clumped up even somewhat, I mean, you'd be surprised how far apart you kind of need to be to avoid that Bell shot bouncing. And when you have 2 extra brawlers on the map, that gets passed around like a nasty cold. So, nicely done. Good recovery there from Crazy Raccoon, but both sets were very, very close. What should we expect from Gem Grab? We've got a modifier here, so it's going to be just honest Gem Grab action. Do we have like... Do we have like side lanes? Are we still having like A mid, or are we just running at each other?
It's a little bit of passive-aggressive for sure. I mean, it's going to play out like a normal gym grab map. I've messed around with the mode just a little bit. Some maps are going to have multiple spawners as well. You got to keep that in mind. It's not necessarily a count to 10 anymore. We got to get to 20 now across 5 different players. One takedown in this mode can be absolutely devastating. Imagine having 10 gyms spilled. Well, what if it's 15? What if it's 20? It's nearly irreversible to come back. It's a really, really fun mode and map to kind of see played out here. I believe we're going to Cold Pond Quarry as well. So there's a few walls, there's a huge body of water in the middle too, so could be seeing something like the Angelo come out if they want a quick get out of jail free card to bounce away and also travel over that water. A lot of interesting things I think could come out here.
Of course, our first bounty of the night was already claimed pretty quickly by Crazy Raccoon. I got to select it, lucky me, and I said the first team to get a goal in Brawl Ball would end up winning it. So despite losing that set, Crazy Raccoon still walk away with an extra $500. And of course, in the next series, there will be another bounty chosen by us, the casters. We'll let Reddy do it, I think.
क्लियर आ रही है ना वॉइस मेरी भी और इसकी स्ट्रीम की भी एक बार मेरे को बता दो ना.
So gem grab coming up. We are, of course, our draft process obviously doesn't work on sort of bans. I'm pretty sure we're just locking our brawlers in and going for it. It's why you're seeing some of the strongest brawlers in Brawl Stars on the same team. It is Cold Pond Quarry, folks. Again, a lot of obstruction on this particular map, right? You definitely do have that cover to play through in the northeast and southwest of the map. And again, expect to see a lot of those brawlers that are very powerful in general in gem grab. Strong side laners, good range, maybe some throwers mixed in there as well.
Yeah, I think some throwers and range make a lot of sense for this particular map. I'm interested to see if we get the Kenji. Looks like Navi didn't make the purchase, so it's going to be CR as the only ones running it here. Sandy was somebody that came to mind. Larry Laurie was somebody that came to mind. Love seeing the Mortis, so the fun side of it. And honestly, after seeing Bell, I think I am a pretty big fan of Brawler just in general for the crowd control feature of having the Nest plus the damage amplifier for those quick kills, and then just being able to bounce those shots around. I think that's kind of a good blend of everything here. Gale, I feel like, is almost nearly a must. It's just such a good way to play defense, offense. He's so good in the game right now. I love that they picked out the Angelo here. I mean, like I said, there is a function of water right in the middle here. You can travel across the map more quickly, and he's the only guy that's going to be able to occupy that space.
Yeah, also Mortis versus Kenji here. So is Mortis being the brawler that's been most often compared to Kenji, I think, in terms of just being a high mobility, up close in your face brawler. And again, there are two gem wells on this map, folks. A big difference here in 5v5 gem grab. So going to see which team can control them both as effectively as possible. A chunk with that super is able to push it up, but Levy falls elsewhere on the map here. Navi with a 3-2 lead. It's narrow, but they're extending it as we go.
And two gyms, so there's going to be multiple spawners. You're going to have to occupy both sides of the map if you really want to take an advantage. Obviously, one of them closer to your spawn side than the other. You got these little L-shaped walls on the side. There's a lot going on, and a Sandy super invisibility is certainly going to help that. Love the cutoff point there as well, using the Twister to keep them at an arm's distance. It gives CR just a slight lead.
Great super there from Levy. Gives enough health back to actually just basically deal with Shitampo, who cycled a couple of supers there, and it's been pretty hard to catch. He tries to dash away, but Crazy Raccoon controlled both gem wells for quite some time and also made Navi drop their horde. Levy, got to get caught instantly by the Gale Force there. Yumagoku able to shut the Mortis down. Shitampo going hog wild on the left-hand side, and both sides are using Gale to shut down those high mobility bruisers. But 17 gems and counting here for Crazy Raccoon. They've been in control of so much of the map for so long. And Chappie's limping away. Levy, no chance there. Tensai able to bring him down as Shitampo uses his super to avoid any damage. And the countdown has begun. 12 seconds left here for Navi to get these gems. Most on Moya, Sakura as well. I think the Mo looking to give a lot of ground here. Levy's looking for a way in. Shitaba's going to try and run a bit of interference here. Dive on towards Kenji now. Yumagoku a little bit low. Sakura and Moya walk away
team
with the lion's share of them. Crazy Raccoon take that first round.
And they're going to be on match point themselves. Navi with 2 opportunities in the previous set, but CR could reverse it. As much of a reverse sweep as you can get, I would say, in the best 2 of 3 for this game mode. But with multiple objective points, it's really difficult to maintain control of the entire map, and that's something that CR did instantly. I think Kenji is just a problem to deal with. It felt like we constantly saw Shitampo just cycling in supers, and every time he does that and makes a connection, he's healing, he's staying invincible, and then returning to the point of where he initially started. It's a crazy brawler that can do some crazy things, and he's on a crazy player. I expect him to be just insane on this map.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think the nest eggs are pretty powerful there as well, meaning Navi basically instantly get blown up. In 5v5, when you get slowed out in the open, you're basically done. Back to spawn with you. Kenji, nowhere to go here. Crazy Raccoon collapse on the right-hand side of the map. They give up the left here. But Sakura still able to take 3 gems despite this, and that's the mark connecting on the Levy, meaning that Sakura and Moya can deal with the Mortis. Suzuka, though, still looking healthy. Tensai eventually gets caught out as that arrow comes through the tree line, but Shitampo has super. Might have to use it to limp away with here. But Yumagoku and Sakura, plenty of gems between them here. Tensai has to be a little bit careful now, being dove up by Levy, but has the stun and gadget to stop the Mortis.
Levi climbing up the map there, putting in some serious work. Still a 12 gym count for Crazy Raccoon, but Meshi gonna be able to float around a little bit, mess with the mid. Satapa with 3 gyms on his head, and he's already got a super ready to go. He's been fierce so far. There's one takedown. Hits the heal coming in from that gadget. That's what I'm talking about. If you take so much damage, you can heal most of it back so quickly with just a click of a button.
Kenji, though, still 5 gems to their name. Larry Laurie powerful, adding a 6th brawler essentially on this map with that super. Tatampo has to try and dash away. Yumagoku, though, is there to defend him, and Meshi gets picked up in the middle of the map. Angelo not giving nearly as much space to roam through that watery area as we first thought.
Little rotation coming in from Kenji. 5 gyms on his noggin, rotating to the right-hand side. Gale's fighting on either end, and the mid still occupied by Meshi. He's the only brawler that can use this entire mid-section as a rotation point. Lobbing up shots. A nice stun coming in, but red team gonna get the countdown.
Dangerous here. Sakura and Moya both with a lot of gems. Chitampo on the Kenji. Usually doesn't want to be diving on in here, but needs to hold on to all 4 of these. Great defensive play so far from Crazy Raccoon, though. Tensai wants to try and move up again, able to throw that sandstorm down. There's no way Navi could put a scratch on them. And Crazy Raccoon take the series with a win here on Gem
तो जाके प्रेडिक्शन कर सकते हो. होम पे जाओ, देखो साइड पे होम पे जाओ, प्रेडिक्शन का ऑप्शन आएगा, स्क्रॉल करोगे नीचे, प्रेडिक्शन कराओ टीमों का. वो उसी दिन खुल रहा है, जैसे आज मैच है तो आज ही खुल गया वो. जाकर
Tensai, as he should. Things were looking bleak early on. Double match point, yet the fellas really locked in, made Brawl Ball happen in set number 2, dealt with the adversity of a giant robot running at them, and they just took care of business here in set 3.
Yeah, I felt like it was the worst possible time that bot could have first spawned for Crazy Raccoon, but they eventually developed a strategy to deal with this. Now if you want to try and control the middle part of the map with the Angelo, whereas Crazy Raccoon make use of that Sandy, and my god, it is very, very powerful to be able to play from stealth and, of course, line up anybody who sort of steps in. Not a whole lot Meshi could do at the best of times here. Tatampo's so good at closing the gap on that Angelo. So much to work with, and we can just see why Gale is so powerful. Just being able to displace enemy brawlers is something that you can't go without, especially on a map type that really requires you to be able to step up, to be able to contest those gems, take them away. Nicely done to formulate a 5v5 gem grab strategy on the drop of a hat for Crazy Raccoon, and a well-earned series win.
Very impressive stuff, and we kind of got a taste of what we might be able to see the rest of the night. I'm still waiting for Knockout to show up. I think that's going to be a really fun mode that you guys will love. I'm as big of a Brawl Ball fan as any, though, so the fact that we got 2 sets of Brawl Ball does make my heart a little bit happy.
That's it. We've seen our first semi-final here. Thank you for joining us so far at event.brawlstars.com. Stay on this channel because we've got more to vote on coming up after the break. It's going to be our second semi-final. Rival takes on Angelic, so don't go too far.
Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars Championship September Spectacle, powered, of course, as always, by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are back on the other side of our first upper semi-final of the day.
वेलकम सभी को बोलो भैया एक बार प्रेडिक्शन करके बताओ मुझे समझ नहीं आया. I did everything but the touchpad not working. I am so क्या पता भाई तुम्हारे फोन में ही दिक्कत हो भाई.
I didn't think we'd see 2 Brawl Ball maps back to back, but that's what happens when the people vote on our first map type.
The people have spoken. The people want Brawl Ball. Everyone gets a little bit of input. This is, as you said, what happens. And you know what? I agree with the people. I was actually one of them for the first set. I voted for Brawl Ball. So I'm very pleased with how these votes have been going so far.
What do you think about our modifier that we got? Was it the best one possible? The Robo definitely had an impact on the game, Brady said. Definitely feel like made a difference.
I do think so.
प्रेडिक्शन तुम यहाँ होम का देखो, मेरे स्क्रीन पे आप होम का बटन देख रहे हो, ऊपर एक घर बना हुआ है राइट हैंड साइड पे. इस पे क्लिक करो, फिर नीचे स्क्रॉल करके जाओगे तो तुम्हें प्रेडिक्शन का ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा. जैसे ये देखो यहाँ गया, ये नीचे जाओगे, ये आया योर प्रेडिक्शन करके, इस पे क्लिक करोगे तो तुम्हारे सारे प्रेडिक्शन आ जाएंगे भाई. पहले वाला हो जाएगा सी प्रेडिक्शन. मेरे तो ये हैं जो मैंने करे थे, आप लोग मेरे देख सकते हो प्रेडिक्शन. तो ऐसे तुम लोग कर सकते हो, समझे. तुम 50 पॉइंट आगे हो मेरे से. प्रेडिक्शन अरे लॉक आर लॉकड. अच्छा तो भाई लॉक हो गया होगा.
guy who would.
मैंने तो मतलब मैंने कल ट्राई करा था प्रेडिक्शन का बट हो नहीं पाया था.
I'm a little hurt that you said that.
अब हो रहा है वो.
Prepared should be a compliment.
अब मैंने जब स्टार्ट हुआ ना जब भी करा तो जब हो गया था.
But I kind of just wanted to go in this blind
शायद
and
से
kind
इन्होंने
of
मैच
have some
स्टार्ट
fun
हो गया तो लॉक
alongside all
कर
the
दिया
fans
भाई.
at home. I think that was kind of a backhanded compliment. I'm gonna take.
No, that's not backhanded. Listen, folks at home, Kenny is very diligent and hard-working caster. He's definitely the most prepared. So I was saying, if anyone had prepped 5v5 casting, it would be him. So let's move along before my colleagues get upset at me. Okay, cool. No, we smoothed that over, folks. Let's start talking about our next matchup here. We haven't seen from Rival in quite some time. They really impressed us in the APAC region. Yogesh, Melty, a very, very strong team. And they picked up Ryohei and Kuru onto their roster. And if you remember these two, they were on that FA Nidug team who had some pretty insane going. I think they lost in a 5-set series in one of our monthly finals, in one of the grand finals. So they really sort of went all the way. Yeah, that's right. I think it was in June they lost to Rival. That's right. So that's kind of fun. Rival bringing them back into the fold. And Ready Set Angelic, of course, combination of Team Angelic and a couple players coming in from that Coco Loco team that actually won a monthly final in APAC. So we are stacked here with talent in this game. This is the best, or some of the best at least.
पहले वाले में भाई साहब.
Yes, no doubt. We'll get to Angelic in just a moment, but for now, Rival Esports, just a reintroduction to this core roster of Milk, Ryo, and Melty. And as mentioned, they are joined by Ryohei and Kuru of FA Nidug, and they have their own resumes that I don't think got highlighted enough over the course of the year since they were kind of outshone, obviously owing to the fact that they didn't make it to the postseason. But Kuru in particular, a world champion on their side. When we look at Angelic, though, this team, interestingly, is composed mostly of non-Angelic members. They got Sago and Geki from the usual roster, but then they got the whole darn Coco Loco squad.
That's right. Yeah, that's pretty great to see. I think this is like mostly, we have a number of players from Hong here. So yeah, actually not a big mix-up. So we've got a bunch of different regions represented amongst this team. We've got Singapore, I think we've got Macau, and of course Hiroshi, I think, hails from Malaysia. So great little Southeast Asia mix here. And again, both Angelic and I think Coco Loco have had some great showings this year over the course of APAC. I mean, Coco Loco winning a monthly final, that I think is a big deal. Angelic starting strong, but ending up looking a little bit disappointing and then failing to qualify for the LCQ by one singular circuit point. Definitely hits a little bit different, but they're here, they're ready to throw down and compete. And like we've seen, it's anyone's game in 5v5, Kenny. It could go either way. We're going to start talking about modifiers here. We're going to have them up for voting in our first map of this series. It's going to be, I think that bottom line. So Meteor Shower, Super Bushy, Super Charge, Top Dog, and Unlimited Power. Kenny, what do you want to see? Would you like to influence the voters real quick?
Ooh, now you know we get saying this. I forget that we
get to make the decisions here. I think the Supercharge could potentially be interesting.
Top Dog's kind of funny to me. Just the idea of a bunch of pro players running around eating some hot dogs, kind of funny. I don't know. I think I'm going to click the Supercharge button here. I kind of just want to see what happens.
Give me Meteor Shower. I want to see that.
I think that would be the most chaotic if we got Meteor Shower.
Meteor Shower, yeah, bhai.
Both of you meant to say Top Dog to go vote for Top Dog, so I'm telling you all now, please vote for Top Dog.
No,
I need to see the hot dog.
No, I think we're going to Knockout, so that could be interesting. But come on, Knockout with Meteor Shower, I feel like
that's just cruel.
Could be.
You're already fighting demons. You don't need to fight the like terrain around you.
Yes, no, all you have to do is keep moving. You know, these players are going to be doing that anyway, right? We're dodging a bunch of shots. You know, it's going to be busy. The 8 p.m. is going to be at an absolute maximum. That's where my vote is going here. So we're going to tally those votes for you in just a moment. And we're going to let you know what our modifier is for this Knockout map coming up in this series. So I think you have like a minute or so. We'll give you a little bit of extra time. Meteor Shower is a winning one, by the way. Yes, baby. Let's go. Thank you very much, everybody at home, for,
wow. Meteor Shower, bhai. Literally banned.
I think it had like at least
hotspots kar denge, bhai. Hotspots.
Good on you guys. Event.brawlstars.com if you're wondering how people are choosing these. Over there. Nicely selected. Very, very quick fingers, I think, nailing that in. So, is this going to be that different? I mean, let's talk, before we get there, let's talk bounty. We said Ready Set could choose the bounty. So, for Knockout, you will be choosing one of these bounties.
Yes, I want to see the player that stays alive the longest. That one is just more entertaining to me, personally.
Especially with Meteor Shower, yes.
Yes, well, because as Kenny said, you're not just fighting your opponents, you're fighting the environment too. But also keep in mind what makes 5v5 Knockout special is when you have fewer members remaining on your team, you gradually get powered up. It's basically like fighting the big brawler if you manage to get all the enemies taken down except for one, just one giga brawler to fight. And if you do manage to survive through that, then I do think you deserve a little extra cash in your back pocket.
So again, virtually this is just the winning player. Right, it's probably
this is true.
It could come down to one, but in the
बीच वाले की मूंछ पे लटक जाऊं क्या भाई सब जाके?
I guess we still need to
इसकी
track how
मूंछ है
long
भाई
this
साहब और
line
रखी है
into the
खतरनाक
next
सी.
round. So I'm not keeping track of it, so I don't mind. But that is definitely something to sort of bear in mind. We are going to have to keep track of that. We will let you know who is able to win that bounty out when it is achieved. You hear a ching sound. I'm pretty sure we have that set up. So on top of that, we also need to know who you think is going to win the darn game. That's right. You can get your predictions in. Or hopefully you still have that chance to do so if you haven't done so already.
साथ में टीममेट चाहिए यार अच्छे अच्छे जो कैरी भी कर लें और थोड़ा बहुत भाई साहब मस्त हो जाए स्ट्रीक भी बन जाए तो जल्दी हो जाए यार
talking about the team speaks, but I think we were a little split. I think you said Angelic, right?
I did say Angelic, and this was based off of a recent tournament, okay? It was the Rival Cup September Finals. This took place last week where we saw Rival Esports go out in double elimination 2 matches in a row. They lost to 3R Gaming, which is a team that Angelic actually beat. And then also keep in mind that the team that won this entire 8-team bracket in double elimination style was Nidug. And guess whose members are also going to be playing here?
I see. On Rival. I like that. Yeah, 2 Nidug players on that. They were good, right? They were really, generally, like, they were also like, I think they were the team that knocked Navi out of a monthly qualifier in that month that they just because they missed the first month. They just won a team at that point, I think. Then they came through, looked really good. Then they didn't qualify, so very, very hard to follow. Milk Ray on your camera here. Again, this is a team Rival. See them on camera. Pretty animated, I would say. Usually it's Milk Ray like doing a ridiculous dance. And that is, of course, Jay on your screen there. We got to hear from him in an interview, obviously from Poker Loco when they won. Really well-spoken guy, very switched on here, and I'm sure he's got something spicy brewing for us here. And again, the first time we get to see the knockout game type tonight, a game type in which surviving members get stronger as the round goes. Kenny, we're going to let you step aside for a moment, and myself and Ready Set are going to be jumping into this game momentarily. And again, this is, folks, a best of 3. Down in the back of your mind.
Let's get it started. Just an overview of what sizzling chambers look like. So, in the middle of the map, yes, not only that, you're going to have plenty of places to utilize a thrower, for instance. Tons of walls to be broken open by the meteor shower. Probably something that you want to be aware of. That one, those two being combined, not really a great mix. More like oil and water. It's just not going to work out.
I feel like oil, honestly, because they are basically doing the same thing. They are covering the ground. So throw-wise, we do get a berry here. We don't obviously have the picture just yet from Rival. We'll see them when we get into game. But I guess Mr. P here as well, pretty darn good with so many of these walls. Hiroshi can get a lot of value. And the kid also, I guess, acts as a pseudo-thrower, right? Jump onto Geki, for example. Not only will that duo get healed up by standing in the puddles for the berry, but also Targo gets to throw those yarn balls, which are very short range, Ready Set, but they are very, very high in damage.
They hurt. They're doing 3,000
कैंजी खरीद लिया क्या तुमने? हाँ अब आ रही है. कैंजी खरीद नहीं यार, कैंजी नहीं खरीदा मैंने. कैंजी मैं उससे लूँगा, क्रेडिट से लूँगा. क्रेडिट से लूँगा भाई कैंजी नहीं खरीदा. क्रेडिट्स मेरे पास काफी सारे हैं तो हो जाएगा, अनलॉक हो जाएगा. तो 2000 का है कैंजी भाई. I have 97k bro. OP bro, OP. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई. क्या नाम है भाई? नाम भी ऐसा रख रखा है बंदे ने. चलो भाई, बट थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग ब्रो एंड वेलकम.
And so why do you think Rival are going with triple sharpshooter here? I guess there is a pretty wide open expanse here. Fair enough.
Well, I do think in terms of the sharpshooters that they should be able to keep control of mid. it is going to be complicated once these enemy brawlers are powered up, because it's basically going to be them firing little toothpicks at a single buffed up brawler. Though Ryogi on this Angelo definitely has the right idea. I would say the same for Jay. But the mid control for now belongs to Rival Esports. Once that poison starts closing in, that's going to mean a lot more.
अच्छा brawler है ओ भाई साहब एंजेलिक का तो मुझे लगता है वैसा हवा टाइट हो जाएगी 97 पे ब्रॉल स्टार्स और नल ब्रॉल
Obviously would like to eventually be able to build that super up. It'll take some damage to do so. Again, they've snuck across to the left-hand side here, so the net's starting to close a little bit. The meteors are falling, folks. They are.
भाई एंजेलिक की तो मुझे लगता है हवा टाइट हो जाएगी भाई एक गया
Trying to come forward here, but Jay is picked off. So Rival find that first elimination. Here goes Sago, able to jump in, find one instantly. Can play inside the barrier. Very powerful here. Nicely done with Melty. The super comes through.
Oh, yeah.
That is a very big El Primo. Still, the Poppin actually going to get some damage in Hiroshi. Well, you kind of called it.
अरे यार
Very, very high health, high damage.
भाई साहब भाई तो किस्मत खराब वाली बात थी भाई ये तो किस्मत खराब
Did you see the amount of damage Piper is doing there? When you look at a brawler that has 26,000
मिस्टर पी की किस्मत खराब थी भाई
well, they're safe. Piper only does 3k, but she's empowered with all of the abilities of her fallen brethren on her team. It still only takes 2 shots to eliminate a Mr. P when you're that buffed up. So we'll see round number 1. Good Rival over here, and same story as last time. They do have this mid control. Something that really impressed me from Angelic on that last round was what they were able to do with this kit. I think in particular, Kit landing on the water, where it looked a little glitchy, but he's able to avoid a good amount of damage, where he continuously latches onto an enemy that's on land, but then bumps over to the water.
And I believe that's a bounty won by Rival, right? Shu is the longest surviving brawler, or at least
एक अलग annoying चल रहा है भाई साहब
They tally that up at the end of the map over these multiple rounds here, but we'll see. Shu obviously still hasn't.
और ले गया
So that's pretty sweet. That's annoying tick damage.
बच गया
Geki now. Head first
अरे ले गई बिल्ली गई
position. That's easy for the Gene to hook them on in. Geki's still trying to close the gap. He responds desperately, trying to make sure that
भयंकर प्रीमो को खा गए भाई साहब
instantly though, Shu able to find response and the Melty
गया भाई
came in with the super. Rival are all over this. Shu still hasn't died.
He's firing off some menacing shots towards mid, but Hiroshi right side still exists.
मच्छर क्या ही कर लेगा भाई और मिस्टर पी
Kuru falls. Hiroshi and Jay are still alive to be the mid patrol. And Jay has the positioning over the water. A missed super there from Melty isn't too big of a deal, but it's going to be tough for him to earn it back. Rival would like to end this sooner than later. They have the man advantage for now. And Hiroshi's on low health. Same story for Jay. See some taps coming in. Ryogi taken down. It's just Jay left. And he can win this by sitting in the poison. It might actually be the
draw हो गया भाई
What? A draw!
भयंकर खेल बहुत अच्छी टीम है एंजेलिक
I guess I mean the gas does percent health damage. I guess it's not a set value. So even the very healthy Jay, being the last one standing on their team, goes down at the same time. I've not seen a draw in knockout ever.
One that also confirms that Shu is the player who survived the longest. So this one has to be going to Rival in terms of bounties. Angelic needed to live through that last one through the next one. We'll see Saga go in for an aggressive play, punished, and no takedown on Kuru. This leaves Angelic at a man disadvantage.
Hyper charge up here for Ryohei. Shu and Milkro though with supers out already. Now, okay, those magic puffs from Kuru desperately trying to keep Melty standing, but next time Jay
प्रीमो का तो भाई साहब भूत उतार रखा है भाई
and hyper charge of Milkro ends up getting taken down by the grenades. Angelic here in a 3 versus 4. Response gets hooked on in their Rival getting further out in front. They already have 1 round to their name, and now it is a 4 versus 2.
This is the same set of 2 brawlers from Angelic that were alive at the end of the last round. They need to get some kills in here because they cannot survive the takedown on Jay, and Hiroshi does have a super. He can porter time. Some serious porters out here. There's 32,000 health on the board. Kuru, he's helplessly firing into this thing. He won't be able to take it down. The only way this gets eliminated is by Meteor or by someone at the end. That's 1 Meteor down. He's trying so hard to keep this thing alive. He needs to hit his shots as well to farm up another one, but it's just not looking possible.
Hiroshi trying to body porter spawn as much as they
आ गया भाई मच्छर
gets brought down, and now they're stuck in the corner. Rival Esports will take knockout away. My God, so many things to consider. It's also worth bearing in mind that the meteors will
selected
fall
bounty
over the whole map,
alive longest,
and not just the area inside the gas. So the fact that our first
yeah.
round got decided by a meteor falling into that small square is so unlucky. for Angelic. Really unfortunate, but hey, that's the game, folks.
Not just that, but they're also more unlikely to spawn towards the beginning of the match. They increase in frequency towards the end to, you know, add a little bit more to the mayhem, and they have a tendency to fall towards groups of players, so spreading out can certainly be a way to avoid some of these
इनको अलग बैठा
players.
रखा है ना, वो कैमरा ऑन रहना चाहिए, ऑनलाइन दिखना चाहिए इंसान को शकल।
I do get a little suspicious.
भाई इसमें तो किस्मत खराब थी मिस्टर पी की, बेचारा जहाँ है वहीं बम फट गया।
That is so unlucky.
My gosh.
Oh. Yeah, brutal stuff. This one, I don't know how this happened. This one came down to a draw in the end. Keep an eye on those health bars as they tick down. The gas comes in awful quick. And Jay, I think, obviously just gets like a power boost as one of their teammates die, but obviously he's taking twice the amount of damage as their teammate. All right.
भाई अब तो सफेद झंडी दिखा दी जाएगी भाई।
Game number 2. Rival Esports boasts the advantage right now with the game number 1 win. We'll see a much different strategy from Angelic this time. Instead of sending Sago down this right lane alone, they're going to have Geki in response to do that instead. They're gradually moving things over to this left side. Note also that Angelic had them in control off the beginning of this round, which they had for a single round in game 1.
All the rival grouping up. They've definitely lost this map control now, despite that sharpshooter presence. They have a lot of that mid under control. Might be Geki's positioning here, causing them some concern. Response here starting to get aggressive with some of those shots. Has to use the Geki to try and stave off the head first, and still ends up having to eat the full amount of damage at the end. Rio here now wants to step up and punish this Berry's position, but he's getting a lot of value healing the duo of Geki and Sago now. The latter, though, who's not close enough to get yarn ball value. The kid was out of range still, and now Geki has to be body blocked for. And that's Response using a super, and, well, that's enough at least to keep Geki alive for now, but they are healing so much on this El Primo.
They're keeping Geki
भाई फुल एल प्रीमो फुल सपोर्ट भाई फुल सपोर्ट हीलर्स को मरने नहीं दूंगा।
But not getting any kills. We'll see
गया
first takedown onto rival. Big elbow drop in from
रोड़ा गया।
Sago does get a kill.
प्रीमो भी गया भाई। प्रीमो का तो मुझे लग नहीं रहा भाई, प्रीमो तो बहुत ही भाईजात चल रहा है इस टाइम।
Seeing a couple of brawlers that we usually see from Angelic towards the end of the round alive.
गलती उठा लाया प्रीमो। पकड़ लिया भाई, अब तो बुद्धि लाल हो गई। अब तो हो गई भाई बुद्धि लाल।
Have 2 players standing at the end of the round, and they're eventually able to take it. That's nice. I mean, they lost 2-0 in their previous run through, but they had so much more map control this time. I don't think Rival are going to give it to him, though, so easily.
Well, Angelic have managed to get a change of pace at least. The closest they came to a round victory in game 1 was that draw. This is a different approach. I wonder what's so interesting towards that top right. They must be tasking Barry with going alone in that top right. Now, we've seen Rival Esports in this position before, around mid, but we haven't seen Angelic willingly play so passively around the top right.
He has to back up here. Still doesn't have that super available, so won't be any diving going on anytime soon. That Barry healing going a long way. Magic Puffs doing much the same thing on the rival side. That Gene making sure everyone is kept pretty healthy and in a pinch, of course. Angelo can always throw that super down and heal inside of it. That makes you a little bit vulnerable. Nicely done. What a snipe. Hiroshi taken out.
Mr. P तो गया भाई।
No longer a factor.
जिससे उम्मीद थी वही चला गया भाई मिस्टर पी बेचारा।
As well, the first one dropped into just 400 health. Look at the value that Angelic have right now.
बे यार ये तो जभी तो ये मीठी और गिर जावे।
Paired up with that as well. We haven't really seen Geki get any value just yet, though. He's jumped in, but just kind of caused some mayhem, not gotten valuable kills or abilities out. This mid control seems to belong to Rival Esports right now. Here's a super hit. Immediately taken down. Geki blasted away. We do see 1 kill on the right side. 2 bites to the side of Angelic. Ryogi with the hypercharge. Same for Jay. It's the Angelo 1v1 on the right side. Milkrio knocks him back. Response has all the kills in the world to keep himself alive, but he's got aggro right now. Takedown and Ryogi staying alive with the heals, but cannot out-heal
घोड़ा और स्लो हो गया भाई। भाई अगर जिनने तीनों को खींच लिया कितना मजा आ जाएगा हाइपर चार्ज से। टेंशन दे दो भाई, टेंशन हो गई अब तो शायद हारने वाला ही लगाना पड़ेगा।
And once more, Rival making use of Magic Puffs and a lot of supers build up for the previous one to take mid.
We see Meltik just consecutively hitting these Mandy supers. He only needs 1 more shot to hit in order to get his next one. Question is, which target does he really focus on? Hiroshi wouldn't be a bad shout. Melty has the super. Who's he going to go for? Well, Sago's got the jump in, and
चलो तोरो जिन मार डाला हीलर खत्म भाई इनकी मगर अगर मैंडी ने सुपर दे दी खत्म बच गया
stand inside that healing field, but still an open map, and all these sharpshooters still on the field. 3 of them, in fact, for Rival are going to be a problem. Homemade recipe gets used there by Shu. No elimination off the back of it. Milcrio does well. Last hurrah, unclear.
चल टिक गया
the El Primo.
अरे यार प्रीमो दो दो सही है गया सामने वाली एंजेलिक का मच्छर गया भाई शायद
Jay is able to jump away. He has that gadget, but Hiroshi is not. He can't block an incoming Mandy super. Look at the utility for Rival as well with Ryohi having his hypercharge and his super. But he's going to have to keep wasting his shots on these porters as they continue to file out of that top left side. But an ill-intentioned Meteor is going to be taking that down. On the top right, Ryohi's closing in. He needs to fire through these porters, though. He doesn't have a way of getting through them. Hiroshi's trying to get behind the porter. Ryohi jumps over, and
ट्रोलिंग भी चल रही है
Hiroshi
भाई
Rival Esports takes set 1.
Damn, that damage, of course, from Angelo's super, not something that you want to count out, especially with the hypercharge. You get to move it around with you. At that point, the Angelo could just basically stand on top of the Mr. P. Otherwise, that would have been pretty ugly. Mr. P had 2 porters out on the field, and he was buffed up with 4 of those power-ups. And that's like the most terrifying situation, I think, to have to deal with in Knockout. There's going to be Rival that actually take away the set there. Very back and forth. It was nice to see Angelic get themselves around, but ultimately...
भाई बस इन दोनों ने कैमरा ऑन कर रखा है क्या बाकी 4 जनों ने दोनों टीमों के कह दिया कि हमें नहीं देखना ना हमें दिखाना
A bit of a suspicious pick when it comes to Brawl Stars in general. He's not really that strong, but in these sort of we'll call them wacky scenarios where you get powered up by being one of the last members alive, then those porters can really deal a beating to your opponents. Especially when you are in a 5v5 situation where there's so much damage flying everywhere that people are generally concerned with feeding abilities. It allows Mr. P to get his super where he wouldn't usually in a 3v3 since that lane is not going to allow you to hit them.
Very pleased, of course, our Rival, and as they should be. Again, they're the ones that took the bounty away.
100+ कर लेता हूँ मोए से अब मजा आ रहा है
apparatus, probably a stopwatch. That the bounty goes over to Rival.
Try to connecting, reconnecting, please operation.
For having, as chosen by Ready Set, the individual survived the
ये भी सीन हो जाता है क्या?
Yes, that was their Piper player who survived for the most part of 2 rounds as far as we can tell. So very, very nicely done. Thank you very much all at home, of course, for voting for the modifier. I'm glad we got to see the meteors come down.
$500 मिल गए भाई $500
It's a very large map, so eventually the play area closes up and the meteors can sort of fall outside of it. That was good. I'm glad we got to see that. I mean, these are our, obviously, bounties that are, or the mode picks rather, that we have available. So you, now, in this next mode, can vote. Do you want to see Knockout again? That is obviously an option. Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, I know that's been a favourite amongst many people, and I can see why. Brawl Ball and 5v5, fun and explosive gameplay. So keep that in the back of your mind as we'll be looking to have you over at Brawlstars.com. Look to make your vote. Knockout's fun, I think, Ready Set, because having one brawler potentially, you know, like powered up, especially now that we realize that all their deployables get powered up, adds a little bit of extra.
It's one of those where, you know, even if you die early, you know that you're going to, in a way, be assisting your teammates since they sort of inherit your health and your damage for the later stages of the game. Though, one thing that we did see is that consistently the same brawlers were surviving till the end. We see the Angelo, we see the Mr. P in the final moments. And none of these modes are really immune to that paradigm of certain brawlers just being the ones that are the playmakers, Brawl Ball in particular. We saw just how dominant Melody can be there. So, depending on which mode we head to, I'm excited to see which brawlers are stealing the show. With Gem Grab, I think we have the most diversity in what can be played.
The voting is open right now. You can vote for Brawl Ball, Gem Grab, or Knockout, folks. So make sure you get your votes in right now. And I'm tracking the numbers. There's a lot of Brawl Ball lovers out there, Ready Set. I'm feeling like we're probably going to be heading over to the map in just a moment here.
We like Knockout. Knockout was pretty good back and forth. I think the modifier definitely added a little bit of extra spice. And of course, for this map, you're voting on map type, folks, not the modifier. It'll be Brawl Ball winning once more. So thank you for getting over to event.brawlstars.com and putting your vote in. So it's going to be good, honest 5 versus 5 Brawl Ball. We have a number of different maps here. I think we've already seen cool shapes and freezing ripples. We've got great waves and suspenders.
Suspenders is just a funny name. I don't care what the map looks like. I want to see suspenders in play.
Why didn't they give us any of those to wear? You know what I mean?
I feel like that's pretty Western, like pretty cowboyish.
Yes. I think so. Cowboys wear suspenders, right, folks? I'm certain of it. But again, remember, best of 3 series here.
गाइस जिसने अभी तक स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं करा है लाइक कर दो, चैनल पे नए आ रहे हो सब्सक्राइब मार दो यार. Let's go.
Take on Na'Vi in the lower bracket though to make their way back through, which also means we get Rival and Crazy Raccoon fighting for their chance to be in the grand final. We don't get to talk about double elimination often, folks, because it is a single elimination 8-team bracket when we cover the Big SC. But in the monthly qualifiers, you do get an extra shot. It does eventually break into a double elimination bracket. So if you've been someone who's tried to qualify, you'll be familiar with the format, and it is obviously pretty common to see here. Look, Rival looked good. They understood the map. They picked 3 sharpshooters. They had map control for most of these rounds. I like the Mr. P. I like the El Primo. Spicy picks, but ultimately they left a little bit to be desired, I think, when it came to really getting ahead early.
Well, when it comes to Knockout in particular, what is the objective? To kill enemies and not die. And look, this might be a hot take, but Kit, El Primo, not particularly their forte. We see in many instances Primo just staying alive. Now, he's sucking up all of the healing from his teammates. We see a couple of dedicated healers just trying to help him hang on in a position, but wasn't really making anything happen. Kit was going on some of these, suicide missions and ended up getting a kill, but it only wound up being a trade. And I think what we saw become the advantage for Rival Esports was precisely what you pointed out, those sharpshooters where they stay in a safe position. Mandy is the KD brawler. They brought her to the battle, but with Knockout in her back pocket, waves, the selected map for our second set, Brawl Ball.
Yeah, okay, so importantly, you'll notice the snowmen over towards the goals. They're not in the corners of them necessarily, so straight away you can try and slot shots into the top and bottom corners of those goals respectively. We saw in the previous Brawl Ball maps, those corners were sort of filled up by that sort of destructible terrain that had to be sort of blown up first. We'll see just how impactful that ultimately ends up being. But here you pick straight away. Okay, so Rival, they do also like to bring the bell in. Mo's been very popular just for that engage potential. And Clancy because these games run longer. But there's Melody picked up by Jay.
Melody is an absolute must in Brawl Ball in general, especially on an open map. When it comes to one like this, you have so much room to cover. And her super, which she gets 3 of, is instrumental for shooting this ball from midfield. She can also, get to position on the top or bottom of the goal, break open some of those destructible obstacles. Her shot doesn't need to break walls or anything. She's the ultimate striker on this map. It's interesting to see that, well, only Angelic have decided to go for it. But Rival Esports are going to have to also deal with this Fang, so perhaps owing to a more defensive strategy from them.
I'm surprised it's taken so long to see Fang, actually. When 5v5 first came out, everybody was running Fang because, of course, he has the ability just to bounce between those targets when he comes in with super. However, he's a little bit underwhelming when he's in the poke game. He can generate his super, but he doesn't do the most damage when he's sending his shoes flying off here. So, Geki also being marked, going to make things a little bit harder for them. Ryohead were able to get the ball moving forward. A nice little twist of that. Shoes able to dive under with that Mo super. And look to make a break here at the bottom of your screen.
Mo is so strong just in general, but especially here. He's able to cover so much distance while being invulnerable during the duration of the super. We see Sago send him packing all the way back to respawn. Hiroshi looks for the kill on Bell. Meanwhile, Jay's going for an aggro play on Ryohi. A single note would be enough to take him down, but he survives with 18 health. Not for long, though, as Sago now takes him down. And Milkryo is surviving on just a few health in the backlines. Hiroshi has opened things up. The ball has not reached that area just yet, so not yet a goal-scoring opportunity for Angel.
I don't know if you saw that, but Response got 4 consecutive hits off that rattled hive there, basically stopping Rival from being able to score, I would say. Shu ate all of them, went too low to be able to knock out, and yep, once you get up the map, slowly but surely, that Gale super will seal the deal.
We've seen this team play with Gale repeatedly, where, hey, I'm about to go for a goal. Can you Gale super? Yeah, I'll do that. Angelic now have sort of lost their footing here. We see the super multi Ryohi with a wide open goal to slot this one in at the top between the edge of the goal and the snowman.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get up to the top and bottom of the screen and get out clear, and you have super available, it's pretty easy to get the ball to you and then to score a goal from there. So that's dangerous, something worth keeping an eye out for. Melty, of course, on the max, that speed boost, big difference maker in a pinch. I see that Twister used to make sure Rival can't hard engage there. Iron Hive used, slowing up Milcreo, but no follow-up damage there. Hiroshi goes in with a super. Can't collect the ball, though. Saga's going to force back now with that Gale Force. Jay wants to get more aggressive here, and why wouldn't you? 3 music notes ready to go, and that melody's looking scary.
Still got another gadget left on the bottom side. Advance towards the ball. You might be able to get this one in. It's going to take some help from Kuru. This ball ends up getting passed toward the back right, where it's actually not very possible for Rival to attack. They're going to have to earn their way there now. And Angelic have swarmed around this ball. I'll call puppy guarding, but they will advance this one towards the midfield to try and generate a goal. They have a couple supers to do it. Note that Fang has Hypercharge, which is a ridiculously powerful ability here in 5v5.
Yeah, again, of course, that Hypercharge super that he can go through walls, not relevant anymore, but the stat boost is definitely something worth bearing in mind. He can really tear you to shreds, and of course, I don't think he has Corn Fu. He probably has the roundhouse kick stun, so that can be dangerous if you group up, and there it is, he comes in, but it's going to be a trade, 1-for-1. Genki taken down by Shu in the end. Melty stunned up at the bottom of the map. 22 seconds left in the round's response. Wants to try and surge ahead. It's Ryoho coming with the Darrell roll. He's very healthy. Another shot. Rolls forward. Going to be knocked back by a now. We're in under 13 seconds. Genki explodes on contact and Shu. 1 versus 2 gets the score. Nicely done by Rival. They wrap it up beautifully there.
We see such a prevalence of brawlers that are able to get some movement ability forward and then have a super just ready to go. Mo is one of those brawlers. He has a dash forward. He has a bunch of health. He gets to be invincible during the dash, and then when he pops out of the ground, he has a super that's, you know, on a normal day, supposed to let him just get back into his typical range form. Here, for that final goal, it was used to snipe one into the goal. There was only one member defending it that could not have possibly blocked that goal. What an excellent move seized by Mo here. Just a cruel reminder of how quickly these games can exchange hands.
Angelic, they're still in this. We're only 1 round into this Brawl Ball matchup there. Nicely done, Jay. Handled deftly by Melty, able to use a phase shifter to get away from the melody. Kuru already up to level 2. Good early damage, for sure. Hiroshi takes the triple tap. Kuru wants to move up, super available, but they are stunned up. Shu still wants to come forward. The response is not in a good position. Jay needs to go huge here, and he does! Double kill for the Melody, and now it's an open field for Angelic to advance through. Ryohei needs to be careful, can't be overextending. Jay wants to go deep, but eventually is staved off. Melty pops that max super, and Rival scrabbling to get back in position.
They do have Melty completely surrounded. Hiroshi barely could not get it. Melty slipped through his fingers. Very interesting aggressive play, and for Geki that, makes no contact on any enemies. Whoa, what a catch it there. Firm response, but here comes the Hypercharge Mag Super. They got so much more value when you're in a 5v5 scenario, but it is defended by Angelic with a prudent use of Sago's Gale Super.
Max is already level 3 though. Be careful, Jay. You are marked up as it is, but Hiroshi goes in, pops the Clancy straight away. 1-for-1 again, and traded again as Milcreo is able to deal with the mode. Genki uses a stun on 1 player, but is able to get out alive and has a super ready to go for the next run through. Jay marked up, trying to use a shield, but again, that damage amplification for incoming damage is too much. Another great rattled hive leads Melty quite low, and Angelic start to move up again.
Okay, a little stun there on Nakura, and Shu knocks him back for just a moment, but the ball has now gone to a different approach down at the bottom lane. Jay, Geki, Response all doing their best to defend. Look at Response, he is marked up. He's a marked man. Not able to do much in terms of defense. He'll pass it to the top side. Shu tries to interrupt. Can't get that ball in his possession. Super it into the goal. We'll see this one head down to the top side.
Kuru just got 3 kills as level 3 Clancy. Very, very scary right now. Sago living dangerously. Twister keeps him alive, and great super to set up the kill on Melty. 14 seconds left in the round. Still no goal scored. The map about to open up as Jay wants to come up. That's another gadget use here for the Melody. Some extra durability, but Rival need to slow things down. They need respawns to come back in. The map will open up one way or another. Hypercharge, though, is up for Milk Rio. It's a free mark, basically, on response getting caught out.
A super available for Rio. He's got another one to use right after. Stunned by Geki. Still eliminated. Shu shoved off by the Twister. Super down the bottom side. But it's intercepted by Jay. The top side, but Crew's deleting these guys. Hiroshi with a missed super, but still, the kill comes in as he pops back into the normal Mo form. This one's getting cornered in the top right. Angelic are scrambling to get control back before they even think about pushing this ball towards Rival's side.
Still 28 seconds left in the round. Hiroshi can dive and at least try and secure a trade here, but it's looking dicey. Rival have the map control. Starting to force Angelic back into the corner. Hiroshi with super now available. Thinks about going for the ball, but has to think a second time. Here's Geki coming in with a hypercharge. Not too bad. Finds one, but it's not enough. Ryohei running roughshod over Angelic, and Rival gets the goal in at the 11th hour. Nice leader.
Such execution here for Rival. The entire squad. Those additions of Ryohei and Crew have been crucial for the success of this team. In my opinion, I will still stand by what they said. I think they looked a little rough in the time leading up to this competition, but they looked like such a confident squad. I really admire the draft from them as well. I think it worked super harmoniously. The power players coming out here, the Mo, the Daryl, these guys were paramount in the success with their ability to have basically two supers to generate some goals out here. But that final moment, the last goal, was not one of those moments where Ryohei or Shu are making the power play, but we will see some of this. Angelic had a stalwart defense in this final game.
Yeah, look, I think Daryl very powerful because you can shoot, roll, and, you know, basically close a lot of the map while still essentially maintaining possession of the ball there. I think the Clancy is really good. I mean, late into the game, hitting very hard, especially when there's nothing to break up that super, there's no terrain in the way. You are getting sprayed, taking a huge amount of damage. I think there was like a 3-kill spree that we saw Kuru able to create. And again, just being able to do more than just go 1-for-1 here. If you're able to get 2, God let alone 3 kills, you can snowball that advantage so massively, even on a map like Brawl Ball, where it is still very positional.
This is a 3v3 dynamic that we were kind of talking about in Knockout, where a brawler that would usually get denied super is now just allowed a bunch of free hits because, I don't know, there are 5 different brawlers. We're all kind of shooting at each other. And here in Brawl Ball, where there are brawlers playing aggressively into you galore, Clancy will never be shoot of any charge to get to his next level.
Yeah, that was obviously pretty impressive. Again, you can start with a bit of extra credits on Clancy if you take the right star power. The Fang, though, didn't quite work out. I think, again, in 5v5, you get blown up awfully fast. You know, you don't have a lot of... You're pretty tanky, right? Fang has a large amount of health for someone who wants to sort of be in your face and even can poke at long range, sort of. But we saw multiple times that Fang just getting blown up before he could reach his mark.
It seems like even in 5v5, Fang still hangs on to his reputation as a noob killer and not really a brawler that sees too much success in competitive play. Because, like you said, you got a lot more brawlers on the field. Like, Fang looks at that, he goes, oh boy, that's a lot of brawlers for me to reflect off of. But then your opponents think, okay, well,
वही सबसे अच्छा नावी का गोल लगा था जो सुपर से किया था उन्होंने. हाँ भाई, वो पास वाला गोल भी बड़ा ओपी था भाई, जो उन्होंने एक दूसरे को पास करके गोल करा था ना, वो तो भाई खतरनाक ही था. एक दूसरे को सुपर से पास करके गोल. हाँ, वही वाला.
Really make it hard for one of those tankier opponent brawlers to come forward at all, right? If it's a Fang that's hit by it, it's really quite problematic for them. So we have our next couple of games already set for you. We have our upper final between Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports, and then of course our lower semi-final, which will be the next game.
Grand final में भाई साहब कौन पहुंचेगा? Crazy.
Again, that means new opportunities to vote for a game and map. New opportunities, of course, to vote for a modifier. Event.brawlstars.com is where to make those votes and, of course, earn yourself rewards as we go. Get yourself some star drops. Get your predictions in. We're going to be back on the other side of the break and set you up for our lower semi-final, another best of 3. This one, though, it's an elimination game.
This one's going to be an entertaining watch between Navi and Angelic. Oh, okay.
Chip is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Which brawler used a rocket launcher as their primary attack? Rocket launcher? Nita. नीट आई तो छोड़ दिया रॉकेट लॉन्चर। लॉल भाई ब्रॉक है गाइस। चलो भाई ब्रेक आ गया है तो हम भी चलते हैं थोड़ी देर ब्रेक पे।
Like 30 people.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
All right, folks, it's lower semi-final time here at our Brawl Stars Championship September Spectacle for the APAC region, powered, like always, by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Welcome back. We have an elimination match on our hands here. That is right. The chance at an extra $2 grand prize money for the winning team. Well, that's in the balance here for either Na'Vi or Angelic, who are fighting to avoid being kicked out the whole darn tootin' thing. I'm back here. I'm Ura, of course. I'm with Kenny, and I'm with Ready Set. We've seen kind of everything. We've had a bit of a taste of all of our modes. We saw a little bit of knockout there in the previous game with a meteor shower, no less. We're coming into this next series, of course, between Angelic and Na'Vi, and only one team, Kenny, can advance.
Yeah, this is winner go home right here. Big deal, but thankfully there are bounties up for grab. I'm going to be at the helm for that too, so I'm excited to see what chaos I can cause here alongside chat who get to vote at home.
That's right, event.brawlstars.com. In case you weren't aware of it, tattoo it on the inside of your eyelids so you never forget. As we can, of course, go in there and vote for not only who you think is going to win, you can also vote, of course, for when our map types are up for grabs. Now, our first map of this series is up for your voting, so that'll be open in a moment. But first, let's have a look at the bracket here. Ready, set, get us up to speed so far after our first two best of threes.
This was exciting. We saw Crazy Raccoon actually get a comeback versus Na'Vi. It looked like they were going to win it at first. Nonetheless, we'll see Na'Vi play once again in this lower semifinal. Rival Esports swept through Angelic without any issues to get their placement in the upper finals, where we'll see them play Crazy Raccoon later. For now, we have to decide who our first team to go home will be. Is it going to be Na'Vi? Is it going to be Angelic? It'll be decided in a best of three.
Now, our predictions so far, I think it's worth circling back around to those here. We had Crazy Raccoon to win out against Na'Vi. We were right, almost wrong, though. And then, of course, that semi-final number 2, it was Rival, who were able to triumph with Ryohei and Kuru in tow. Now heading to take on Crazy Raccoon after that. So lower semis, though, again, Ready, set, you are Angelic till you die. You still feel that way after that second semi?
Till I die, man. I am ride or die Angelic, these guys. Nah, for real, they're actually just like a nice group of people. So I'm putting my heart forth just like their logo.
Yeah, good for you.
Homie, all right. I'm glad that Homie feels like on event.brawlstars.com he can, you know, like be like not get the pin because he thinks they're nice people. Like I wouldn't wager my awesome ninja BSC pin on what I think about folks, but
nice
I like
isn't
that.
winning.
Nice isn't winning up there. There's probably another way. Nice guys finished. Never mind. Anyway, we are going to be jumping into this one in just a moment. And like we mentioned earlier, our map type is up for grabs. But Na'Vi versus Angelic, let's run through them very quickly. Na'Vi is Achapi, Levi, Suzuku, Memeshi, and Kenji have joined this roster, of course. Players who are no stranger to success. Players from previous Zeta Division rosters, who, as you can imagine, world champions, of course. Zeta Division 0 won that year. We have a couple of the Zeta 1 players on this team. That's a Chapi on your screen here. Look, safe to say, Kenny, pretty insane pedigree out of this region.
It's been an awesome year for competition. I mean, outside of obviously the fun we're having tonight, multiple monthly finals champions, even a team like Crazy Raccoon, renowned across the entire world for the skills that they put up, were challenged by teams like Angelic, Na'Vi, Coco Loco, who's got a little representation out here on this Angelic roster as well, I might add. I mean, plenty of teams across the region, even some surprises too. Rival Esports seemingly out of nowhere, taking off to the top with the guaranteed ticket to the World Finals.
That's right, of course. I mean, that's something to sort of bear in mind. I mean, I'll be honest with you. did not expect this APAC region to end up sort of shaping up like it did here. And like I mentioned beforehand, we went to the LCQ. I thought Na'Vi would be the team that would come through their group. They look so dominant, but they struggle. I don't know what it is, that reject Na'Vi team, they always struggle at LCQs. Anyway, folks, you are voting for the mode that we are going to play in this series. So far, every time we put this up to a vote, it's been Brawl Ball. But hey, doesn't mean that can't change here. Event.brawlstars.com is where you can vote for your preferred game mode, and I'm going to set expectations here. I think our audience really want to see one particular map type ready and one map type only. What do you think that is, mate?
Nah, it's got to be Brawl Ball for sure. And you know what? I'm going to try and sway the vote a little bit and ask that you vote for Suspenders right now. We have been dying to know what in Brawl Stars at all resembles Suspenders as far as the geography of it.
I think we're going to get it. I think we're guessing it.
I believe in the people.
Did we?
I believe.
So we are voting, of course, on the event site only for the map type. The actual specific map, I think, is chosen sort of internally. And if Brawl Ball was going to be chosen here, it was going to be Suspenders. So we are going over towards that map. Now, why are we so excited about this again?
Well, Suspenders are, cool shapes are cool, waves are great,
cool
the
name.
ripples are freezing, but the penders are sus. So we got to go with those.
I can't believe he just...
We went there.
Snuck that in. The penders are sus.
I might change.
Let it be known, folks. Yeah.
What?
It's too late.
Did I ruin the map?
It's too late to vote for a different map.
Yeah.
You can't do it. I mean, it's too late. The people have spoken.
61% of you at home.
हाँ ब्रो नावी जीतेगी अरे पिछले मैच के हिसाब से भाई साहब तो नावी को तो फ्री विन है भाई फ्री विन
For Na'Vi and Angelic, a reminder, this is a best of 3 series, and the winner will advance in the lower bracket to await either one of Rival and Crazy Raccoon, who would then fall down and play them. The loser is eliminated. They're going to have to watch the rest of this, whatever you want to call it, this catastrophe in 5v5 from the sidelines. But one thing's for sure, it's been a ton of fun so far. We've got to see a ton of different brawler picks. We've even already seen Kenji just run wild, the newest brawler to hit the game, still only in early access. Mo, of course, the recent brawler. Clancy, very powerful brawler that we didn't see as much of in the BSC, as he was initially banned pretty heavily and then shied away from when it came to picks and bans. So this is apparently where you come to see those new brawlers into the game that normally are banned out because teams.
योगेश भाई आपने मुंह वाला क्वेश्चन छोड़ दिया जिसके कारण आपको 60 पॉइंट्स नहीं मिले हाँ भाई वो मैं जरा चला गया था कहीं अब आया मैंने जब देखा भाई इतने में तो टाइम्स अप हो गया था कोई नहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
It's going to be ready, said he thinks Angelica is going to take it. I'm going to step aside. Kenny, ready? Floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, partner.
मैं चला गया था भाई कहीं मेरा भी ब्रेक हो गया था ना बीच में अब उन्होंने ब्रेक के बीच में पॉप अप कर दिया क्वेश्चन
going to be a Suspenders ready. You got your wish.
Yes, I did. And okay, you know what? I guess I can kind of see the resemblance of Suspenders. Kenny, I think you've seen more Suspenders in your life than I have. I've legitimately never worn a pair.
On the occasion, I think I maybe worn them one time in my life. When I was at a wedding one time, actually wore suspenders. So it's happened on a handful of occasions. Usually a formal attire, but you know what? What's the Brawl Ball map? I mean, I kind of like it. You can see the shape and form. I do want to note too, it's pretty open. There's a few tight ropes in here. I think there's going to be a lot of goal-scoring opportunities here as well for this. Bounties coming up out there too.
2 सेकंड बचे थे मैं पहुंच गया भाई सही है तो तुमने क्लेम कर लिया होगा है ना सही है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
I am definitely liking the sound of that. I think in a lot of cases also that coincides with your objective, because I don't think anyone really wants to be the second team to score a goal, even in the absence of bounties. We'll see how both of these teams navigate it. And note that Angelic actually opted not to go for the Melody this time. Navi is going to be putting Suzuku on the Brawler, and I've been a big advocate for it. Hasn't always succeeded. We actually didn't see it work for Angelic when they played it previously. But for Navi,
अच्छा तुम्हारे 280 पॉइंट्स हो गए हैं क्या
Once again, that bell I think is going to be very solid. The bounce shot
एक बार मेरे को कमेंट में बताना किस के कितने पॉइंट्स हो गए और डोंट फॉरगेट टू वोट भाई वोट जरूर करो भाई गेम से पहले आ जाता है वोट साइड में तो वोट जरूर करो भाई ये पहले की स्किन सबको मिल गई क्या रैंक में से भाई मैं ही रह गया बस मुझे ही नहीं मिल पाई ना पिछली बार मिल पाई थी मेरे को गेल की
still working for his first super. A few takedowns finding their way onto Na'Vi, and Jay is handing out these 3,000 damage taps for absolute free. Meanwhile, Suzuki is being denied any value at every single turn.
They're going to be working through this lower section of the map. Kenji firing from distance, and of course Mo is a problem at all distances. He can close the gap, get up close as well. The projectiles he can throw out are crazy, but a little extra speed going down for AGC. A pass through the wall right there, and all the members clustered alongside it. It's going to take a serious Na'Vi defense here to hold on.
This is a ball of death. At mid, Suzuki tries to charge in, accomplish something, does mildly weaken Sago.
85% भाई Na'Vi गया गोल है.
Meshi actually ends up getting the last laugh, and a Choppy with a push down the bottom side to get this first goal for Na'Vi.
The B pick, an interesting one as well. Not a lot of tanks in the mix here, but here comes the red roster rearing its ugly head once again. A perfect gadget coming in from B there, though. Nice tags. Another takedown as well. He's putting up a two-piece, looking for a third. A phase shift keeps him alive, but now Suzuki taking off, gets the top corner, and that's going to be a 2-0 victory for Na'Vi.
बड़ी जल्दी हो गया भाई. बड़ी जल्दी खत्म हो गया.
Because you can get that bank shot, so it gives you the chance to fire around an enemy more effectively. It's precisely what we saw from the Melody there, and the Melody has proven successful here for Na'Vi, whereas it didn't really work out for Angelic when we saw them choosing this brawler. I think I like the execution. We talked about this previously in terms of Brawl Ball here, where a brawler that is able to movement ability forward and then fire away their super is going to get some of the most value. We saw that with Daryl in particular, but now we see it with Melody, we see it with the Mo as well, the two brawlers from Na'Vi that wound up scoring goals.
I think the Melody, you said it earlier, is a must pick. It's not the best brawler. It's definitely not at its top point anymore, right? But it is great for just throwing down supers, getting across the map. I think just having that in your back pocket, not even necessarily being aggressive with it, but just waiting for maybe just a little opening on the top lane or the bottom lane and just taking off to the other end to be such a difference maker. So Na'Vi going to be up 1-0 here. Keep in mind, this isn't only to survive, but if you go home, no more opportunities for bounties right now. Angelic certainly fighting for their tournament life. A little extra cheddar as well, a bounce shot away, a desperate defense coming in from Na'Vi. And it's successful so far. They just have to get through these last two brawlers. Top of the net for response, though. Angelic strike back.
It almost looked like Na'Vi might defend that. It was such a goal for Angelic, but it was sort of fumbled on the goal line where Sago couldn't phase shifter towards the ball. They moved forward as a force of 5. This time, we've already seen the Suzuki penetrate the defenses on the top side. Kenji gets a kill on response. And now Na'Vi are moving this towards the enemy side, but they don't have a super to score this ball. All they have is positioning. Hiroshi is disrupting that. We'll see Suzuki get the kill on him, but he's unable to defend. He's one tapped by any one of these projectiles. A super to the top, but Sago can't get it in. And Na'Vi get to shift the tides battle.
Shifting the tides is a great way of putting it. I feel like a lot of the times here we're seeing an all-out commitment from both of these teams. Angelic going to send as many brawlers as possible. If it fails, Na'Vi can take back this middle area. Good on Angelic, though. They've managed to keep the distance and put their foot on the gas pedal here. I feel like when you're in a situation with Suzuki as well, Melody, great for offense. Not going to be able to support on defense as much while we saw her run away, but right now she might have an opportunity to do her job.
Well, she is taken down. The Choppy's ready to receive a pass, though. Mameshi can't get it forward. He's taken down by Geki's Kooky Popper. In response, gets a kill on a Choppy as well. Now the tide is coming in. But the ball's passed towards the top side because Angelic are incredibly aware of how they can actually put this ball in the corner. So we were discussing at the top of show is, does this still exist in 5v5? Well, very much so. It's precisely what Angelic have opted to go for. Sort of a stalemate at the top side. Response is just trying to hang on. There are only 25 seconds for Na'Vi to somehow punch through this, and they'll accomplish that with a hypercharge, but it actually doesn't get them any forward movement.
Now Geki's powered up his ally as well. Mameshi bottom side, just trying to corral the enemies. Shot clock available, and Na'Vi need to move quickly. Ball in the corner. Levi with a kill. Geki trying to hold on. Jay from the distance lobbing up shots, and it's just alone a Choppy on the map. All of his teammates disappeared on him. Angelic gonna tie things up.
Cornering the ball was the play. They got that early goal, but they weren't able to replicate the success of that initial push in for the remainder of the game. The reason being, well, it's sort of a mystery. You have 5v5 out here. It's all kinds of mayhem. We see repeatedly what you pointed out, Kenny, where It's an all-out commitment every single time. And that was how Angelic accomplished their first goal. They committed hard. And with the staggered respawns of Na'Vi, they didn't actually have too many issues getting that ball in, even though they did kind of brick that first shot. Then we saw Na'Vi attempt to accomplish that, but their aggressive brawlers are rushing forward and dying. Now they're at a man disadvantage. No one's there to receive the pass. I think the closest that Na'Vi actually got to scoring a ball, the one brawler who could do it, was limited by Geki's Cookie Popper. So these microscopic plays, in the grand scheme of things, still matter so much. You got to be able to see the forest for the trees, even in a 5v5 situation.
Response starting off hot. Multiple taps there. Marks the choppy and gets the takedown onto Kenji, the fellow Bell. They're working this ball on the top side, though. 3 red roster members while Sako does the work in the mid. Kenji looking for shots. A long distance attempt. Not going to quite connect. And now it's Na'Vi who are actually going to take one play out of Angelic's book, and they're going to corner this one.
Oh my goodness, Hiroshi tried to do it. He went for the super right by the side of Kenji and Meshi, but they formed a wall to prevent that ball from going in the bottom side. We will see Geki get the kill with the Cookie Popper. He's just out of range of the rattled hive from Levy. But Levi still gets the kill. Suzuki's ready with the super to get a kill on Hiroshi. Look how Hiroshi is right inside of that radius of Suzuki. He fell in the end, but he survived way longer than he should have been able to.
It was so funny just to see him walk alongside that. A choppy, though, gonna try and slide this one in. He does! He gets through every single defender, throws it right up the middle. He's actually gonna be able to respond with a goal. Now Na'Vi with a 1-0 lead in set number 1.
An ordinary pass covers so much distance in 5v5. And that's what permitted Na'Vi to get that goal just then. Now they can opt to corner the ball if that's more their speed. Instead, they're going to go for the goal on the enemy side. Suzuki eliminated by Jay. This is looking to be a good Angelic defense. Towards the top side, Jay gets the kill on the Meshi. And now Angelic can push towards the opposite side. Whoa, 2 taps from Response. We're laser-sighted in on Levi. But we have not seen a super ability just yet for Angelic. They need to get in range of the goal. Jay went for one on the top, but it's intercepted by Mameshi.
Response having the set of the night so far. So many takedowns, a lot of taps and connections, and now they have to play a serious defense on this bottom left-hand side. A dive in from a choppy, burrowing his way into death. It's going to be Hiroshi now trying to do the same. He goes down as well. All 4 members of Na'Vi just trying to stay up. A breakaway opportunity, though, with 15 on the clock and a phase shift. They finally make their way back, and it's going to be left to Angelic to try and hold on.
Zago has the speed for 2 teammates here, but only 5 seconds left to get this all the way across the field. Super 3 Response can get it. Zago's gonna pass it forward. No, he can't get to Jay in time. What a disaster. It was nearly a recovery. In the end, it goes to Na'Vi.
Oh, it was going to be such a close call, too. He elected to go for the pass. I'm not sure he had the coverage to super shot it into the net. He might have been 1 to 2 steps off. I say at a quick glance with only a second on the clock. That's a hard decision, though. Would have been a possibility of having a buzzer beater and sending that one into overtime.
Man, even if Response had picked that up, I still think that that one would have stopped right on the goal line. Yeah. The timer would have expired first. If things had just been a tiny bit tighter, then maybe we can discuss whether it had been possible, but I just don't think it was that realistic. That's unbelievable, though. Consider the amount of distance that that ball would have had to cover in a matter of, what, 4 seconds? It was recovered in the back right corner by Angelic, and then supered all the way across the field. Would have been definitely the play of the night, without a doubt. This one was impressive, though. That goal from Suzuki on the top side really taught us how impactful that super can be on this map, in particular with the bank shot at that particular area of the goal.
Impressive stuff, to say the least. I think you're right. It is one of those judgment calls. It is impressive to me, though, that the coordination these guys have found in a 5v5 mode, which these guys, I don't think have been practicing 5v5. I'd be really surprised. They're all kind of learning alongside us, coming out here, playing the game mode.
What modifier do you want from the next set?
They're able to figure out and send a pass over 4 seconds to the other side of the map. I mean, maybe 5 seconds would have been enough. I really think there's a world where Angelic get that done.
Angry robot तो सबको चाहिए
भाई. If only they'd had the foresight to start doing that at 5 seconds left instead of 4 seconds. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That's not what happened. But let's talk about what's coming up next, because we got some modifiers for you to vote for on the event site. You'll do it at event.brawlstars.com.
Guys, जिसने अभी तक स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं करा है, लाइक कर दो, चैनल बनाया है, सब्सक्राइब मार दो भाई.
Graveyard shift.
Let's go.
Would be a fun change of pace.
We can reach 15k. Oh, 15k, sorry. 1.5k soon. 3k के लिए तो अभी बहुत टाइम है भाई. 1.5k.
But dealing damage to heal back up is a really enticing one. I just think it promotes aggression, which is something I enjoy seeing. However, Angry Robot was kind of thin last time, so I wouldn't blame the people if they went that direction.
Oh, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But let me make a good argument for Graveyard Shift. Did you know that in 5v5, when you get healed from dealing damage, it actually heals your entire team? Would you believe me if I told you that?
Whoa, only 14% of the people right now look like they do. Would love to see some extra votes there. I think the people at home are just suckers for a little chaos. They want to see a giant robot punch some people, catch them off guard, and really make this a 6v5 situation.
And look, you can also change which side the robot's going to. If you push them away, you'll get a little Gale action, and there's some solid knockback. Start griefing. Well, it's not really griefing the enemy. You're just playing the mode competitively and leveraging that robot to fight on your side instead of against you. But I don't think there's really much to be gained from the robot. If you're familiar with the robot from some of your showdown games as a modifier, usually you get some power cubes. Not here. It's just here to mess up your day and not much else.
And the results are officially in. It is going to be the Angry Robot. We are moving on to Gym Grab as well, and I get to be the
Gym Grabs और Angry Robots. भाई सब खत्म हो जाएगा. भाई how to watch BS Championship.
I want to see these teams race in game number 1.
तुम Brawl Stars के e-sports के लिंक पे जाके कर सकते हो. Brawl Stars का जो e-sports का जो पेज है ना, वेबसाइट है, वहाँ पे जाके तुम देख सकते हो. बाकी Brawl Stars के YouTube चैनल जो है e-sports का, उस पे भी चालू है. But for the rewards, you can go to the website for the rewards.
Elimination route 2 ready. It's less opportunities to compete for bounties, not just for that first
Brawl
place prize,
Stars
but
esports
obviously for the
championship
extra
website
incentives along the way. The less matches you're playing, the less likely you are to bring home a bag of cheddar.
Look, because, you know, in modes with modifiers, we got to keep things fair. They threw too much of a wrench in people's plans for us to, you know, treat it like the competitive environment.
Account नहीं बना है.
Bounties, that's the thing to compete for.
नहीं, जो तुम्हारा Supercell का आईडी है ना, जो तुम्हारा Gmail आईडी अकाउंट Supercell से लिंक है, मतलब जो आपका Brawl Stars में जो आपका Gmail आईडी लिंक है, उसी से लॉगिन करना है. ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट है, कोई इशू नहीं होगा. बट लिंक वहीं से कॉपी करना, मतलब जहाँ पे जो अपना ब्रॉल स्टार्स का ई स्पोर्ट्स चैनल है ना, वहीं से क्लिक करना लिंक पे, और किसी एक्स्ट्रा लिंक पे क्लिक मत करना.
With CR, he's obviously insane. We chatted a little bit about it pre-show, but this guy is absolutely nuts right now. They're going to pair this with Mo. More Bell as well. I think on these maps that are just semi-range,
no need for the extra
for the marker as well onto the robot. We saw that be a strategy earlier.
To log in
I think Sandy had tried true effort into something like Gym Grab, the invisibility, going to be able to cover all the team. And Gale's just darn good at the game right now. I'm excited to see what Angelic kind of do to counter these 5 brawlers. Obviously, it's kind of a blind pick going into it. They're not necessarily counter-comping, but it's like the good old days of Brawl Stars. You're just whipping out whatever you think is the best strategy.
This is true. Maybe trying to get a read on what your opponent is going for.
I like that.
But also, oh man, already some ability to reposition. Okay, this is very inventive. Now, this is actually a little characteristic of Angelic, because they really do like to play some of these run-it-down brawlers. They've literally only gone for like 2 brawlers that don't simply run at the enemy. They've got this Mandy, and they also are working with the Gray here. Now, Mandy should be good for maintaining KD, getting a good distance from enemies. With a map that's more open, you're not just going to be leveraging that extended range in the vertical direction, but also horizontally, perhaps to, you know, hold another gem mine. But I'm most excited to see what their Mortis is going to be going for, because this is actually an Angelic favorite.
I think the Gray is also kind of a clever one here. His win rate in 5v5 Gym Grab specifically is actually pretty solid, and I think especially considering that you can teleport not only 2 other teammates now, but you get extras. You can send 5 mates anywhere on the map so quickly. On a map with 1 spawner in particular, there's going to be gyms in the middle, and that is all they get to work with. I'm excited to see how this race goes down. Don't forget about those bounties, folks. Each team going to be competing for 10 gyms.
Well, so far, Navi is in the lead. Hiroshi is going to be spawning right under him. Whoa, Kenji didn't even see him. But the Lily is fully aware. Levi did sense his position, so Hiroshi's sort of going to be estranged from his entire team. But here comes the angry Robo, and it's going for Navi.
Here comes the Mortis as well. Immediate pushback. And unfortunately for AGC, they're already down in the gym count. Now they've got 45,000 HP. He's got to run and at him right now. There's a punch. He even got a kill. Bro's joining in on the fight.
Angry Robo is ready to throw hands. That's 800 damage every
पड़ गया भाई पीछे
Angelic
एंजेलिक के पीछे पड़ गया भाई खत्म
from the Meshi actually helps that robot pick up a kill. And we'll see Saga repeatedly dashing away from the robot. In the meantime, though, Levi does get a kill. He's going for the super onto Mandy. Unfortunately, doesn't make any contact. There's a first countdown, by the way, for Navi. It might exchange hands, though. Saga's throwing hands. Man's got 10 gems to the other side, but they don't get that bounty.
The bounty was retrieved, but the game might not be. Navi willing to get $500 though, just to try and survive this Mortis running down to the other end. And Choppy needs a quick takedown, and it's close, but not quite enough. Angelic don't get the bounty, but they do get a nice win.
That is the one downside of. Wait, that's not.
ये 10 साइड का छोटा भाई नहीं लग रहा
I guess 10 sides tune in on the player cams.
हाँ भाई
or X9 going.
10 साइड का छोटा भाई लग रहा है भाई.
He was putting on the greatest cosplay that we've ever seen on a player cam.
Maybe just that. Choppy though on the other end, at least he's a little bit richer. Not a game victory, but certainly an extra bounty alongside it. So like I said earlier, even when
गाइस जिसने अब तक स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं करा है लाइक कर दो चैनल पे नए आ रहे हो सब्सक्राइब मार दो भाई चलो लेट्स गो 1.5 के करवाना है यार लेट्स गो चलो चलो चलो
either of these teams go down, they are out for the rest of the night. So I know Navi Nation is going to be loud in the comment section. I'm sure they were jazzed
और don't forget to cheer your favorite team. जब भी ये दिखे कोने में तुरंत दबा देने का भाई तुरंत दबा देने का
As well, no matter where he dashed, the robot was still laser locked onto him. But Sago got the last laugh. He got the elimination on the enemy gym carry and walked away with many of those gems. He may get to help his team advance later in the bracket, but Navi still did get that $500 prize for the bounty. We will see a couple of kills on the back right, especially with the assistance of Kenji. And look at this placement of the teleport down. That's going to be how Hiroshi plans on getting into mid. It's all kinds of mayhem happening. The super in from Levi, but no real kills as a result. Nonetheless, Navi have established their dominance here at mid with all 5 members on patrol.
Jay swooping in real quick. That was a bold call from a sharpshooter. Geki goes down as well. Navi eliminating players constantly. Hiroshi teleporting back. Has a super to hold on to. Wonder how many people are going to try and send through this teleporter. Here comes response. Levi, though, surviving. He can be indestructible, but not for much longer. Thankfully, though, for the side of Angelic, they've got a little reinforcements coming in with the robot.
Oh, Kenji on his retreat ends up feeding into that robot. We will see that defensive play here from Navi as they now race to get to the back right. It's a Choppy and Levi that need to stay alive. Meanwhile, Response is trying to charge in, but a robot is ready to go for anyone. Kenji sacrifices himself once again just to keep it on the back right. Levi with the maintaining of these gems. They're all over his head now, and he's in the back left. Keep in mind, he has the ability to heal up, which is going to make him extra beefy, but here comes the teleport down from Geki. Just a few seconds left. Sago rejected off the outset of that dash in. Needs his super to stay alive, but he's rejected at every single turn. The final super from Levi to keep himself alive confirms the game win.
Nicely done. What should be
nicely done from this बैंक गले में पता नहीं क्या फंसा हुआ है बांस गले में बांस फंसा हुआ है क्या भाई nicely done
Kenji just casually 1v2ing by the way on that right hand lane. It's an unbelievable brawler right now, and I think especially when there's so many moving parts in 5v5 in particular, we'll call it 6v5 now that there's an angry robot running around. It's just so good to have options for healing with your regular shot. A dashing super that keeps you indestructible. It's hard to predict where that thing is going to go to. You really have to keep your head on a swivel against Kenji.
The only real consistent thing with Kenji is that, well, wherever he uses his super from, you know he's going to be returning to that one position after he, uses his super. But with him being so fresh, that muscle memory isn't built into everyone's brains just yet. But I did observe in some previous games where a team was playing into that Kenji that they were waiting under the spot where he was bound to return from the super. The only issue, though, is that Kenji has 1,000,001 other things in his kit that super valuable in close range, especially the ability to heal any recently taken damage has got to be one of the strongest things about a brawler that is supposed to be an assassin, but instead actually becomes a bit of a tank.
Very powerful healing mechanism there. One of the best gadgets in the game right now, I think. His introduction has been nothing short of fun and chaotic, which is perfect for the night we're having. First time as well, Angelic starting off hot. They are going to be ones with the gym count lead. A little dive-in from Mortis, who's gotten powered up with a hypercharge more recently. Love seeing him on the fun. And there goes Kenji dashing away. Response trying to play defense just long enough to survive. Angelic will hold on to their gyms for now.
Angelic, they had to play defense around Levi over here.
क्या दबाना है?
Aren't able to. See that super?
Cheer button भाई, cheer button.
He had to get away from where
जैसे ही दिखे तुरंत दबा दो. भाई साहब एंग्री रोबोट नहीं जीने दे रहा भाई. एंग्री रोबोट नहीं जीने दे रहा. कितने टॉक्सिक लोग हैं भाई. एंग्री रोबोट भाई साहब क्यों करा भाई वोट. पिछली बार मैंने सोचा थोड़ा जेन्युइन हम्बल लोग होंगे भाई, अच्छी चीज वोट करेंगे मॉडिफायर में. भाई पिछली बार एंग्री रोबोट जब भी दिखता है एंग्री रोबोट दो भाई. टीज करने में मजा आता है. और दो भाई, चैलेंजेस और दो. रुक नहीं रहा भाई. पैसे दे दिए एंग्री रोबोट को, पैसे दे दिए भाई.
Pushback from the hypercharge as well. Stuns going down from the Sandy Super in response, just trying to stay alive in the meantime.
Oh, मैं तो कुछ
goes to worse here for Angelic.
मैं तो कुछ सोच रहा था. तो सोचो भाई.
But all the gems drop to the ground. But Mortis can't.
जहाँ सोच वहाँ शौचालय भाई.
Into the same twister response. Pops the super. He's got all the healing in the world. The TP out to stay safe. But Angelic still don't have this countdown. They need one more to stay in it. Navi on the other hand are 4 gems away from starting a countdown of their own. Here's Levi deeply implanted in the back lines, but was not able to keep this countdown from being started for Angelic. That's 13 gems over the head of Draco in the back center.
Beautifully played, and now the robot can be shepherding the other way. Levi looking to try and make a connection. Response barely alive right now. 896, the magic number. Angelic will continue their target lives. And now we get a dog on the camp celebrating. What a night.
Yo, what's a dog doing out here? Yo, and why is he posing like that?
James Grab चल रहा है भाई.
Cute. Dude, that is the dog of victory.
गोल
right
करेगा यार. एक्स-रेड भाई.
Okay, you know, it was something about me that was striking him. He was certainly smiling. My goodness. Wait, was the dog actually the one piloting the device the entire time? I have a theory.
Mark?
Yeah. Well, does account sharing only apply to other humans?
That's a great question, Reddy. I think if that dog played, they more than deserve the win. I think that would be my stance. I think if anything, it's more impressive.
भाई ने भाई साहब कपड़े अच्छे पहन रखे हैं. काश गेम भी ऐसा ही
खेलता.
खेलता.
Bounty for whoever's dog can catch a victory. I might chip in the 500 myself. That would be rather impressive in my books. The robot though, the people's
robot नहीं रुक रहा भाई.
.brawlstars.com certainly had an active role here. Look at this man chasing bodies down. It actually played very poorly for Angelic in that third game where they ended up clutching up. They dropped all 4 of those gems on the top left, I believe. Robot comes in punching, gets a takedown, but thankfully AGC very clutch there, and I think in large part due to that great teleport.
Yeah, the robot was a bit of a traitor here. He completely switched sides. Let's also keep in mind that despite an Angelic victory,
ओहो नावी ने भी $500 जीत लिया भाई. एंजेलिक तो चली गई भाई हाथ पे हाथ करके. यार मैंने गलत उसको चूज कर लिया. पता है पिछले वाले में मुझे उस दूसरे वाली टीम को करना था. एंजेलिक तो चोमू निकली भाई. गाइस स्ट्रीम लाइक कर देना जिसने अभी तक नहीं करी है, और चैनल पे नया है तो सब्सक्राइब मार देना भाई.
Both cases where Angelic did get that countdown and counted all the way down to 0 for the victory, we saw Navi hot on their heels. Mortis dashing away from certain demise, and in the last one as well, Kenji from Navi really encroaching on that respawn on the Angelic side, nearly interrupting the countdown.
1-1 overall, lower bracket. Both of these teams fighting to continue in our September spectacle. A spectacle it has been, Ready. Us 2 sheriffs here have had quite the show so far. All of these teams have been a ton of fun to watch, and I believe we'll be finishing up this match with a little bit of KO. And I want to talk about Mr. P. I think he was kind of a big brain play. We're all trying to figure out what's going down here, but there's nothing better than a 27,000 HP porter running at you. That is kind of nuts. I really like the innovation there from these teams.
2-10 हो गए भाई इसकी टीम. इसकी घड़ी में 2-10 हो गए. 2:10
very fearsome when that amount of health is coming
दोपहर चल
your
रही है भाई
way.
वहाँ.
And it's almost like a trick of the light, because in a 1v1 scenario, we saw Mr. P still get bested by superior technique from an Angelo. So there's outplay potential, but that Porter is so scary. This is going to be a bit of a different one. We're headed over to Shuffle City for knockout this time. Bit of a different flavor. Note the indestructibles that have come down, which will hopefully lean to some different gameplay. Maybe some throwers can get into the mix, because previously it's been the sharpshooters that reign supreme. But I do think that Mr. P is, you could almost call him a hybrid of a thrower and a sharpshooter, given that he can attack over walls with his suitcase bouncing. Might find some value here, and we'll get to see some of those meaty porters come out again.
I think he plays such a pivotal role here as well, because a lot of times on knockout, maybe not as much on this map in particular, we'll see it, but into sharpshooters, traditionally having the porters goes really well for yourself too. But just looking at this map, you see launch pads to get yourself to the other side / the middle. I think throwers are going to be very valuable here. Here's the pseudo thrower in Mr. P that we mentioned, El Primo, just to give him tons of health points. I like pairing that with Kit. We saw that a little bit earlier. Tick, I imagine, going to be one of the most popular picks on our ladder. I think for good reason. This is a map that seems to cater to throwers, and I would love to see nothing more ready than a one-on-one in the middle of this map. Indestructible L-shaped walls, a little cactus in the middle. I'd love to see a little fist fight towards the interior. I think that could be a lot of fun.
This is also what Angelic decided to opt for last time when they went to some of the 5v5 knockout action. They went for the Kit, they went for that Primo, but instead of the Tick, they actually opted to go for Barry. Instead, they also didn't have Bo on the case, they had Angelo instead. So a couple of adjustments from the last time. I'm surprised, though, that the things that got swapped out weren't the Kit and the Primo, which, if you ask me, were possibly the issues. Perhaps they see something that I don't. That's definitely the case, given the fact that they've decided to stick with it. But Na'Vi are going to be mirroring that Primo mentality across the way.
I love it. Tick coming in as well. I want to see an in-game 1v1 El Primo. This is my wish. There's no bounty for it. I wish I could, but it should be fun nonetheless. I think Barry is an interesting one as well for the heals, especially as Barry gets powered up. Keep in mind, too, if you're just joining us, if you're in 5v5 knockout, every time you get a takedown, your enemy brawlers get powered up. Imagine it like a power cube in something like Solo Showdown, except even better. Launch pads galore, indestructible walls.
Cheer.
To be had here. This is set number 3. It is win or go home for both Na'Vi and Angelic here.
As far as power players here, I'm expecting to see Ken G on the stick. Not on Ken G. Now that's going to be an important distinction to make, since he shares a name with the Brawler. But across the way, Angelic have a Tick of their own. So this mid area of the map is going to be basically no man's land. No one's going to want to head in there. We'll see Ken G already has his first super, and same goes for Response, who's piloting the Tick on the opposite side. It's really just the preparation phase for the final moment. We'll see an aggressive Tick super in, actually quite easily dealt with by the members of Angelic so far. No major advantage for either team, just preparation for the final moments where everyone's going to try and get their supers ready to go.
There was definitely first blood for knockout, but this one feels like
दबोच लिया नावी वालों को दबोच लिया.
Smell blood though, and they're willing to take some control. They're going to go for a little extra damage, and Barry is just going to cover the entire side of this map for his teammates. It's going to be so easy to heal off of. I love this decision to go Barry. Look how much coverage they have, how many heals they have, and I think this is going to come down to the wire here.
Look at Suzuku over here. First of all, he still needs to get that teleport, but when he does, he'll have the ability to actually teleport out of that mid area, so if they have the health advantage in the final parts of the game, they'll be able to escape quite easily, and they have the healing to keep themselves alive. Blood drawn across the way. We'll see Sago jump in with Geki on his back for the assist. Suzuku's at mid, he's ready for the TP out, but it's only going to help him escape death for a moment longer. Does have a bit of help to work with, could go for the TP in instead.
El Primo को अमर बना दिया किट ने.
And Angelic get round number 1.
Gray is not the brawler you want to have in a 1v3 scenario. He's a single shot brawler, all of them fully healthy, and this is the combination we saw earlier. Kit plus El Primo. It's already very strong on normal ladder. What's pairing it with some super powered ones as well? Here comes an immediate retaliation, though. Mameshi could be in trouble here a little bit. Actually, a double tag right hand side. Levi caught off guard, all alone, diving in. A super powered kicked Primo here gets the kill. Suzuku swinging in, willing to trade his life at that too. Lots of blood being drawn here in our round 2.
Well, things have equalized to this 3v3 now. Hey, it's just like good old times. the September 3v3 Well, here comes a neutralized tick super in. Mines litter the ground. It was a total stalemate in those terms. When we look at Angelic, though, I think that they have come in, absolutely deletes Mameshi. It's still a 3v2. Na'Vi have more health and damage, but I do think Kit is going to have the upper hand in this matchup just against Kenji. That's what Choppy's here for, is he's going to have a stun and some ability to deal with Geki, who's deleted too. It's down to a 2v2 once more.
There is no room for error. I mean, a Choppy basically got a one-tap. There's a tick super that just got a kill here as well. On the other end, though, Mr. Krabs had a little assistance. Not enough from the graveyard, though. A Choppy at stage 4, going against Response at 3. Sago at 3. That's a lot of health points on the other end, even for somebody that's as high of a damage dealer as Mo.
Wow, I'm surprised that Choppy was able to take down that hypercharged tick super. It is just owing to the damage advantage that he boasts right now. Sago is going to be forced to fight here against a Choppy who has that dash in as well as the stun combined with it. He can go for 2, but here comes a jump in from Sago. A Choppy tries to return fire, but Sago has the advantage in terms of health. Couldn't get it though. The poison tick for too much damage, and it's our second knockout tie we've seen today.
If you're the side of Na'Vi, that tie feels like a victory, and things get real interesting here if Na'Vi come away with a round. That would be a tie overall. If Angelic win this round, though, it's still a clean sweep. They would be winning this game.
No blood drawn just yet, but I do see some hypercharges on the field. Levi in particular. It would be a bit foolish to go for this in the early game, unless he's able to solo out Response in Jay on this left side, which he's certainly hoping to do as they further encroach on Navi's territory. On the top side, Kenji is holding back this top lane quite effectively. Geki is flashing the super, which means that he's ready to jump on a teammate to keep them alive for a push in. The only issue, though, is that at the current moment, Primo doesn't have a super.
Na'Vi gonna need some more firepower. Mameshi receiving a heavy hit there, needs to be careful. Now they have control of this indestructible wall side. It's finally Angelic on the defensive. We haven't seen a lot of Na'Vi aggression yet. This is what we need to see if they want a chance to tie things up in this game.
Still no advantage just yet. The tick super on the left side is dealt with quite handily. Levi at mid is still boasting this hypercharge and super combo. Look at Sago and Geki, the duo over here, but soon enough, we're going to see Kid detach, a super in from Suzuku, and he's punished heavily. Blood drawn across the way, with one member for each team missing. But now this poison's going to start closing everyone in. If they don't already beat each other to death first, a couple of kills out here, it's just a Mo and a Primo alive for Angelic.
Now it's a 2v2 situation. Na'Vi need this one desperately. 11,000 HP of a Porter, but Levi diving in strong. Fire going down. The Primo one-on-one, and Levi in the air actually preserved his life. I think that may have been what cost him the game.
You got what you wished for, Kenny. We finally got to see Primo 1v1. Yeah. And it all came down to 6,000 health. Or 600 health. Do you realize how little that is when your two Primos have 32,000 health apiece? It might as well be equivalent to 1 HP on a normal day at Brawl Stars, but this is no ordinary game. This is knockout here, 5v5 style, and the Primos are going to town.
Lots of things to break down there. First of all, it's rare that you get a tie in a round for knockout. And now we get a tie for a full game of knockout. And on top of that, it really could have been because of that gadget. He threw him over his shoulders, and because of that, he's in the air. I don't think gas applies if you're in the air, and I think 672 HP was just enough to get him through. Here we go again. 1-1 overall. Reset. It's like that game never happened, but we know full well plenty of action went down. I expect nothing less in another attempt here.
And both teams are now fully aware of the opponent's strategy. They might also seek an opportunity to adjust their own approach to this based on the lessons that they learned throughout game number 1, even though it's not propelling either team to match point as it stands. An attempt at a gadget there from Suzuku. He's just out of range of the intended target, so he didn't get that pull. Here comes another super in from Response, which is dealt with quite easily. It's the same dynamic that we've seen in every 5v5 mode since there are so many enemies that don't mind taking damage. A brawler like Tick is churning out one super after the next.
Yeah, constant rotation of that. You see Hiroshi on the bottom end as well, ready to go. Those Mo supers where he can burrow underground, get up in the face of enemies have been very valuable here. A hypercharge instantly, Levi punching away. And Mines covering the entire map. This time it's Na'Vi going to be on the back heels. We saw them tested in round number 1 of our first game. And now in the redo here, can they right the wrongs of what they did earlier?
Angelic had the same strat ready to go. A tick super in, and nothing really resulting though. Sago's got in with the gadget, but Levi eliminates him in the Primo 1v1. Na'Vi boasts the advantage for now, but every member of Angelic is currently powered up. Levi might fall. He's got to go for the jump in. Doesn't really accomplish much, but a choppy on the left side might be able to take down Hiroshi. There's one. Stun from Geki. Mameshi looks for the kill and gets it. It's a powerful response in Jay. The final couple members of Angelic. A choppy gets some of the damage, but eliminated by the hypercharged tick as Jay was just moments from falling on the exterior of these Indestructibles.
He was moments from falling even before he got powered up. He body blocked with the porters, and that's why Mr. P can be so good here. In 3v3, nothing special, unfortunately, but in this 5v5 situation, the porters fully blocked Gray. It boxed him out. It's a single shot brawler. He can't focus on multiple targets, and as a result, Jay is able to survive for the long haul, gets down into that 1v1, and is just enough HP to get Angelic the advantage. They're looking for game number 1 of this set 3 here.
Different angle from what we've seen previously. It's going to be a bit of an east versus west situation. But Angelic are slowly enveloping this top side, and it could become top versus bottom once again. Some damage coming in from Kenji, the tick player for Na'Vi. He's got to be getting close to his super. Here comes a tick super in from Angelic. That's response on the tick. Whoa! Sago and Geki are tossing people up with these Primo gadgets. They're soon to separate, but for now, they do have an advantage by just one man. Hypercharge, tick super in, but it's not really going to make any impact. It's dealt with on the bottom side as it's launched from the side of Na'Vi. Another kill on a Suzuku, and Angelic are 5 strong against Na'Vi with only 3.
Numbers advantage for Angelic, but powered up Na'Vi might be enough. Kenji gets the first. Now it's going to be a 4v3 situation. Geki and Sago, such a powerful combination. One kit super can change the entire dynamic here, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Lobbing up some yarn as Kenji goes down. 2 powerful Na'Vi enemies on the other end. Mo, one of the most powerful brawlers in the game, gonna need some serious damage output. Levi willing to dive in here, though. A dive in from a choppy as well. Multiple brawlers punching away. It's a fist fight here for the in-game. Levi popping a hypercharge, a lot of HP, but this time it's AGC surviving and starting us off in set 3 with a match point.
The use of the abilities was simply on point for Angelic. Primo in particular towards the end of that game, where yes, we saw the Primo super in from the side of Na'Vi. Yes, he made an impact. He got rid of that Mr. P porter, but when that super is not taking down those most impactful enemies, the Primo, that's going to have way too much health for you to churn through in the end, that's a huge, huge issue. We saw in particular also Primo from, well, of course, getting massive damage with the gadget towards the end, keeping enemies airborne and preventing them from attacking in the end, chaining everything together. Nicely done, Angelic.
I agree, and I really do feel like the kit in El Primo, something to watch there. And I think this is a note in general for Knockout. This is something Angelic have now done multiple times, not just on this map, but in previous ones as well. I think it's a winning strategy. Both teams, though, rearing and ready to go here early in round number 1. A tick super not quite connecting now on the other end, an attempt, but a choppy will quickly take that down. Each side just trying to gather as much utility as possible. Every single super is going to make a difference, and Kit already having one is a big deal.
We're going to see Kit and Primo combine forces once again from the side of Angelic towards the bottom side. They're looking for the aggression, and keep in mind that Gray has already fallen on the side of Na'Vi. There's another. Mo will fall, and Angelic continue their dominion. Another on the Primo. It's 5 versus 2.
And this is the social experiment. Our 2 powered-up brawlers, better than 5 on the other end. Na'Vi certainly going to put that to the test here, but it's 2 throwers, certainly more challenging. A very heavy tick super. Going to connect to the other one, though, a great distraction, and now Kenji gonna have to quickly heal up. Mameshi, however, has an easier go at that, and now it is going to be a 4v1. Mameshi claims 1. Response lobbing up shots, and Hiroshi needs to close this gap. A big, bad berry is the only thing that's keeping Na'Vi alive.
There's a tick super in for a bit of entry damage, but Mameshi can out-heal all of this damage. He's not even bothered. He's going to super over to Mameshi, two-shots him. But Geki has this stun. He's able to nullify Mameshi's ability to throw the shots on the ground. Response comes in for the kill. Mameshi did his best, but still was bested by Angelic. They're one round away from eliminating Na'Vi, making them the first team sent out of the APAC Spectacle.
Mameshi threw down so many heals to the point where Barry was absorbing it all. It truly took a stun in the wearing down of the ice cream on the ground to give them a fighting chance. Things could have really gotten out of hand there. Speaking of out of hand, Levi diving in. Now a dive away from Sago as well. Yarn balls being lobbed up. Kenji barely holding on. All of this action going down at once, and somehow nobody has gone down.
Well, Kenji might be the first. That one suitcase from Jay could have sent him packing. A hypercharged super in from Kenji. Nicely deposited on the enemy side. Angelic join forces to combine and take it down. We'll see Na'Vi make a unified push to get Angelic all the way to the top side of the map. Suzuku does strike gold with that gadget, but doesn't end up pulling any enemy in particular. The first kill is going to happen on the side of Na'Vi. Angelic are still 5 strong. It's a 5v3, but they need to take down Levi as soon as possible, because at the moment, with 20,000 health, he's going to be able to withstand basically anything from Angelic.
If they're going to be down to 3 brawlers, this might be the best 3 combination for themselves. A Choppy with the super, a hypercharge at the ready for Levi. Mameshi with so many heals. Levi just willing to dive in, knowing he has a jump at a moment's notice. I think targeting that Primo on purpose too. Ideally, that would have been one of the targets they brought down. A Choppy with a quick kill as well. Now down to a 3v4. Heals being distributed as well, but Geki is ready to go with El Primo.
They've combined once again. Mameshi's going in for something aggro. Hiroshi looks for the stun. He gets it. Levi in with the jump, but enemy Primo takes to the skies. Levi is bound to fall. A Choppy has so much health to work with, though. The final flying elbow drop in. A Choppy out of the machine, but still eliminated by Geki, and Angelic remain victorious.
A win for Angelic, which means Na'Vi are going home. But I don't mind seeing a little victory for the pup on the screen. What a cute doggo to have riding alongside. It's almost not fair, Ready. It's a 6v5 now because they've got a dog.
That I need to see more of this. Why he looks like he's smiling
so politely. Surely
LOL भाई नावी हार गई भयंकर इसमें जीत गई Angelic नावी हार गई भाई
That's what I've always said. What a well-sophisticated young man there. Good for
अरे
him.
यार
Good
बताओ
for him being
अनएक्सपेक्टेड था
on the
भाई ये
winning
तो
side,
किट और प्रीमो ने भाई साहब पूरा
This
मैच
strategy
बदल डाला भाई पूरे मैच का फेस ही बदल डाला भाई किट और प्रीमो के कॉम्बिनेशन में
Curious if we see any adaptations to this later on. Keep in mind, this is no longer 3v3, this is 5v5. You've got options. Will they go for the super healing combinations? What can you pull off with a Byron plus a Kit plus a Pam plus a Poco? I would love to see people get crazy with it, but at the end of the day, they're going to go for something safe and steady here. Great highlights there, a little celebration from
I don't believe they've gotten a bounty yet, so Na'Vi did come away with one there. At least they're leaving with a little extra cash, but Angelic staying alive will have another fighting day ahead of themselves.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Angelic because in spite of fighting all the way to the bitter end to shut down Na'Vi, they didn't manage to earn a bounty while doing it. What they have done for themselves is opened up future opportunities to get bounties. That is the way that you really win the spectacle. Keep in mind, there's also a cash prize for winning the entire thing. But they're in the lower bracket. They're one loss away from being eliminated. The same can't be said for the 2 combatants waiting on the upper side of the bracket, though.
We've seen that matchup quite a few times. Obviously, this is an invitational, so some of the best players in the entire APAC region will be competing. We've got CR versus Rival Esports on the way. What a match to have, Ready. Already fun in 3v3. Now let's let some of the best mechanical players in the entire world go against each other here at our upper bracket.
And when you say the best mechanical players in the world, also, let's remind ourselves that over the course of a grueling year-long competition, by circuit points, these two are the best teams in the region, but they are joined by the forces of a couple of
other rosters as well, so there's bound to be some sort of difference too.
Well, Angelic catch a 2-1 victory. We've got some heavy hitters on our
यार Na'Vi हार गई और फिर भाई साहब
we will be right back after a
इसका भी गलत आंसर दे दिया मैंने स्नीकी बूम था भाई इसका
Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
folks, the 5eptember spectacle continues here. We've had one team already eliminated here from competition in that lower bracket. It was Na'Vi, of course, who fell to Angelic. The latter will advance to take on the loser of our next matchup. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon going against Rival. We finally got a draw on Knockout. Quite the series there, Kenny. Very back and forth stuff. Na'Vi even getting a bounty on the way out. They're doing it right. We'll see them later on, of course, next year, that is. Well, it's not after that LCQ, but now we've got a just matchup of heavyweights going on in this upper final.
Should be a fun one, to say the least. I mean, already top 2 seeds in the region. Now they're competing for bounties, for glory, and the first 5v5 champion we've ever darn seen here in Brawl Stars. A lot of action to get underway.
Got to crown a 5v5 champion. That was the last box to tick before we get over towards Worlds. I've got to say, though, Reddy said, we're seeing a lot of this El Primo and Kit combination. You think we see it from CR and Rival in their matchup if we get knockout?
Well, seeing as it's been a hit or miss so far, I have to wonder. It seems to only really work if your opponent is also running something tanky and then you can out-heal them in that scenario. That's where we saw this most often won with that Kit and Primo combination. So Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports can certainly leverage it to their advantage, but it's worth noting that Rival Esports defeated an Angelic who was using the strategy.
Now, looking back over the bracket so far here, we obviously saw Crazy Raccoon with a pretty close game against Na'Vi. In fact, they had to come back after dropping that first set, but they did so in style with 2 Brawl Ball maps. They eventually recovered and bounced into the upper final. Rival over Angelic, though, was a little bit more of an open and shut affair. This Rival team, combined, of course, with Ryohei and Kuru from FA Nidug, look very, very good. And that's, Kenny, what makes this particular matchup extremely exciting. You've got a collection of 10 of some of the best players in this region. 2 teams already make it to Worlds, and they brought their friends along for the ride who are no slouches either.
Their friends just happen to be pro players. What can I say? We've got some of the best from 3R Gaming and some of the best from Nidug. There are world champions joining this roster, which I think just goes to show the caliber of competition we have. Ready? You got us this time. We had Rival before. This time, though, you held your faith. You went with Angelic. Good for you, lad. And you're going to be fighting us once again. Looks like Uber and I are going with Rival, while you go with CR, which... you know, I said it earlier, I've never been against CR, I don't think, until right now. This might be my first time ever wagering against them.
Well, I can only recall one occurrence where I was against CR in favor of Rival, but this is one of my other ride or die. Angelic till I die and Crazy Raccoon till I die. If they face each other, my friends, unfortunately, there is an order of operations in terms of the favoritism. It's got to be Crazy Raccoon on top.
Yes. Every time I predict Na'Vi, they lose. Every time. What it is, man, is crazy. They, though, of course, are going to be happy with at least what they've been able to scoop up from their showing so far. Look, I don't know about this. I actually think what is so exciting to me is the extra players that Rival have added to their roster. These Nidug players who recently have looked really good in tournaments in that region. I think they're a really stacked roster of 5 players, and that's to take nothing away from Sakura and Yume, by the way. But I think Rival, pound for pound, might have put together a stronger roster.
It is interesting. I mean, it's hard to ever envision a stronger roster than the 3 members that CR have on paper, including this man right here, Tensai. Very powerful, but like you said, I think Nidug on paper had some strong players coming into this season. A roster of gentlemen that have been very accomplished in this region in the past. It didn't quite translate for this season in 5 short months. They just didn't happen to break away into something like an LCQ spot, but that's not to take away from what they did, obviously. Aisa, Yume, both very strong players joining CR, but I'm with you. I really think the pickups from Rival add a little something to it. Plus, it's chaotic. It's 5v5. You never know what's going to happen. I feel like there's going to be something that surprised me tonight, so that's kind of where I went with here, Uber.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to let Ready, Set, Step aside as we jump into this one. Again, with 5v5, one of the most interesting things for me is how they fit Shtitampo's Twitter handle in amongst the rest of his team. Nicely done. They've just squeezed it on in there. That is impressive. Rival had a pretty easy game up against Angelic, advancing through that upper bracket semi-final to start things off. They are Milk Ryoshu and Melty from the original Rival team. Ryohei and Kuru here to round it out on an FA Nidug team that were, I would say,
free pin unknown. Yes bro, free pin मिलेगा. Reward में free pin है और star drops हैं.
Very, very good. So a lot to be excited about for this team. Again, it's a bit of a fantasy roster we've kind of thrown together. Poor Ready Set. He got him on screen. You guys just chilling.
Oh, Red.
He's just taking a break.
No
he doesn't even have his headset on. Yeah. He's
Red.
got no idea.
I mean...
Is that what I look like when I'm off duty? Because honestly, that's not the worst.
Right. The people at home just get a little dive into what we do on our breaks. He's probably just chirping away on Twitter.
So, we have Gem Grab up first in the series. That much is certain. We're going to Snowflakes, but your modifier, folks, that is what is up for vote. Event.brawlstars.com. Head over there to cast your vote. You could have a say, an influence on how this map is going to go, this match rather. Again, it is the bottom line of modifiers that are available for selection here. That is Meteor Shower, Super Bushy, Supercharged, Top Dog, and Unlimited Power. I think in Gem Grab, it'll be interesting to see Unlimited Power, but our voters, they tend to kind of stick with the same thing. So I have a hunch it'll be Meteor Shower yet again.
You just need to watch the championship and predict your answers and all the things just like me. I can do for the same, just like a vote my favorite team and answer some small questions just like that, and just like that, just like that, just like that.
It looks kind of close, actually.
You can
Meteor Shower is probably the favorite to win this. It is
go to the website of the Brawl Stars Esports, then you log in, and then you can watch the Brawl Stars Championship, participate in prediction and all the things. You can answer some questions and that's it. You can get the points.
And again, this is a pretty big map.
Then you claim the
those
free.
meteors matter. It definitely just throws a hint of randomness, I think, into things.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I think the people at home have
Guys,
enjoyed
please like the stream, and if you are new on my channel, please subscribe.
A little bit of extra work for these players. Obviously, there's no like zone closing in or anything like a KO. This is going to be Gym Grab, but it would be kind of fun if some meteors just started spewing on top of where these gyms are spawned, because that would make it rather difficult to grab the objective.
Here is your map, folks. Snowflakes is a 5 versus 5 Gem Grab map, and again, it's pretty darn bushy. You see a lot of the maps sort of covered by this stuff, and again, some of our 5v5 Gem Grab maps are, with 2 gem wells. That means that the threshold starts at 20 gems. Some are just single well. A lot of crazy Raccoon fans out there at event.brawlstars.com, and look, I can't blame you guys. They've been electric all year. But yeah, we've gone against the grain. We predicted rival here just because we feel this combination of 5 players looks very, very slick, very, very solid. But either way, this upper final might even be a preview of what we get in our grand one. I'll be honest with you. That's because there's a good chance that the loser makes their way through that lower bracket, unless, of course, Angelic has something to say about it. So, our picks are starting to come in here. We have the Kenji knocked in for Shitampo. Definitely wants to go there. We saw that from him in the first series on Brawl Ball. And again, the Bell seems to be so high priority. In fact, these compositions are starting to look really similar. Crazy Raccoon really like the stopping power of that Sandy. Of course, the map control offered by the Sandstorm, the all-in potential of Mo, and of course, the defensive utility offered by Gale.
This is pretty identical to what we saw earlier, and it seems like they did not shy away from Kenji, which I don't think they should. Shitampo, already a great player, now an aggressive, powerful brawler, is just a recipe for a win. Having in the Sandstorm here adds a little additional help for yourself. It's some good utility. Gale, a powerful brawler. Mo, a powerful brawler. And Bell, something that's quickly become one of my favorite appearances here tonight. I think between the damage amplifier, the nest eggs, the bouncing damage, it just makes a lot of sense in a mode where you want to focus on multiple enemies.
Again, this is a mode that can go a little longer, so bringing the Clancy in here definitely seems to be the pick. But you are seeing on both these teams, or rather, at least on Rival, the 3 most recently added brawlers to the game. Kenji, Mo, and Clancy. Definitely very powerful. We tend to see new brawlers come into the game and definitely sort of look attractive in terms of what their kit offers, and they're all a little bit different. We've seen the Mo be very, very good, can go aggressive, can also cancel that super as well, that Mo's machine, and step back and go back to throwing rocks at you. And we know that Clancy, especially on a map that doesn't have any like hard cover, i.e. one that's just bushy, that super covers a lot of ground. You can get a lot of information from it, and it hits extremely hard once you get to level 3. They won't, of course, have the Sandstorm for that extra cover. But let's see how it plays out. Of course, this is a 2 gem well map, so 20 is our threshold.
A lot going down on this map, too. The middle covered by a section of trees. Shu immediately showing off what Kenji can do, though. On the other end, Shitampo getting crazy with it. It's going to be a Kenji show, not...
With the player name, that's going to be the newest brawler in the game, of course. Nice takedown as CR going to be able to claim this right-hand side, but on the other end, Rival Esports working it. It's going to be each end trying to grab a hold. Think of it like a parallel plays almost. That's kind of how you play this.
Yeah, the map is being split right now, so both teams are getting unfettered access to their respective wells, which means that it can go to a sort of countdown situation as the round drags on, eventually forcing a fight. Nicely done, Tensai just blows up their shoe, goes in with that super, and Yumegoku lucky to be alive. Melty still holding on to 5 gems here. Crazy Raccoon, though, Moya has 10, and will be able to set up some of those nest eggs. Will be forced back, though, by one of those meteors that you voted for. One of the modifiers here already throwing some chaos in. And Shu getting very scary with that super. Tensai realizing, though, if you dodge it in a similar way to the Grom bombs, it's an X shape, so you step to the side, and you can usually be safe.
If you can remember the pattern and where it initially makes contact, you're exactly right. It's a little tight, it's hard, it's quick, but it is possible. 15 gyms now for CR. Keep in mind, it is 20 on these 2 gym mine maps, so they're working for more gyms than usual. Melty putting up a good fight on this left-hand side. Shu lurking as well. Kuru looking to close the gap against Moya. 337. What a touch from Moya, though. Gets the takedown, survives, and even grants his team a countdown.
And all that Sakura has to do over the course of the round is get a couple of gems from Rivals well, and then he's home free. Super there comes in from Shu. All those gems get dropped, and Yumegoku sends a super the wrong way. Shu's able to get in. A lot of gems dropped here in the spawn of Crazy Raccoon. They can recover those. That's not the issue. It's about how many they're going to have after they scoop them up. They're going to be short of the threshold now at 18 each as Yumegoku falls. Able to at least go 1 for 1 there. Sakura gets rid of Ryo here, but Shu's able to come in and scoop up the gems. Milk Rio just needs 1 more. They've got a countdown. Crazy Raccoon have got to go aggressive. Sakura steps up with super available now. But of course, that hypercharged super from Sandy going to make it mean Rival can play pretty safely within the bounds of it.
And CR need to gather at least 2 gems to tie this up. They're going to dive in. All the gems being spilled out, though. 4 on the clock. 37 gems in the pocket of Rival. Have you ever seen so many gems on one side? Really well played and a banger of a first game here.
Ridiculous stuff, but ultimately, it's going to be Rival that end up taking the round away, and it all comes down to that Kenji dive. There's just nothing that Crazy Raccoon can really do once a high health Kenji is able to jump on them. They try and use Yumegoku's, Gale ultimate, rather, to stop the Kenji from coming in, but gets timed really well. There's a super that allows the Kenji to dodge it. Yes, Tensai, not impressed with how that round went. Big shout out, though, to Squad Busters shirt, representing.
I do respect it. The old clash with Optimus Prime, been pretty cool. Been playing the event myself a little bit. Been a lot of fun, to be honest with you. Really been enjoying the game recently.
Yeah, the updates have been very good coming back to Squad Busters. Enjoying sort of the later game, the later rounds rather, in each match. We'll come back mechanic there, but I digress. Those exist here in Brawl as well, no doubt about it. Moya, though, getting flattened so far by Shu. Yeah, it looks like he's very easily able to push up and build a super already. Going to come in with it right now. Yumegoku takes a bit of a hit from it. Now Kuru's going to dive on in. Yumegoku very low, throws up a twister, but still can't get away, and Rival collapses right side. They've got most of the map under their thumb.
Melty needs to be careful, though. Another beautiful connection from Moya, but a huge savior for his team so far. The Bell gameplay unreal right now. Shu being focused down as CR looking to retake this left-hand side. Rival on the right, complete control. They've got Gale being the main primary gym carrier there, so it's back to more normalcy, where each side has a dominant entry to these gyms.
The problem is Crazy Raccoon gets that left side of the map, but the 5 gems that spawned there are still in the hands of Melty. So Rival now can literally just play one side of the map and get an earlier countdown in virtue of being ahead by so many gems. Shu deals with Tensai yet again. That right side is completely canvassed by Rival, but there it is. That's the dive from Shitampo, able to get those gems that Melty was holding on to. Ryohei, though, pops super, able to get them dropped yet again. Shu trying to regress on a Moya, but again, that positive feedback shield keeps him alive a little longer. Sakura now has to step in, scoop them up. It's going to be a stun catcher by the looks of things there from Tensai to try and push up on the left. Milkreo handling Yumegoku for the time being. But there's another super from Shu. Can he pop it again? Cycling through those. Tensai down to 3,000. Eventually, though, Shu is dealt with. And Crazy Raccoon have
अब नहीं मिलेगा क्या पिन? अरे नहीं, कल को भी है. 2 दिन है भाई. 28th और 29th 2 दिन है. कल भी ट्राई कर सकते हो, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है. अगर आज 1 के भी हुए तो. अरे यार बार बार कुछ मत करो. कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. कल भी है. थोड़ा रहा कर, मतलब थोड़ा बहुत ध्यान से रहा करो भाई. कि ठीक है भाई, प्रेडिक्शन कर लूँ फिर चला जाऊँ.
rival spawn to get those 5 or 6 gems that Melty had picked up. It gets traded back and forth, but eventually, Razor Raccoon start to get big map control. And if you're rival, you have such a big head start in that game. You actually have both gem wells under your control and end up being ahead by like 5 because your max is in enemy territory, snapping up those gems and being hard to hit. And yet they let it slip. Still a chance to bring it back here now and decide a round on gem grab.
Like normal gym grab, 1 kill is sometimes enough. Here comes the Meteors as well. Going to be covering the side of rival esports spawn. That's a big pickup though. Shu winning the battle against the fellow Kenji. Ryohi now on this right-hand side trying to gain access and control while CR have already grabbed this left-hand end. One side is typically a little bit easier. There is a home and away, like I said, similar to parallel plays. These are some big pickups though. CR putting up a heck of a fight, and Shu is just forced to run into that twister as CR take a commanding lead.
Yeah, Shu also runs into the twister on the dash component of his attack, so he needs to use another piece of ammunition to get that dash back again. He has to cycle back to the mobility sort of component of his auto attack. And that costs him. He can no longer close the gap on Crazy Raccoon, who are dominating this match so far. They had it all under control. They got almost every single gem that spawned at the start of the game. Super there from Shu, good damage, but no elimination. Tensai trying to walk away, but there's another gadget into Super from Shu. Gets Tensai down. Now Rival have a foothold. Picked up a couple of gems. Milkrio so low and marked up. It's an easy kill for Shitapo. Crazy Raccoon threatening an early countdown.
All the gems on the right-hand side. They've grabbed a 19th. It's going to take a takedown at this point. There's not enough gems being spawned in the middle of the map for them to grab these. It's going to come down to a pushback there. An unfortunate Meteor on this right-hand side, but without the pressure coming in from rival esports at this time, they're able to simply dodge it. Melty juggling his way down the right-hand side, trying to make a connection, a phase shift. Not enough. Tensai with a takedown. Moya holding on for dear life, and even the best brawler in the game right now isn't enough to take down these mechanical wizards.
Such insane play from Tensai in that round. He is not carrying any gems, but he's playing Sandy. So no one wants to get close to him. They want to avoid him and try and dive on the members of his team that are actually carrying the gems. So what does Tensai do?
भाई ने full support दिखाया भाई पूरी टीम को.
To answer the threat of the Sandy. And at one point, the Kenji from Rival has to burn a gadget use just to try and get past Tensai, let alone try to eliminate them. Tensai long since burned through his stun gadgets, but it was a real problem. He just stood in the way. And if you are going to close on Sandy, you are going to walk into their effective range. Great showing here. Crazy Raccoon with some Brawl assignments that really allow these Brawler picks to shine.
Shu with a couple big takedowns there as well. Really impressive stuff. Love the heads-up play of dropping that twister as well. It allowed them to hold on to just enough gems to keep themselves in this game. And then they moved on to game number 2. After Rival caught a nice victory and a little bit of a comeback, CR take things away here. They hold on for 1, do it again for a second game. So Crazy Raccoon will be taking advantage in our best 2 of 3. A little bit different than our normal monthly finals. And we do get to see it from Tensai, which isn't something we always get to see in the competitive level. This is a little more free reign.
He zipped it up. He's reined it back in. We're back to business, folks.
Yep.
Make no mistake.
Nope.
Now, again, we are going to have a bounty coming up on the next map. So these two teams, of course, will be looking to vie for those, having taken away their respective bounties. Again, getting a second bounty here means that you're up $1,000 extra in prize money. So we're going to be heading to that in just a moment. We'll see. I think the modifier was picked in the previous map. So now the map type itself is up for your vote. That's a lot of fun. And of course, the bounty is going to be pretty important. So make sure you get your mode selections in. We're going to be opening that up for voting in just a moment. Could be Gem Grab again, but I think I know where we're all going. Brawl Ball and Knockout are available selections here. And I think we've been big fans of Brawl Ball in the chat so far, and I don't expect things to be any different here. And again, that means that I get to choose the bounty for Brawl War, which is going to be a ton of fun. The map is going to be Cool Shapes, for those that are wondering, if we get Brawl Ball picked. And yeah, looks like that was the case. Brawl Ball wins with 68% of the vote. Yeah, you guys aren't messing around. Big Brawl Ball fans out there, and I appreciate it. Definitely the most popular, I think, game mode in Brawl Stars. That's why they hold tournaments that only have that game mode. So that means I get to choose the bounty. Very good. I can choose most goals or first team to score a goal. Last time I chose first team to score a goal, so now the bounty will be the team at the end of the set that has scored the most goals, which, as you probably know, is most likely to be the team that wins the set, but not guaranteed. So there you go, I'll make it simple. Win the set, virtually win yourself the bounty. Team with the most goals wins.
Big set right here, little extra cheddar. Very likely, like you said, to win. If they scored less goals and lost, that would just be heartbreaking to not only lose a set, but also a bounty. That would be one tough look.
Double or nothing, baby.
Doubling down here, win and in as well for Crazy Raccoon. They would have an extra life. Rival Esports would be knocked down to that lower bracket, would be fighting, and one more to get to our grand finals. This map, Cool Shapes, is also a very interesting one as well. A lot of random indestructible walls, some random patterns of grass. It is exactly what the name entails. You'll guys see what I mean when we get there, but just a bunch of cool shapes.
Yeah, it's... Again, not just for aesthetics, the bushes are definitely relevant on this particular map, as you sort of see. And, of course, our team spawn diagonally, which we saw it make a difference when, like, there was a bot spawning on the map, for example. Here, again, if you can sort of take control of the top or bottom of the map, you can sneak early goals.
Would love to see a Daryl here. I think Gale makes a lot of sense as well. I feel like for Brawl Ball specifically, we haven't seen anybody quite reinvent the wheel or get too crazy with it yet. Would love to see some dynamic strategies come through. Maybe something like a Buzz for some stuns. I don't know. Just kind of making a wish list here. This is competitive in a sense, but also I like seeing some fun here today. It's the September Spectacle. Would love to see some mayhem and some crazy picks out here.
Just a few moments away from jumping into Brawl Ball. Look, a lot of the brawlers that have been popular on this map, we've seen in other maps, right? Bell has been popular. Max has definitely been picked up. Gale almost seems like a must-have here. We've seen a couple of teams mix the Gus in, right? That extra shielding is big. Melody, hotly contested. Definitely a brawler the teams are constantly trying to get involved. Daryl has been there, of course, with those 2 charges of the barrel roll. Super, allowing you to basically shoot the ball and catch up to it instantly. He's the consummate dribbler in Brawl Ball, so see if that's going to be the pick. Yeah, wow, how about that? Mo, it's going to be Gale, Melody, Daryl, and we'll have a Bell to round it out for Crazy Raccoon.
I think Mo might have been picked on, I mean, I can't recall a single set where he really hasn't been played here. Melody, again, makes a lot of sense, not just for the cool trick shot potential, but because you get a lot of supers. There's a little bit of an out there pick. We get the Leon Fang, a fan favorite at home. The people are going to get some action there. It's hard to get the takedowns with him, but he does bounce off quite well against 5 different brawlers. But these pro players, not easy to fool. They can focus him down rather quickly and get a takedown if they're not careful.
Yeah, Fang. We've seen it basically be very feast or famine. You often see Fang getting blown up sort of en route with his super to try to charge him. But look, if Fang can connect and if he can get a stun follow-up, then he can cycle that super. He can be a real menace. We're going to jump in straight away here. Crazy Raccoon topping screen in blue. Rival Esports in the red. A lollipop drop already deployed here for the Leon.
Shu going to be on the right-hand side, rocking the Fang. People at home going to be watching closely there. A Bell battle in the mid for the long-range engagement. Of course, Tensai mirroring Kuru on the Mo. Some early connections here for CR are going to allow them to take a little bit of advantage. They're creeping their way forwards. Tatampo looking like he's going to make a move. Goes for one dash. Now the second exhausts all of that super. A pass over to Moya. Needs to get a little bit
break
of
the wall
here. Sakura has plenty of HP to work with, though, and will be able to force that one through.
Kenny, I'll be honest, the damage trades favoring Crazy Raccoon incredibly heavily off the rip. They just basically bullied their way through the map there. There's the dive from Shu, and, well, that ended about the way we've expected it to so far. Fang just not durable enough to survive as he goes in with a big super.
Super Passover as well. Satampo already on the other end of the map. They're just so easily able to maneuver this entire map. And now that they've gotten a takedown, the availability. So many blue brawlers circling around this ball. They're focusing takedowns, though, before they grab the ball. Shu not enough to get a takedown here. Moya just playing this patiently. They already have a 1-0 lead. They're not going to force it through, but they need to be careful because now Rival rearing their ugly heads. They're coming up the middle of this map.
The ball, though, is essentially cornered, though, by Moya. Really being a nuisance here, and able to set that super stun up so Melty gets blown to smithereens instantly. Here comes Tatampo again. Yeah, hitting very, very hard with 3 nodes out and ready to go, plus that gadget available. Needs to wait for the way to be cleared, though. Yumagoki's got a clear shot. Yeah, easy score. Crazy Raccoon take that first round in this set.
No surprise here. Another match point for CR. We've seen this on way too many occasions. We were with the small group of folks at home that pick Rival. I'm not going to lose hope yet. But I didn't take into account that there's already 3 great players in this team. Let's add 2 more and see what happens. I mean, that was a pretty dominant game right there in Brawl Ball, and they're looking poised to try and take that bounty right here and move on to the grand finals.
Pretty clean, honestly. The composition, very powerful, making good use of that Daryl. Obviously, Gale has been so hotly contested. It's such a powerful pick. The Leon is fine. Leon's such a very good mid-range brawler. The lollipop drop is reasonable if you're trying to avoid scrutiny from sharpshooters, but Yumagoku hits one person in that lollipop drop. He's hitting all of them.
The bounce shot definitely benefiting there. And I like the creativity with Leon. I think the lollipop drop, a good shout, not necessarily paying off here, especially in a mode where you need Leon to be up in the enemy's faces. There's just so many brawlers to focus you down. Really hard one there, and a rare miss from a Bell Super as well. Milcreo trying to respond, missed the connection as well. Satampo going down. Rival once again early on the defense though, and Tensai getting a big pickup. This could be trouble.
Oh, just so scary. The way that projectile explodes at the end of it gives you an unexpected amount of range. Sakura here. Still some barrel rolls available. And again, the ball always tends to get to the top of the map here, protected by a Crazy Raccoon Gale player. What a mark. Kuru's in deep trouble there. No way they're getting out alive. Shu and Melty need to respect this. Super available for Shu right now, but getting a little bit low. And Sakura comes straight on in. Good stun from Shu, but not nearly enough. There's too much durability, too much damage, too much swag. And Crazy Raccoon take the first goal of the second game.
Moya was even able to save the super. Rival in deep trouble here. Shu needs to make his super count. A super pass over, a dive in from Sakura.
Oh
the
my!
goal coming in just in the nick of time. Perfect timing from Ryohi. They need another one to hang on.
Rival had to do so much here to mimic a fraction of Crazy Raccoon's power. But that was very impressive. Good mechanical performance there from Rival. Moya, though, always at the top of the map, hanging out. Gonna be forced away, though. Too many Rival players alive for the time being. And here comes Shu. Sakura is able to dodge the end of that super. Looks like they were still caught by a stun. This is still dangerous. But Satampo and Yumagoku healthy enough to defend.
Little fumbling of the ball, just trying to do their best to punch that one through. Not quite enough in the tank. Now Kuru all alone. 4 CR Brawlers looking to move towards the top of this map. Milcreo marked up. Gets a major takedown onto Moya though, but now Satampo, the big playmaker for their side, does have multiple supers available. A dive in. Knows he has to take care of business here. It's going to be tough though with all these enemies. Here comes that Leon Hypercharge though. They have to take advantage now.
Sakura dives away. Tensai somehow gets loose with the ball and is able to clear it, but Milcreo is still threatening. Satampo taking damage. Ball crossed to Kuro in the middle part of the map. Satampo trying to dive in, but Milcreo walks it over the line. Rival even it up 1 game apiece here, but Crazy Raccoon, in terms of the bounty, still lead by 1.
That was exactly where I was going with this too. Still match point for CR, and they have a 1-goal lead here. So the only way that they can take away a bounty and survive is either a 1 or a 2-0 lead. We get into real interesting waters here. If they tie in goal, Super, we do have a possibility.
That is true. What will we do then?
I don't know.
Well, you know what? No, I'm not paid to. Figure it out. Okay, I'm not sort of matter. I'm definitely gonna hand that responsibility over to someone else. But we'll let you know what the deliberation will be on that if we get to it. Sakura trying to move up here. Okay, recoiling rotator. No one in particular. Does look pretty at least. Rival Esports now starting to move up. Ryohei threatening here from the bottom of the map. Satampo fancies a bit of argy-bargy, wants to take the fight, and they win out against the Leon pretty comfortably. This is dangerous now. Sakura bounces the ball off the wall. Shu has to super shot it out. But Crazy Raccoon have a lot of map control here and a big window, but somehow the one pesky snowman blocks it. This is getting messy. Greatly done by Melty, able to move the ball away from the face of goal. Kuru going to be caught out though by a Gale Force. Moya is low. Yumagoku can't come forward. It's still an issue of durability for Bell to get involved in that kind of fight. Behind enemy line, Sakura goes down but still takes Milcreo with them. Rival have the ball in a defensive spot. They're trying to move it up with Melty shepherding it up the wing.
Rival are just fighting for their lives to get to the midfield mark. Melty shepherding this ball forward. Tensai diving in, though. Likely not worth it. Does get that super off. Will narrowly survive. Milcreo looks for those long-range engagements. Does grab one. Now it's Rival's turn to respond here. They need a goal, not just for the bounty, but also for their tournament lives.
Tensai got flattened there at the bottom of the map. Keep an eye out for that opening now. Melty and Shu hoping to open it up. Two playing safe, super in hand here for the Fang. Look out for that. Chitapa comes forward, able to super shot the ball away, straight to the hands of Kuru. It's an open goal. It's an open goal. Rival get themselves a goal here in this second round and even up the total goal score for bounty purposes.
Bounty getting down to the wire. This match getting real interesting as Shu dives in. Sakura, though, does have a super shot available. Intercepted by Kuru. He's going to pocket it bottom right-hand side. Sakura, though, diving, trying to get this ball out.
No!
Shot finds the angle, too. CR tie things up.
That is unbelievable. Sakura with a sliver of health. Completely clowning on Rival. Now we've got an even game. 19 seconds left, but look at Rival getting aggressive, and they walk it over the line. Oh, buddy, what a set. And great recovery there by Rival. Coming alive against a comp that looked like it was completely outdoing them in terms of damage output.
So what was the final count?
Listen, don't worry about that.
I'm just curious how your bounty turned out, Uber. Just curious. I guess we'll have to see what I didn't foresee this happening. I mean, honestly, I don't know who it's for. Maybe it's for both. Hard to tell. Most goals was the bounty. You picked a good one, to say the least.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, well, there has to be a winner. I think that, you know what? Okay, we might end up rolling it over to the next set. I think is it even? That's crazy. And also, so set three is Brawl Ball as well, because that's predefined, right? We have one map here that is sort of up to vote, so we're often getting double Brawl Ball sets. I'm doing it. I'm casting the Brawl Ball. I'm casting the Brawl Ball League. It's happening. I've been waiting for my chance, and I have it finally. Crazy stuff here. Look, seeing Rival bounce back, really impressive. They had the Fang Leon, which had me scratching my head a little bit. Just didn't seem quite as powerful as Crazy Raccoon's comp, but Rival, I think just on an individual level, looked incredible. Skill-wise, the way they moved the ball across the map and exploited these very small windows.
I really liked it too. The one thing I didn't really anticipate with Leon was that he kind of gets lost with the invisibility, right? When you're in a 3v3 situation, you can kind of keep everybody on track a little bit more. You can identify where your opponent's on, but this map is huge. So one hypercharged super from Leon really allowed him to kind of get to the other end rather quickly, kind of get those sneaky kills and takedowns. I don't know if it was worth it for the pick, but ultimately they won the set anyways, so can't complain here.
Yeah, again, I mean, like, not being revealed while you're shooting, right, in the hypercharge, that's pretty good. And there's so much happening on screen that it's really hard to keep track of. Obviously, Leon, one of the best brawlers in the game, once he's able to get close enough, all four of those shurikens connect. He is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. And hey, bring some utility, right? The lollipop drop in a pinch can definitely find value, especially if your Mo is, like, supering out from it, for example. You don't have as much time to respond. There are definitely ways where, like, you know, your sharpshooters can get an advantage. So I liked it. We also saw the Fang this time tone it down a little bit, go for like single dives with the super, stun up like a Daryl, for example, to stop them in their tracks. Just using like that utility a little bit more for the purposes of stopping someone who's threatening a goal, as opposed to winning this big shock and awe team fight where you cycle multiple supers and just, you know, eat the enemy team on your own. And if you do that, you're probably going to win a round. It's just very unlikely. And maybe that's also what the lollipop drop's for, like make it hard to see this kind of stuff coming. You have less of a window to respond to it. Either way, Rival get it done with pure grit, determination, and they're forcing a decider set in this upper final.
Should be a really interesting one, and like you alluded to, it is going to be Brawl Ball once again. We're going to have our bounty carry over, so both these teams
we're restarting the
opportunity. We're just going to restart it. Clean slate, and not only will you likely win the bounty, now you will, in a 1-1 scenario, win the set, and more importantly, the match. This is to determine who gets a guaranteed shot at our upper bracket grand finals to win it all for the whole month. You can skip the whole, but you have to win another match in the lower bracket. You just take advantage, make it through with a clean sweep. This would be huge for either team.
Yeah, I mean, the loser of this game, were they to win the entirety of the 5eptember Spectacle, would have to win, you know, those two series in a row, which is a lot of Brawl to play. So, currently, the total goals for both these teams is tied at 4-4. So we're rolling that bounty over. It will still be in effect in this next map. And fingers crossed, we have a winner when we come out of Brawl Ball on the other side. 86% of you at home voted Crazy Raccoon. Myself and Kenny voted Rival. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of that individual talent that made us confident in what this team was able to do by picking up those couple FA Night Dug players. We'll be here in just a moment again. A little bit of a different map layout as teams are no longer diagonally spawning. They will be facing off in a more standard fashion, and those top and bottom corners of the goals will be open by default. Won't need to be broken open.
Be curious to see if we see any adjustments. Will they bring back the Leon, for example? Is Melody still going to shine through? I think Daryl is a nice one to have for the role. And to be honest, Mo, like I said earlier, it feels like he's shown up every time. We got confirmation. He showed up every set today except for one. So clearly he is a factor. There's a new one, though. We haven't seen Lou yet.
Lou. Okay, well, Lou's Hypercharge, very good. Can cycle multiple of them. The fact that it freezes you instantly as opposed to slowing you up and eventually accruing towards, you know, a freeze could be powerful. Again, it's really about landing that ability. But hey, we're in 5v5. I like it. It's pure stopping power that doesn't necessarily put Lou in harm's reach like a Fang super would. So I'm here for it.
I am too. I think the insta-freeze is a big deal, and in 3v3, we see it on occasion, right? Lou, when his hypercharge was initially given to the game, he was one of the few of the hypercharge. We saw him at World Finals 2023 a bunch, and this year he's kind of faded out a little bit as more brawlers have expanded. He's gotten nerfed, etc. But having the ability to stop anybody in their tracks with an insta-freeze, especially in 5v5 where you now have 5 brawlers that can focus on that circle, that's some serious insta-kills. So I think those hypercharge are going to be a huge deal here. Tensai on the Lou is somebody we have to be watching out for.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, obviously, Lou was one of the first brawlers to get a hypercharge, right? So eventually there were other candidates that, you know, looked pretty good. It was like Lou and Spike were, you know, like the nasty combination we saw a lot at the World Finals back in Yeonjaping. The game's changed since then. Still, also, even without hypercharge, that super, you know, providing or sort of imposing a relative loss of control, like you lose that maneuverability inside of it. In a game where, in Brawl Ball 5v5, where you pass the ball so far, you can get caught out of position and give up a lot of map or even a goal if you're not careful. So I think that's a great pick. Obviously, Lou, you know, oh, well, how about that? Looks like the Crazy Raccoon comp already producing results.
Yeah, looking good so far. Fighting for a bounty, fighting for upper bracket, fighting for the grand finals. So it looks like the Lou is paying off so far. Ryohei on the lower side of the map with a super pass over. He's going to have the option and a free goal alongside it. A quick tie-up here.
Okay, Rival not messing around here whatsoever. Kuru's barely halfway through level 1 at this point, so Clancy still needs some time to ramp up. Ryohei had to get so close. Yumagoku, the good reaction, sends that Gale Force, but doesn't get a stun of Ryohei, so they're able to just walk away and get on with the job. Milk-Rio down, though. Rival are in deep trouble. Down to just 3 players, and those bell bounces are hitting hard. Shu now falls. Ryohei looking to at least get a kill here. Can't even do that against Tensai. Moya, too good. Rival constantly 1 or 2 players behind.
Having a pushback, a big deal here. Goes for the stun, now a pass forward. It's going to be right into enemy hands, though. Maybe a little preemptive there. I think anticipating maybe Satampo diving in. Instead, though, it's going to be Rival moving the other way.
That Daryl roll very dangerous. When it knocks into you, you lose possession of the ball, and Daryl can steal it away. That's why it's so scary. Milk-Rio here, standing in the way of Sakura, but it's going to be a 1-for-1. Shu comes forward with the super to at least gain possession of the ball. Seems like a worthwhile investment now as Rival able to move the ball up at top flank. Melty comes forward here. Tensai goes down. Lou struggling a little bit at mid to long range. It's not really the strongest poke down brawler in the game. Ryohei has that hypercharge up. That's looking scary. Sakura, Yumagoku stunned up here. Lou super though going to slow things down for Rival, and Shitampo double dashes forward with that barrel roll. 12 seconds left in the round now, and it's even at 1-1.
Hypercharge available for Melty. And after this shot clock, all the walls are going to come down. The long-range shots from Moya Goku, good enough to bring down Shu. Sakura going to be moving this ball up. Now it's Blue with the advantage. Satampo going to have multiple supers available with that Daryl roll to rework, giving him a little bit of extra legs. But what a defensive effort here from Rival, and now a counterattack incoming.
Now Melty wants to push out the middle of the map here. Is looking dangerous for Moya, trying to get away with the pressure coming in from the Gale. The top of the map is almost too much. Oh, okay. Shitampo to get forward. Loses possession of the ball when they barrel roll up, but Crazy Raccoon have got some room now to breathe. Sakura has all-in potential here. Tensai with a super available, not a hypercharge though, so Kuru able to skirt around the edges of that blizzard. Shu also threatening that super. Both modes looking at each other, daring each other to hit that button. And Chitapo as well with the super ready for that extra mobility and the pick potential. They're going to dive into the bottom side of the map here, but elsewhere Chitapo falls. Now the Max looking scary. Melty healthy, but a super pass to Yumagoku means the defenders still have possession. 6 seconds left. Chitapo last standing, tries to get the ball away, but Kuru gets it over the line. And Rival get themselves a game in this last set.
They take advantage. They have a match point, and very importantly, for our bounty, have now taken a lead. Big stuff coming in from them with 3 seconds to go, I might add. What an unbelievable effort there towards the end of that game. I'll remind you all, too, they were down 1-0 early. They really had to claw their way back.
Again, I mean, it's very hard to come into this game and predict a team. We're in 5v5, for God's sake. It's Crazy Raccoon. You'd be called, you know, a little bit unhinged for picking against them, but we're seeing just how good Rival can be. And the Lu pick, for me, so far, has not panned out. I get the idea. That hypercharge super, so good. But we really haven't seen that work out yet.
Haven't seen the best from it. We need to see some hypercharge connections, a little rotation of the super. It's hard, though. I mean, it's not the easiest brawler to play right now, especially when there's easier ones out there like Gale, for example. But Tensai putting in some good work. Already has a super charged up as well. Curious to see when he decides to initiate with that. Gonna be great for covering up the map, not granting any easy access points towards moving around. And mobility, of course, is going to be a huge factor here on this wide open map.
Yeah, maybe not Ryohei not accounting for maybe the fact that he was slowly getting stunned up there by Lulu after he took his shot. Still, Shu able to deal with Sakura. The Rival here in a pretty comfortable position. Kuru's going to move up, super available here. Build up some of those credits here. Clancy not quite a raid boss yet. See there, it doesn't really work out at the bottom of the map, but Tensai is marked at least.
Sakura going to be fighting on this top side as well. Little damage amplifier going to be keeping the red side plenty weak as Melty receives some fire. Satapo diving in, diving out, trying to stay up. A nice connection from Mocreo, but he will narrowly survive. Moya needs to make some big time taps. Kuru letting loose. Not a lot there though, and Moya will get a follow through. A sneaky hypercharge available for Tensai as well.
Oh,
but this is...
Oh my
They were
God!
ready for it, and he snuck it through the net. Rival take advantage.
That is why Mo and Daryl are so coveted on this game type. Out of nowhere, Shu can super to the ball and then slot a massive goal. Because bear in mind, you have a super available after you use your super in Mo, because your super's just designed to get you out of that form. Well, it still gives you a second super shot. A little busted if you ask me, but hey, both teams making as much use of it as they can. Melty's going to get free. Rival are going to get the job done. Set and Series 1, bounty acquired. Rival hit the jackpot.
Cha-ching! They get the bounty and they make a comeback too. There it is, most goals. And not just over one set, over two. They had to put in the most work we've had tonight to acquire. There's a lot of these bounties. It's just the first game of the set. No, not that easy. Uber, you had to make it a little bit tougher for them, but they more than earned it. That was a heck of a set to watch.
Absolutely. Brilliantly done here. And again, up against the Lu, you know, we can see it being fairly threatening, and obviously it takes a little while for Clancy to get going, but I mean, that goal from Shu, pretty astonishing stuff. Mo is so good here. Look at this. Second super? Yes, please. Maybe the interaction with Mo and you know, multiple super shots might be looked into a little bit at some point, but very powerful here. And again, both teams made extensive use of Mo. In fact, there's only been one set in which Mo hasn't been picked. He's been picked in every set but Rivals versus Angelic in set number 1, which is a knockout map. So every gem grab, every brawl ball, you can basically expect to see Mo there right now. He is that good. And that means that Crazy Raccoon have been vanquished down to the lower bracket to fight a second chance for a rematch against Rival. It's going to be CR versus Angelic.
It's going to be a fun one, too. Bounties on the line in the future as well, so still more money to be acquired. Glory as well. And like you said, Mo showing up everywhere. Some things don't change from 3v3.
Yeah, absolutely. Very powerful brawler. I just think, like, again, he has quite long range, got a great kit in general, and can do some pretty disgusting things to you on Brawl Ball. But that's what a lot of these brawlers are being picked for. It's the same thing, like we see Melody coveted on quite a few occasions. Daryl, very good, because also he can deny possession of the ball from someone by running into them with that super. It has that brief knock-up that will always sort of guarantee that they have the ball stripped from them. Event.brawlstars.com. Make sure your votes are still coming in because, of course, we still have 2 entire series left where you'll have the opportunities to vote not only for a map, but also for the modifier. So far, you guys haven't been too creative today. You've basically been been basically picking the same.
Well, way to call him
We'd
out.
like to see. Yeah, no, I'm going to call it out. You guys boring. Let's mix it up a little bit. I'd like to see different votes here in terms of at least our modifiers. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. Lower finals right around the corner.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, folks, to the September spectacle for APAC. This is the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, where you already have all of our teams settled in and set for Worlds, and now we're here to have a bit of fun. And it's always a pleasure because we come to APAC first, the first cab off the rank, so to speak, every single month. And we get to see from them what they've been cooking up on 5v5. Ready, set, good to have you back in the booth here, mate. Pretty close series, and it's a rival win. They advance to the grand final.
Look, it sucks to be wrong on the prediction front, but I still stand by Crazy Raccoon. That was a very close last series as well. The tide shifted so rapidly there on Brawl Ball. It had me basically on the edge of my seat the entire time. And both of these teams, both Rival and Crazy Raccoon, still have a life in this competition.
Absolutely. Our predictions for that lower final, we made them rapidly. It was Angelic versus Crazy Raccoon, and it was a pretty straightforward decision, Kenny. As much as we love Angelic, as good as they looked at vanquishing Na'Vi and knocking them out of the tournament, Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they're a different beast.
Different beast. They've kept it close all night, and it's hard to bet against them ever.
आज स्ट्रीम नहीं होगी शाम को होगी भाई स्ट्रीम स्ट्रीम होगी भाई बट देखते हैं अगर कोई काम नहीं पड़ा मेरे को मैं कहीं नहीं गया या फिर मैं कुछ काम नहीं करा तो स्ट्रीम होगी पक्का होगी बाकी मैंने कम्युनिटी पोस्ट डाला एक बार जाके देखो भाई मजे आ जाएंगे देख के
You also can make your predictions and also get involved in the voting for our modifiers and our map types.
गाइस जिसने अभी तक स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं करा है लाइक कर दो चैनल पे नए आ रहे हो सब्सक्राइब मार दो भाई और भाई यार क्रेजी रकून हार गई यार उस वाले में भयंकर पता नहीं गलत ही सीन चल रहे हैं भाई गलत
number of star drops up for grabs 9 star drops in fact plus a fantastic pin and again we all have these Brawl Stars championships being pins. They're great to show off in your games. I recommend the Love Heart one.
Guys, please like this stream. और अगर चैनल पे नए आए हो please subscribe.
You guys, Crazy Raccoon versus Angelic. I mean, this is not a matchup we've seen so far here. Angelica looks decent, but again, you're asking for a lot, Kenny, if you want them to handle the Raccoons.
It is a tough ask of anybody. They did acquire some strong players on their side, though, but unfortunately for them, there are world champion caliber players on the other end, and they are rocking and rolling. The Bell gameplay from them has been great. They've not been shying away from Kenji tonight. I think there's a lot of good things to say for Crazy Raccoon. They did just lose a close one, though, so we'll see if Angelic can play spoiler one more time into this cracked roster.
Yeah, I mean, Reddy said they tried to come in with Lou on Brawl Ball, which we sort of got the idea, but I've got to say some of the individuals on Rival looked incredible. Some ridiculous no-goal scoring attempts sort of got them back into the game. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon probably don't like losing to Rival. It's happened more times than they would like to count over the course of this season. Those two teams have really been going at it at the top of the tables in APAC. So now they unleash their vengeance on an unwitting Angelic here. This Crazy Raccoon team is Tensai Moyash, Tutapo, Sakura, and Yumagoku. And I think we all expect, based on our predictions, to see them ready set in that upper finals.
No doubt. They're going to be clawing their way back up there. Unfortunately, they're going to have to go through Angelic to do so. I don't think Crazy Raccoon, when it comes to opponents that are at the top of their list of most feared enemies, I don't think really Angelic is topping that list. I feel like Rival Esports is certainly number one there. So to fall to them is certainly a disappointment for Crazy Raccoon. We saw on the player cams that Tensai wasn't even pleased after set number one. When we look to Angelic, though, we are certainly getting our money's worth. They are really being put through the ringer here because now that they are facing Crazy Raccoon, they've had to play against every single other team that even entered this double elimination bracket.
But again, this is a team with the entirety of Coco Loco and two of those Angelic players here. They've had no small degree of success over the course of the year here in APAC. But what's most exciting to me is that's right, folks, yes, our mode and map are up for pick here. Let me do this again. Brawl Ball, Gem Grab, and Knockout. Now, before you lock in Brawl Ball, I just want to put it out there that the map you choose here won't have the modifiers. So, you know, maybe you want to see one of these without that. Maybe you want to see the Gem Grab, maybe just some clean Gem Grab gameplay.
565 पॉइंट हुए हैं मेरे EMEA का prediction open हो गया. बताओ कौन सा selection करूं?
Democracy reigns once more. Looks like 60% of you at home at least are voting in favor of Brawl Ball right now. But
SK Gaming HMB. ये मैच होने के बाद करते हैं भाई प्रेडिक्शन आराम से, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, रहेगा ये अभी तो.
Deal with the repercussions if it does get crazy.
Well, you will, because I'm just going to bring it back when you come back on screen for the final, because like I do remember some things, not how to do my hair, but like definitely when you get something wrong, I'll definitely remember that. Just like when that guy predicted Crazy Raccoon to win in the previous game, and I remember that. I mean, it's very self-serving, but that's kind of how the hippocampus works. Nice. Keep up here, right? Let's go. All right, here's your bounty roundup so far. Rival Esports have nabbed two of them. That's a lot of Benjamins, folks, or if you're from other countries.
भाई Rival के
whoever's printed on
1000 हो गए भाई, $1000.
Crazy Raccoon have the chance to grab for another bounty, and Angelic have the chance to get theirs. But Kenny has chosen most goals over the course of Brawl Ball, which pretty closely correlates with the team that wins a set, but not in every case, as we saw in that last matchup. Ready, set. You feel like Crazy Raccoon here going to have the bounty and the match win?
In a word, yes. We can expand on that later. However...
Oh, you don't have to. That was pretty accurate.
Yeah.
In a word? Yeah. That's so good.
What a phrase.
Honestly,
$1K per
I was
player
a standing ovation for me, honestly, because you know, I think you really got to the heart of the matter there. Love to see that. So we are going to be jumping into the next time in just a moment. Kenny hasn't been able to escape
MVP का अकॉर्डिंग भाई most जैसे सबसे ज़्यादा गोल किसने करे, सबसे ज़्यादा किल किसने करे, फलाना टीम
I'm going to say goodbye to you now, actually. I've dragged you back on camera just to get rid of you. Can we actually, like, turn this guy? Can we just eliminate his box right now? Do you have a sound effect where it just, like, spins up like rockets blasting off the like, meow, that's right. Okay,
we have the cha-ching sound effect for when Kenny vanishes.
Exactly. Yeah, because he's still paid by the minute, even though he's not actually working. That's right. You keep that one coming. Homeboy is still getting that bag. I'm going to be here with you guys. Yeah, unfortunately for many of you, we'll be here with Ready Set, jumping into this lower final. So, it's an elimination game. Loser is out. Winner goes to play Rival again. Now, there's no upper bracket advantage in our grand final, so it's still a best of 3 for all intents and purposes. And we get suspenders making
देखते हैं यार, पिछले वाले मैच में तो भाई साहब इन्होंने बहुत ही गलत कर दिया भाई, भयंकर बड़ी बुरी तरह हारी भाई.
Comes down to whoever gets the most goals. So it could be an advantage to actually take this one in game number 3, provided of course that you did get a goal in game number 1 or 2. The draft coming out here, this is a bit unusual. Crazy Raccoon, they have been a little less expected with some of their drafts. I look at that Lou in particular when it came to Brawl.
लगा नहीं था यार, Brawl Ball में भाई साहब बड़ा
we'll see that
तगड़ा कर लिया भाई इन्होंने.
The sneaky thing coming through. We'll see a double gust pick across the way. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see these aggressive brawlers like the Daryl
or the melee coming out.
अब मैं बता है देखो मेरे 1000 हो गए ना, अब मैं जैसे जैसे क्वेश्चंस आते रहेंगे जल्दी जल्दी टिक करता रहूंगा भाई, और अपने अपने तुम लोग बढ़ा लेना अपने, समझ रहे हो ना? जिन लोगों के नहीं हो पाए ना वो पूरे करवा दूंगा भाई। 1000 पॉइंट जिन लोगों के पूरे नहीं हो पाए अपन करवाएगा भाई।
Crazy Raccoon have the defensive option in the Gale, whereas Angelica gone for a Piper here across the map. So obviously great range. Can obviously slightly outrange Bell and having the home recipe is good, but once those charges run out, well, you're on your own.
Coordination must है, हाँ भाई coordination must
make a big play, especially into a sharpshooter where she can dodge a lot of these shots. Early takedown onto 5pectacle, and then response falls as well. So it's still even playerage, if you will, across the way. We'll see Jake sort of winning this lane on the top side, also pinching Yume. But Sago's just out of range, can't really get this kill. This is a much different dynamic from what we've seen previously in terms of the brawler selected. But look at Tensai over here. He has a super, he's going to pop down the invisibility totem and maybe then use his invis. But he needs to be able to receive a pass in order to really take advantage of his invisibility.
The Dampo here might actually have to super themselves if things get any dicier. Also, I strongly recommend you very quickly copyright the word playerage and make sure you collect royalties, because that one is going to the moon, I guarantee. Sakura's moved up here. This is dangerous. We know what Mo can do. Here comes the super, but they left the ball behind. Sakura opting just to get the elimination here. Shitampo virtually 6k HP after taking a big hit here. But the Piper is still a scary prospect, even inside her own goal.
Responds, trying to hold on to this. He's looking for the angle, but Jay and Hiroshi descend upon him to eliminate him.
Master, welcome to the stream, bro. Hemlo.
Bottom side, trying to play around this ball. He's at risk of getting completely stupid once again. He might be able to get this ball out of the pocket. A cycled super with so many enemies lining up to do so. And Tensai in with the hypercharge. He's still going to have to go back on ball duty, but he might be able to pass it up to Yume to get this one in. It ends up getting passed to the right side where he's going to ultimately have to retrieve it once again. Possibly a goal-scoring opportunity. He does get a for Sakura to pick it up and pocket it in the bottom.
It's like they saw Geki was coming at them with that Mo super. There was a pass instantly. Remember, Mo, during super, can't interact with the ball. They are subterranean. That was a perfect opening to get the pass and virtually play Mousy in the middle with that Mo. Crazy Raccoon with an early lead already. Remember, bounty
points
on this map. Most goals.
Yep, points. You can collect your points, भाई. मैं हेल्प करा दूंगा आपको, वैसे हेल्प तो मैं पहले भी करा सकता हूँ.
Angelica just used their max super, and it's very unlikely that they'll get another one, but Hiroshi's going to try and fight for it. There's a takedown on response as Crazy Raccoon continue to rack up these kills on the opposing side. Geki's trying to make a solo push in. The hypercharge super from Sago, but he's
अब थोड़ा fast करा दूंगा तुम लोगों को.
Hypercharge super from Moya. Not a chance of Angelica bringing this one back. Leads Crazy Raccoon to a Game 1 win.
Okay, they take a Game 1 win in fairness, but with only one goal and not the two. So just want to make sure that over the rest of the series they look strong. But this composition looked dominant and it worked pretty well around the Piper, who on a map like Suspenders can make a lot of use
points
of
नहीं
those
दिखा रहा?
options
अबे
just in front of the goal.
CR को
It feels more defensive because you can play
$500
out of
मिलेंगे
line
अब.
of sight.
हाँ भाई, अगर ये जीत ये वाला टीम ये वाला मैच जीत गए तो 1000 मिलेंगे.
Man, once Crazy Raccoon got that Mo entrenched down there at the bottom of the map, it seemed like it was really hard to shake him loose.
That's why Mo is a must. You have that
पॉइंट दिखा नहीं रहा. अरे तो दिखाएगा वहाँ पे ब्रॉल स्टार्स की स्पोर्ट्स की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पे जाओ, वहाँ पे जाके भाई साहब प्रेडिक्शन पे क्लिक करो और वहाँ पे से तुम्हें मिलेंगे. जैसे नॉर्मल तुम वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में करते हो ना, सेम.
The Crazy Raccoon are being pretty troublesome towards the bottom side. They have a couple of brawlers positioned down there. Angelic will win on the top side, but the real play is at the bottom. You see Jay on quite low health. Sakura can't follow up. Actually, Sago follows up with an excellent tap. This looks like it will be a good defense for Angelic. The only issue is they cannot reach this ball.
So far, so good. Shitapo is taking so many hits here from response, but that super means they're durable enough to handle it. Geki can only really trade with Tensai. It's the best they can ask for. Leon pretty scary up close. Great nest egg. Sakura baited into it, and Sago easily capitalizes.
एक बात देखो भाई साहब, एंजेलिक का जो ये गर्ल्स है ना, जेटा की स्किन लेके खेल रहा है भाई, कितना ट्रोल कर रहा है.
Trying to again exercise control of this bottom part of the map. There's a lot of long range poke though, something Gale does not like to deal with normally.
They would really like a super. That would allow them to put this one in the goal. If Tensai can get a super as well, it'll put him invisible. He'll be able to receive a pass. And with so many players on the field, you kind of don't notice one of 5 missing at any given time. Here comes the hypercharge and super in from response to get the first kill in combination with Sako on Moya. But no follow-up after that.
They're still trying to surround Sakura in this frustrating position, but he refuses to give up.
Sago is a nuisance here, making it impossible for Moya on that Gale to do too much at the bottom of the map. In fact, there's nowhere really that Gale can get much done here. The map is so open. Nobody's giving Moya a close-up fight. Oh, that's beautiful, though. Yumagoka with a bouncing shot, I think, catching onto two players there. This has got to be it. Crazy Raccoon have down the numbers. They've got to be careful of the stopping power of the Piper, though, as Sago claims yet another one. The bouncing shots do their work, but response gets rid of Yumagoka just as Sago falls. And that ball's still out in no man's land.
Moya went for a pass in, and he had the super to follow, but there were two invulnerable enemies respawning on that side. We're at an equal scoreline at the moment. All these walls are at risk of breaking down if 10 seconds elapse before either team scores. Jinsai's ready with the hypercharge for bonus speed, and Sakura has the super. Thinking about it, go for the self-pass. He is trying to defend this too. Sago's out of gadgets. Won't be anything that he can do. Jinsai still has his hypercharge. Crazy Raccoon are encroaching on enemy territory.
वो गोल है भाई. 5v5 में कोऑर्डिनेशन करना थोड़ा सा हार्ड हो जाता है भाई 3v3 के अकॉर्डिंग, क्योंकि 5 बंदे एक साथ 5 दिमाग हो गए तुम्हारे पास, तो थोड़ा सा भाई साहब लोड पड़ता ही है भाई. एक ये भाई साहब स्क्वाड बस्टर की टी-शर्ट पहन के बैठा है बंदा.
Comes out to play. All they need to do is win, take one goal in each of those games, and they come out with a clean 2-0 victory for the set. And of course, that's right, they win the bounty for most goals scored, scooping themselves up a little bit more bonus prize money, and crucially, setting this lower final to match point.
Nicely done, Crazy Raccoon. Interesting how, regardless of the bounty, they still would have taken it, because in general, the bounties are the gameplay objectives.
Tensai है हाँ भाई.
To start the countdown first in Brawl Ball, you want to get the first goal, because why would you prefer to be down a goal in a game? Maybe there's a niche scenario, but for now, Crazy Raccoon,
Squad Buster, हाँ भाई, full on है भाई का Squad Buster.
Gets them an extra $500 in their pocket, and denies Angelic yet another chance at getting a bounty. We've seen Angelic play every single opponent that they could have, with the exception of the grand finals, but they still have not yet gotten a bounty. It's a bit unlucky for them.
It's rough out there. Yeah. To be fair, everybody who turns up, basically, no matter what sort of position you end up in, you get a pretty decent chunk of prize money anyway. It's just an extra $2,000 for the winning team. So now, Rival Esports and Crazy Raccoon are... one of them is going to exit this tournament with even more than that, because we should have a bounty in that grand final as well. So there's $500 up for grabs in that one, plus the extra $2,000 for winning. Nicely done. Angelic, unfortunately, no bounty, but they're still alive in this series. They're still alive in this tournament. They have dropped the first set of this series. Of course, that was the map that you all voted for. Shockingly, you made the selection to go over to Brawl Ball. But our next map is going to be Knockout, where our audience at home will be able to vote for the modifier. We're going to be sending
Good morning, Pineapple. Looking very good, very nice. आज तो भाई साहब Zomato वालों ने भी मेरे को यही भेज दिया. Tensai का Max OP है. अबे ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, Max OP है भाई, वो सारे Brawlers से अच्छा खेलता है. What modifier do you want? And भाई इसमें मजा इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि हम मॉडिफायर चूज कर सकते हैं भाई, और वही आता है भाई. आज तो भाई जोमेटो वालों ने भी बोल दिया गुड मॉर्निंग पाइनएप्पल, लुकिंग वेरी गुड, वेरी डिलीशियस.
So the top line, that is those 4 options there. Angry Robo, Energy Drink, Fast Brawlers, Graveyard Shift. If there
वैसे गाइस गेम के अंदर फैंस फैन की स्किन आ चुकी है, शॉप में जाके देख सकते हो. बहुत ही अच्छा बंडल आया भाई, मतलब वैल्यू फॉर मनी वाला बंडल है. आपको 170 जेम्स मिल रहे हैं, फैन की स्किन मिल रही है, और साथ में कॉइन्स और एक्सपी मिल रहे हैं. तो भाई बढ़िया है एक तरीके से. और अगर आप उस बंडल को बाय करते हो तो आपका थोड़ा बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट जाता है वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स के प्राइस पूल के अंदर, जो फाइनल प्राइस होगा ना उसके अंदर. तो अगर आप चाहते हो लेना और अगले अपना जेम्स भी चाहते हो 170 तो दे सकते हो भाई. मिस्टर डेंजर गुड आफ्टरनून भाओ, गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड आफ्टरनून. तो गेम के अंदर जाके चेकआउट कर सकते हो तुम लोग न्यू स्किन का बंडल फैन का. और मैं अभी भी यही बोलूँगा, किसी भी डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर पे इतनी जल्दी बिलीव मत करो. अगर आप लोगों का भाई साहब कोई ऑफिशियल कंटेंट क्रिएटर आपका गिव अवे करता है किसी भी स्किन्स का या फिर जेम्स का, तो उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करो. लक होगा, चांस होगा तो ज़रूर मिलेंगे भाई. मगर टेंसाई विद मैक्स तो अनबीटेबल है.
It will be a little spicy
And here's a map for you folks. This one will have your eyes crossed in no time. Riverbank Crossing is our
आज
map.
शाम में स्ट्रीम नहीं
Yeah, this
होगी
one's kind of wild. This one
शाम का भाई
looks like
मैं
it used to be
गारंटी नहीं कह
a map
सकता
for a
बट मुझे नहीं लगा था भाई ये
different
इतना लंबा खींच जाएगा पता है
zones or
चैंपियनशिप
like possibly gym grab. Yeah, this is
बट अगर मैं
one
फ्री
of the
हुआ
big
तो मैं
boxes
करूंगा स्ट्रीम
across
ऐसी
the
कोई
way.
बात नहीं है
I'm curious how that one's going to be played around, but I picture it's going to be more of
बाकी तुम लोगों के लिए भाई साहब एक कम्युनिटी पोस्ट भी करा हुआ है एक बार देख कर आओगे भाई साहब मजा आ जाएगा
usually is,
हाँ लॉल जेम्स
we've
वाला
seen
बहुत
Angela
फेमस हो रहा
have
है
some huge prevalence, and we're going to actually see it selected by
Famous?
both teams here.
क्या चीज
Note
जेम्स
also
वाला
that
क्या फेमस हो रहा है भाई
excuse me, Angelic, in addition to this Angelo, have decided to stick with their typical strategy of bringing the Tick, the Kit, and the Primo here. But the Piper is a new occurrence. They are not going to be bringing that Mr. P this time.
सीधा टेम्पो
Yeah,
चुमा
I
ले
mean, this
सकोरा
map
ने
is a little
गैस
more
ले लिया
open. It has like
हाँ अभी
barriers
ग्रैंड
that
फाइनल
can
भी
be
बचा हुआ
fired
है
through but not walked over, as
वही
opposed to some of those maps where it's much more of like that hard cover where Mr. P shines. Crazy Raccoon though still fancier, and you'll still see that Mr. P can give you some pretty decent value here. So see how it plays out. Crazy Raccoon here with the Tick as well, so some good throw of pressure as they look to take up the middle of the map.
Roshi's firing away from inside these bushes. Doesn't really intend on moving, but being a stationary target puts him at risk of being scouted by Sakura on the left side. Look at Yume on the right side. Poor guy's having
सर्वर
to face
हाँ
the
भाई
town.
फेमस नहीं
He's
है भाई
outraged
स्कैम
by
है
every
स्कैम से
single
बचो
opponent on this right lane.
स्कैम
And
और
it's gonna be
रियलिटी से
challenging
बचो
for him to
भाई
get a super. But what we see more often than not is in 5v5, enemies are kind of just allowed to get hits. Now they're going to have to back away, though. The Robo is spawning on their side. Everyone's trying to get away from it, and it goes to the side of CR.
So yeah, again, both these teams trying to back away from the robot, but now with all their map control taken, okay. Well, Crazy Raccoon have enough space to deal with it without being pressured, but they give up a little bit of map control to do so. That was pretty impactful.
मैं एक स्किन और ले सकता हूँ लास्ट डे तक मैंने तो अपने क्रिस्टी कैश स्टार ड्रॉप एंड हाइपर चार्ज ड्रॉप में यूज कर लिए शाबाश भाई शाबाश मैं अभी देखता हूँ मेरी शॉप के अंदर क्या अपडेट आया है उस हिसाब से करता हूँ मैं अभी कैश को बट जिनके पास क्रिस्टी कैश बचा हुआ है ना वो आज ही कल में यूज कर लो भाई
Oh, that ball of yarn connects.
मैं तो कह रहा मैच चल रहा है भाई जय दबा था सकुरा ने भयंकर गुब्बारे से ही मार रखा है भाई और इस बार सकुरा लिया है भाई जेटा
Very annoying if you have any deployables like nest egg or tick heads. They do end up going for those porters. The handy little utility factors that is offered by Mr. P. Saga though,
ये नाश कर देगा भाई भाई ओपी गैजेट भाई मुझे जैसी का हाइपर चार्ज मिल गया उससे ओपी भाई अरे योगेश भाई मुझे पैट्रिक बज मिल गया शाबाश भाई कांग्रेचुलेशन मैं एक स्किन और ले सकता हूँ लास्ट डे तक अच्छा मैं तो अपने कैसे कैश स्टार ड्रॉप लेके मुझे स्पंजबॉब वैसे भी पसंद नहीं बकवास अपडेट था ही एकदम बट स्किन तो भाई साहब फेमस है भाई स्किन लिमिटेड रहेंगी आने वाले टाइम पे कैश या मतलब मनी से ही ले सकते हो इन गेम मनी से कुछ नहीं मिलेगी तो मतलब कि जैसे जेम्स से ले सकते हो या फिर तुम पैसों में ले सकते हो स्किन से स्पेशल ओकेशन पे ही डालेंगे जैसे अभी तक हमें जो मीको की है वो वाली मंकी किंग वाली स्किन अभी तक नहीं मिली है वो बस उसी टाइम आई थी उसके बाद नहीं आई देख लो अब बीच में दे देंगे किसी तरह से सुपर भाई देखते मैं तुम्हें ट्रॉफी में क्रॉस कर लूंगा अब इस इवेंट के बाद
El Primo here and keep him alive, nice and topped up.
Just one robot was trouble enough for Angelic. They almost lost their El Primo.
गाइस स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो चैनल पे नया हो तो सब्सक्राइब मारो भाई चलो लेट्स गो भाई फुल मजे आ रहे हैं भयंकर राक्षस आ गया भाई जन्म दे लिया राक्षस ने एंग्री बॉट पीछे पड़ गया भाई
खत्म with his life. Here comes the hypercharge, takes super in. Hiroshi jumps away and into the fray. A couple of shots there onto members of CR. The final lined-up shot to take down Moya, but everyone from Angelic is so low.
Oh no!
It's him versus the world onto Yume.
भाई बॉट ने भाई साहब धोखा दे दिया.
Keeps him playing aggressive. That CR headed to match point.
So the bot is spawning in approximately the same location each time. So you kind of get scared when you start to drift over to that right-hand side of the map because you know, I think like there was one Crazy Raccoon player there, but there were like 2 or 3 Angelic players. And the Gus was like, well, I'm going to
I'm going to get eliminated here, but when I do, I'm going to leave with a kill. I'm going to trade one, and the bot is going to go after them because they are on me, which is where the bot is.
मैंने तो लिमिटेड ये चोम स्किन सब बकवास एकदम देखने का मन नहीं करता ये सब बाजियां किपिश कर लो वैसे भी मैं कम खेलूंगा नेक्स्ट मंथ से
possible revenge against rival esports. The top side of the bracket, Kooky Popper from Sakura to draw first blood from Angelic.
Mons wants to move up, throws the head first in Tensai's direction, looking to bait a few shots, but it goes up to Moya instead.
भाई एंजल की तो भाई साहब एंजल ही निकाल दिया भाई बॉट वापस आ गया भाई साहब एंग्री बॉट उनकी तरफ ही क्यों घुरा है बार-बार
Angelic now, 2 players down, dealing with the bot. It is all against them. Nothing seems to favour them right now, but it is Geki and Sargo. The problem is they have to step up against this literal firing squad of Crazy Raccoon, who are going to force them to take a face full of damage to make any progress across the map.
एक को खा गए भाई ये दोनों
What's going to happen? Once we
पूरा
see
भाई दो बंदे खा गए
But it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. Primo has 1,000,001 health. He's
Yeah, but
has
now, of
gadgets
course,
to work with. Jumping over
Crazy
to
Raccoon getting stronger.
Yeah, to stay away. Everyone's in the corner. Angelic really need this kid super, but it's just not coming.
Yeah, I mean, Geki is swinging, but he's basically...
ये एंग्री बुल कहाँ मार रहा है ऐसा और मिस्टर पी को भी खा गए
Going to try and tie up the bot for now, but Yumagoku goes down. No more porters. The bot is going to go after Crazy Raccoon. Eventually is brought down, but you favour Angelic in this 2 versus 2. Sargo and Geki grouped up, though, taking a bit of gas damage. Sargo down to 7k. Geki can't get to him to heal him in time. Now it's going to be Geki. Tensai moves away with the bots coming for the
हाँ बल्ले बॉट मार देगा अबे यार फ्री विन फ्री विन भाई Spawn skin limited है क्या? हाँ. Limited edition है भाई वो.
Which means that they're now lacking this brawler that simply can't be pushed. Crazy Raccoon had Stetampo piloting this brawler. Oh my gosh, what a takedown from Moya to start this one off. That's an advantage for Crazy Raccoon right now.
Just walks into what looked like 2 tick grenades. Might have taken like an Angelo here from across the map. But look at Tensai, he's serious about ending this here and now. This is Angelic on the ropes here, folks. Crazy Raccoon threatening to end the series 2-0 and book their ticket to a rematch with Rival in the finals. Here's again that Kid and El Primo combination. Geki's able to hit Chitapado with one of those yarn balls now, and Moya has to use his last hurrah to stave off that head first. But response is down. Moya got what he wanted. The bot knows a problem. Sakura getting beaten up here. But of course has a super for extra durability. And Angelica down 2 players. And Crazy Raccoon's 1.
Angelic have opted to play this one
अबे यार ये बेकार लिमिटेड स्किन दिमाग खराब फालतू
actually a pretty good pinch with that angry robot pursuing the Gus from Crazy Raccoon.
इवेंट्स की जो स्किन्स होती है वो लिमिटेड ही रहती हैं यार
Much ground.
तुम गॉडजिला वाली देख लो गॉडजिला वाली भी मतलब गॉडजिला वाली तो लिमिटेड नहीं है बस की तो दे ही दी उन्होंने फ्री वाली बट ये वाली तो है भाई इसमें तो ज्यादा पैसा खर्च कर लिया एल प्रीमो की स्किन लिमिटेड नहीं है वैसे भाई वो तो फोकट की है
burning through all of his health, but at least it buffs up his teammates.
Yeah, Geki and Jay now the ones to benefit from it, but they want to play from different ranges. If Geki supers on to Jay, it's unlikely they're going to be able to get good yarn value. Oh no, here he comes. Bot for now going to deal with the porter. Geki tries to go for that last hurrah for Crazy Raccoon. A kid super to try it in the game. Jay up against 2, Sakura and Tensai. The last player standing, Crazy Raccoon.
Limited है.
The series done. It's a
किसने
clean
कहा
2-0.
अरे भाई साहब भाई कच्चे में बैठा हुआ है मस्त शॉट्स के अंदर भाई Angelo, welcome Ben.
This is the outcome that he
Ben
wanted, but it's also the outcome that he expected. So even though they did this in the perfect way, the only thing they could have done more perfectly is to 2-0 the scoreline in both of those Brawl Ball games, but they still put the 2-0 in the set overall, so pretty darn good. They didn't lose a single game along the way, I should point out. But this is just their ticket to a rematch with Rival, their biggest rivals in the region, and that's not even a play on words, that's simply a statement of fact.
Yeah, and you're dead right. Those two teams have been trading haymakers over the course of this entire year. They're really fun to see them compete. It's going to be really fun to see what they do to the rest of the world when we get over to the World Finals. Right now, though, they're having some fun, and they're really getting involved in this 5 vs 5. I appreciate it. They're showing us what they've been working on. Looks like a lot of these teams have come to similar conclusions here. That was a dive there by Geki to try and get his team out of trouble, but Crazy Raccoon had 4 players still standing towards the end of that knockout round. So in 5v5 terms, folks, this isn't particularly close at all, or rather it wasn't. Bounty claimed, set claimed, series claimed for Crazy Raccoon. They're going to be moving on.
Angelic might have actually gotten the worst deal because they played basically every match they could have with the exception of the grand finals, and they still didn't manage to earn a bounty along the way. At least they got, you know, screen time. They'll be paid in exposure.
But why, bro? Why bot? Which one of these is not the SpongeBob power-up? Kelpie Soda, Bubbles, Spatula, Jellyfish Jam.
We want to promise you that at home.
That's true.
Bubbles,
Plenty
Jellyfish
for
Jam.
even just turning up today for our 4 invited teams. Event.brawlstars.com, though, that's the place where you should start to be thinking about your grand finals predictions. That's right, it's going to be Crazy Raccoon going up against Rival Esports, and that's where you'll want to be, because we're going to be asking you to help us decide what maps we're playing, and of course what modifier we're going to have in that series. So do get over there, get yourselves ready for what is bound to be a fantastic final. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're all going to be here to give you a prelude to our final best of 3 of the night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, folks, to the September Spectacle. It's time for our grand final here in the APAC region. And, you know, kind of sadly, our last grand final in the APAC region for the year. That's okay. They're going to be in the World's Grand Final anyway. One of these teams are. I have no doubt about it. That's going to be my hot take. It's not really cold.
Casual bold take, by the way.
Is that bold?
To call it, that's early of calling of the shot. That's an early calling of the shot.
Yeah, I reckon Rival or Crazy Raccoon will be in the grand finals of the World Finals this year. Ready? Is that so crazy?
Well, considering that Crazy Raccoon didn't make it, the one representative of the APAC region last year finished top 4. They didn't make it to the grand finals. Maybe it is kind of a hot take these days.
Yeah, I'm still going with it. I mean, that was pretty. I mean, that division looked pretty special last year. Yes. I will say that. But of an APAC region, I mean, Crazy Raccoon have had better practice partners than they've ever had in this region. But I digress. Let's talk about the subject at hand. We're playing within the APAC region here for the time being, and it's Rival Esports. Eagerly awaiting Crazy Raccoon to climb back up from the depths and challenge them once more in this grand final, Kenny. It was a great series, a close series. Rival just edged them out, though. But hey, we're going to do it all again. And of course, there'll be bounty on the line here. And for the winner of this grand final, $2,000 of extra prize money to walk away with.
Last time, Rival only got 14% of the vote. This time around, I'm curious to see how much of a difference it is. I'm doubling down with Rival once again. Reddy's doubling down with CR. And I think Uber, it's going to be...
I say Rival.
Okay, I was like, switch it on me, buddy. I was like,
I didn't put my pred in, so they just go... I mean, yeah, so
fair. That's on you.
Shout out to Ben. Yeah, teams. I do think that Rival's going to take it away again, but I mean...
RVE, CR,
we're 4 out of 5
no STM in this year.
Ready, set? You've been here too, so that's been awesome.
I need CR to win so bad.
हाँ यार ये तो STM में चली गई. आपको हिंदी पता है? Prediction. नमस्कार बहन, नमस्कार.
I have already got my 1,000 tokens. How are you guys doing?
1,000 tokens. I'm chilling.
I'm at 700. I've not been putting in my votes. And
I'm
voting when it's important. You know what? I'm going to vote for Brawl Ball. I'm going to vote for Brawl Ball just because
you would.
You would.
Yeah, and I have.
Bro, some people just want to watch the world.
Prediction कर लेते हैं तो इतना ही है. चोमुन चमन लोग कर रहे हैं ना. SK HMB बताओ भाई सब क्या. मैं तो SK को कर रहा हूँ भाई. Next बताओ. Zeta TTM Zeta TTM HMB TTM Zeta सारे ब्लू कर दूं क्या? SK और TTM इसमें बताओ भाई. कंफ्यूजन. TTM चलो मास्टर ने बोला TTM भाई. Zeta TTM Zeta चलो खत्म प्रेडिक्शन. देख लो भाई साहब किसी को अगर फेरबदल करनी हो ना अपनी तरफ से तो कर सकता है भाई। क्या TTM SK करूं इसमें? ले SK कर दिया। अरे SK, अरे हाँ कर दिया SK बड़ी, कर दिया SK। ठीक, सबमिट दबा रहा हूँ भाई, सबमिट देख लो पहले ही, लाइव प्रेडिक्शन चल रहा मैटर। सबमिट डन, प्रेडिक्शन सबमिटेड हो गया, डन हो गया भाई मैटर। क्रॉस करो, एक और होगा भाई, अभी तो भयंकर लंबा मैच चलेंगे भाई, लंबे 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 लंबे। वॉच for the next set what modifier do you want? Monster super boost ultimate meteor shower भाई, सबको meteor shower चाहिए भाई, और कुछ नहीं चाहिए किसी को। मैं भी करके आया, जल्दी कर आओ भाई, जल्दी करके।
Yeah, we're going back to suspenders, but the bottom line of modifiers there are up for grabs, except the one on the bottom left. That one is not there. If I don't see it, it's not real. Super bushy, supercharged, top dog, limited
super
power,
bushy, supercharged, wow, fantastic.
Those votes, excuse me, are going to be open in just a moment. And do think about the children before choosing meteor shower.
Guys, like the stream और अगर चैनल पे नया सब्सक्राइब करो, मेरे भी 1000 हो गए। ओपी भाई, ओपी।
Thank you guys. You have chosen meteor shower. Really happy that we have given the people the right to make the selections and have impact on the show. You guys have. You're such a treat to have here, really. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to leave this over. I'm going to go cry, I think. Yeah, Kenny, ready?
That's cool.
You're on deck. Hey, enjoy meteor shower, boys. Yeah.
We will. No, we're going to have a great time.
I'll miss you guys.
Yeah, we'll miss you too. We'll go with that. We'll say that. That's putting it nicely. Whenever you're ready, you can leave. Me and Reddy are just going to chat away here. Reddy, meteor shower once again. We're going to be moving in to another fun one. He didn't get hit with a ka-ching. I'm kind of insulted.
Wow.
I was really hoping to get hit with a ka-ching. I was deeply saddened by that. I even shaved my mustache. I was deeply saddened, I'll be honest.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice.
You're just so used to seeing me with a mustache that this is really weird.
Yeah, it is a little weird, but I'm also so used to seeing
अभी थोड़ी देर बाद मैं मूवी देखने जाऊंगा, मस्त फिर शाम को आऊंगा स्ट्रीम पे। अजी हाँ, कौन सी मूवी देखने जा रहे हो भाई? तब तक कश्ती ऑफर देखो क्या आया। मैच स्टार्ट हो गया भाई।
Well, he does it. We get to see how the sausage is made from Kenny's camp before the stream. Okay, enough yapping. Let's get to.
वैसे अगला EMA वाला भी शुरू हो जाएगा बाद में। हाँ भाई आज ही है वो, 2 मैच है ना।
That we needed to see following Crazy Raccoon being sent down to the lower bracket.
This truly has been, I think, the best two teams in the night. I mean, fun aside, these two teams have been competing for bounties every single time they've played. They've had some close matches. Rival narrowly squeezed by on the last go. We can't have a set without Mo. Meteor Shower and Mo, these are the two things that I know.
Let's talk about the unexpected thing here, though, which is, in my opinion, Rival going for this Spike selection here. I think Spike has been off meta for quite some time. If anything, you're basically guaranteed to hit an opponent with the combination of curveball and just a surplus of enemies on the opposing side. However, just doesn't really have the DPS to deal with most tanks these days.
A Crow out of left field as well, and a huge advantage here for CR, narrowly escaping that goal. Ryogi now can dribble. Melty, Gadget connects, does not take down Moya though, to break away on the bottom right-hand side.
अबे ये कौन से थिएटरों में लग रही है मूवी भाई? करूं बुद्धि लाल? हैं? बैंकर। ये कौन से थिएटरों में मूवियाँ लग रही हैं भाई? ये कौन से तुम बैंकर हो चले गए क्या भाई? रिक्शा वाले जो थिएटर होते हैं बैंकर भोजपुरी।
I have to hold my breath there. Crazy Raccoon do have the ball position where they would like. They don't have any allies in an aggressive position. Ideally, Moya would be able to super forward and then be able to receive a pass. Yume in close range gets a kill, but taken down. Statombo tries to get a Piper snipe in the back right corner, but it's not going to happen.
Like the attempt, especially coming out of Piper, considering that her super is good for getting aggressive or getting out, but nonetheless, it's going to be one that they can charge up relatively easily. I don't think it's the biggest game changer for them, so why not take a half-court shot from deep? Supercharge available here for Ryogi. There's the hypercharge, connects, but a perfect lollipop drop placement will defend them for now. Satombo now diving in, goes with the connection. A takedown, though, on the other end. Rival holding their own here.
with the immediate rejection of that Piper hypercharge in. That was quite fearsome from Rival Esports, but it hasn't really helped them earn any ground. These very fast brawlers on the bottom side are difficult for Milkrio and Melty to hit. Milkrio's attention is now fixated on Moya, as well as Shu. See Melty available with this hypercharge, but decides not to go for anything aggressive. Hypercharge in, super in, Yume intercepts it, but Shu nearly got that one in. We'll see Tensai on the top side also.
भाई पिछला मैच इन्होंने इसी ब्रॉल बॉल में ही हारा था यार, पता है? क्रेजी रकून ने इनके साथ.
Hypercharge invisibility really paid off. They need to focus down. They do get the pivotal pickup. Shu has to defend a little longer though. Tensai able to throw down some shots. The Meteors haven't been a major factor yet. They've basically been in these corners, not connecting with too many humans, and Moya can be forced away. Now the slowdown, they just need to land one tag. Kuru misses though with 8 seconds to go. One goal is going to make all the difference here as we approach overtime.
It's going to have to come down to a bow play. This is the most
अच्छा ताज़ा खबर 2 देख रहा है सीजन 2.
Sakura doesn't have a super though, but Crazy Raccoon are in a position where they could actually get a goal scored here. Shu could also sort of push back Crazy Raccoon with his super, but he doesn't want to play too aggro. Tensai wins the 1v1 against the opposing Bell, but Shu's got the super in, still denied at the enemy goal. Now Crazy Raccoon can start to push this forward, but Yume's not really able to receive this pass. Hypercharge super in from Statapo and immediately rejected before he can fire off a single shot.
Meteors are starting to play a role. They're coming towards the mid of the map. Goku goes down. Lots of rival teammates still up.
भारी पड़ रही है भाई टीम.
Shu slowed down, being tacked up. A pass over to Milkrio.
ताज़ा खबर भुवन बन गया.
CR Brawlers left to defend. Shot clock at 15.
यार ये सुपर से गोल कर देगा पता है.
Just going for the extra speed. A pass forward. Defended. CR corralling around this ball. Now they might have an opportunity here to stay successful. Kuru just trying to get a piece of it. Can't quite get there. Moya Goku.
ब्रो या भाई उसके पैर से छीन ली भाई साहब. रोनाल्डो हो रहे हैं कतई रोनाल्डो भाई उसके पैर से छीन ली.
Scrappy game. It took ages for Rival to fight their way across that entire map. Then once they were right at the goal line, they had not one. They had 2 chances of getting this one in, and it was stopped at the 11th hour by Crazy Raccoon. In particular, Crow getting this fumbled ball from the ground and barely making it away with it. That was a split-second difference between a game win and a
ये भाई लक था. सेव तो था ही, लक भी था भाई. ये बहुत ज़्यादा लक था ये.
Favorites for sure. Spike joining in, which is there for the DPS. We got Crow, who does have that jump available, and this time I feel like I'm really starting to see why Leon is being selected. The sneaky defensive effort out of him with that hypercharge invisibility to intercept that ball, and then he can turn around and go on offense as well. If Leon can get that hypercharge up a little bit, I think it can be a
Don't forget to cheer your favorite team, bro. जिसको तुमने सपोर्ट करा है, जिसको तुमने प्रेडिक्शन में सेलेक्ट करा है, उस टीम को सपोर्ट करो भाई साहब. फुल इमोजी दबा के. कोई भी इमोजी दबा सकते हो भाई. ये दबा दो भयंकर स्टार पार्क वाली तालियां बजा दो भाई.
There's a reason we have not seen Leon at the forefront of the meta for a while. That's because his max range damage was severely nerfed. It also impacts his ability to get a super, but it's only a matter of time before he gets it in 5v5, where there are ample enemies to charge your super off of.
Another kill for Melty there.
पता है ये मेरे में क्यों, मुझे अब पता चला मेरे में ब्लू क्यों आ रहा है. मैंने इन्होंने प्रेडिक्ट बताया था ना कि क्रेजी रकून जीतेगी या राइवल ई-स्पोर्ट जीतेगी, तो भाई मैंने वो प्रेडिक्शन करा नहीं था, तो इन्होंने ऑटोमेटिक मुझे ब्लू में दे दिया.
That pass is so much faster in 5v5. It has to cover a much longer distance. Crazy Raccoon could look to leverage that. Super forward from Statapo. The kill as well onto Kuru. But the ball has gone all the way to the enemy side. Melty's looking to intercept, but can't get that super off. He tried to aim it at the goal, but wasn't able to do so. The ball passed towards the top side, where Sakura's ready to receive the pass if it goes up to him. We still see the eliminations, the staggered respawns here from Rival Esports. Crazy Raccoon are trying to drop Rival Esports like flies. It's a slow roll in from the top side. Utter domination from Crazy Raccoon. Didn't even need to be a crazy pocket or anything else, since they simply had won every other interaction before that.
Simply outnumbered. Now they've lost Mo. Sakura not able to connect with the opposing Mo, and Satampo is beaming away. Rio, he does have a
Sakura भी अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई.
With his drill. Now they're hiding. This is such a tricky map to play offense on, because you see this huge passive grass which keeps them invisible. A breakaway here though. Kuru with the pass. Melty connects another one for Rival. They sneak by and score themselves.
Rival भाई सब कैडी हो रही है भयंकर. ब्रॉल बॉल में
What a
कैडी
snipe.
हो रही है पता ही।
A pass all the way from mid-court to get this one in the bottom corner. That goal is so large. Even 3 brawlers can't really defend it well, especially when the corners are so easily broken on this map in particular.
And on a few other Brawl Ball maps here in 5v5. We saw Piper in position twice. That's owing to the skills of the Piper player here on Rival Esports. Got to be keeping a close eye out for Melty, who's been the playmaker on the bottom lane this entire set so far.
5v5, there's just so much to wrap your head around. There's always somebody free and open, and if you don't have crystal clear comms and big takedowns, you're just gonna have one brawler break away, especially when you have the likes of somebody like Mo on your team. That's why we see Melody, Daryl, these kinds of brawlers with quick access to the other side of the map be such a playmaker. Tensai, unfortunately, going to clip a gadget there. Things could be interesting here, though. Moya gonna get taken down in a moment's notice. Could have had a quick goal if he could get to the other end on time. Instead, though, it is going to be Rival dribbling away.
This is what we've seen from Crazy Raccoon is they actually get really good control plays at mid, and then they're so tempted by the positioning of the ball to simply run it down and see if they can get a goal. Even though the odds are so stacked against them, they don't have to seize the opportunity. They could continue to stagger the respawns. As a result of those two basically suicides on the opposing side of the field, Crazy Raccoon now find themselves on defense, primarily on the bottom side of the field, where Melty has been a huge issue the entire set long, but also where we see Mo position. Seitampo's trying to get some damage in here. Oh, what a rejection from Melty, dismissing that hypercharge. Another on the Moya. This is looking drastic for Crazy Raccoon.
Melty has been a problem. Shout out to him for 3 straight taps onto Invisible Leon. Maybe a little bit of a lucky break, but identifying that immediately and then following through with multiple connections and a kill after that. Nest eggs being triggered in the middle as well. It's still 0-0. Advantage Rival in the set so far, but they are really duking it out for control here. Crazy Raccoon not giving up an inch.
We see Rival Esports on relatively low health on the bottom side. Ball still going to be passed upward to Sakura, who tries to get this in the back right corner. Milkrio now out with a hypercharge, looking to get another tap on Moya, who's eliminated by Melty. This ball's been passed more towards the center, which has to be, well, the opposite of what Crazy Raccoon want. This is more accessible for Rival Esports now, and they do have dominion over midfield right now.
Gotta keep track of everybody. Moya with a dive in. 20 seconds to go, and CR have not found offensive positioning in a long time here. Melty with a hypercharge available and a sneaky Leon takedown right here. Rio, he has to focus this up now. Some beautiful dodges, a hypercharge invisibility, and now they have no line of sight on this man. Melty fades away to the poison. 3 seconds to go, and CR are moving this ball forward. Tensai long-range snipes, hypercharge for the extra speed, and Shu there to recover. Playing insane defense on this ball, not letting Crazy Raccoon take an inch further of this map.
Melty has a hypercharge for the speed, and Shu has the super to pass things forward, but Ryohi's also keeping things back on the right side. She's ready to receive a pass. Melty has to play around that meteor crashing down. Here comes the pass up to Shu, but it's not even necessary. It's a set win here for Rival Esports.
This has really evolved into some insane competition. I mean, I feel like all of these matches previously have warmed these guys up for a grand finals match. This is obviously a very big show that's for fun, right? We've got bounties, we've got event Brawl Stars to interact with and cast your votes and play parts in the show. That felt like some real levels of competition. This felt like a step up maybe from what we've seen here today.
It was much more competitive, especially following that tied game #1. Here's a replay of exactly that, where there wasn't a goal scored this entire time. Crazy Raccoon had such a scramble for defense here towards the end of the game, and it was absolutely stunning to see that final moment. Look at this one, though. Melty with the snipes, not just on the Piper taps, but also with the ball itself to get that game #1 win. Then we saw Rival Esports push things all the way back with Ryohi in specific, keeping things in the goal so that Melty could pass up to Shu on that Mo to get the final goal.
That's one thing I've really come to appreciate about 5v5 Brawl Ball specifically. Not only that our fans at home have voted for it every single time. We've had 2 votes the entire night, and it has been 2 for 2 the whole way, and I love y'all for that. But I do like seeing these assists. In something like 3v3, maybe one pass happens. You never see a full coordination of top left of the map to the middle of the map to the bottom right of the map to goal. That's a crazy amount of coordination among teammates that are some just joining together. Obviously, there's a core of players for all these teams. It's an invitational, but they had the opportunity to invite a couple along the way. So the fact that these guys are so cohesive so quickly and making such banger goals really impresses me.
These are the kind of plays that you only really see in like foosball, where it's ping-ponging all the way across the field. It seems like an immeasurable distance for that tiny ball, but it is traveling at light speed, especially when supers are in play. And that distance is buffed in 5v5 to account for the larger map size. So with set number 1 behind us, you guys at home get to vote on event.brawlstars.com which mode you want to see next.
It's actually a pretty close race. It's felt like Brawl Ball's kind of won at a 60% plus ceiling all night long. There's some people out there speaking for Gym Grab, speaking for Knockout. Feel free to cast your vote at home, event.brawlstars.com. Uber and myself already earning that pin for the month. I don't even have to worry about it this weekend. When we do NA next, we've got all the fun, and now I've got 9 star drops and a pin in my pocket. Love to see it. Predictions hopefully going well for y'all at home too. I think it's going to be a close call already. Let's see what happens here. It is going to be Brawl Ball and ready. You in the grand finals get to make the call here of what our bounty is going to be.
Brawl Ball is always an entertaining one with these couple of objectives. I'm going to go with the first team to score a goal. We've seen how fun it can be to try and get the most total goals, but when we saw this previously, we actually saw Crazy Raccoon take down Angelic, and they got 1 goal apiece in those specific games. So let's see who's the first to score the goal. I feel like the approaches that we've seen taken by Rival and Crazy Raccoon have revolved more around the control and not necessarily just getting that first goal, running it down. We're getting into a brand new draft in terms of the brawler selected too, so maybe the bounty in play will influence things. But look, if you're Rival Esports here, then you're definitely more focused on winning the entire thing, because that's $2,000. The bounty's $500. Look, I'm seeing a 4 times multiple difference.
That is some good math there. The bounties are definitely adding up, though. Rival and Crazy Raccoon have each been able to claim some. Not only can they be our first 5v5 champions of the month, they might be able to come home with a little extra cha-ching as well. And no, I don't need the music that I exited to earlier. I mean actual money, and that is what it is all about here. A lot of fun, some competition. We love getting you all involved at home, so thank you for being a huge part of this show at event.brawlstars.com. We've got at least one more great set along the way. Rival Esports taking advantage here. We've seen lots of Brawl Ball tonight as well. Even though it was a closer vote, I respect you all for trying to diversify a little bit, those of you that did, to try and change things up. But I do love Brawl Ball. I'm a sucker for it too, and we're taking it to great waves here for set number 2 of our grand finals.
Another map that's troublesome with these bushes. You can fight for the control of the bush and then establish your dominion from there. But 5v5 as it may be, this is a very large map. So even if you win that lane, then that's fine. Your opponent's probably going to start pushing that bottom side. They can, you know, go for a triple push, quadruple push. Hey, why not a quintuple push once the enemy that you defeated to control the top side ends up respawning? That is all possible here in 5v5, all kinds of magic at play. Now, when it comes to these bushes also, in a wide open map, you're looking at the possibility of the long-range brawlers establishing quite a bit of control. However, with the bushes, that's the way that we're going to see some of these shorter range brawlers close in. Now, if you ask me, the shortest range brawler that we're going to see in play is probably Mo, considering that these teams are both opting to play it relatively safe and enforce this long-range matchup and not get into any of the tanky funny business.
We'll see if anybody pulls any tanky funny business, as you call it. I think it's going to be really hard, too, especially when Gale's available, Mo for some high DPS. It was kind of curious to see some new faces join, though. We saw Leon a little bit earlier tonight, but Spike getting in the mix. Leon, I think, had a pretty successful set there, too. So curious to see what these guys end up selecting. We find out alongside you all as well. Obviously, this isn't the traditional pick ban phase that we have. Each side gets to pick unique brawlers. It could be mirror matchups on either end. We're going to see Gus again, some Gale. Looks like they've locked locked in the Mo. Again, Mo's shown up every time except for one set tonight. They're going to pair this with Max, though. A little hypercharge max speed can be really good. And finally, to tally off their composition, it is going to be Belle, who's somebody who wasn't somebody that I anticipated, not somebody I really thought of, just because she hasn't been in the S or A tier, I would say, in a while here for pro-level gameplay. But honestly, I think it's worked out really well. I'm curious if Crazy Raccoon bring back the Piper here after it worked so well last time. What's going on there? What's up with that squeak?
It must have worked in the 5v5 scrims, Kenny, because this is the second time that we've seen Crazy Raccoon pick something a little funny. Now, historically, I think Crazy Raccoon as a team, if we go all the way back to the first month of actual competition, I still distinctly recall them picking Squeak on center stage and being clowned to the end of the earth and back for picking this brawler because, well, it was strange, it was a low win rate brawler, and they also didn't win with it. Now, we saw Tensai pick up the Lu last time, ended up not working. However, this is a bit different. Now, blind pick phase as it may be, I think Crazy Raccoon are trying to think ahead and get into rival esports' heads what they might go for, because Squeak should be pretty good at getting the control, especially against Mo.
It's not just a race for the grand finals, it's a race for our bounty as well. Reddy has stuck the claims. It is $500 to the first team to score a bucket here. Satampo with early control. Tensai, the area denial. It's going to be a little bit of back and forth. The goal positioned on this top left-hand side as Moya's going to puppy guard. As Satampo with an available super as well. He's going to dive straight on in the super pass, and he gets it! CR! Ka-ching!
Heck yeah, that's $500 in the bank here for Crazy Raccoon. What a way to start things off, and with such a risky one as well. We're finally starting to see this pay off for Crazy Raccoon. Shu had that super hovered, but he could not get through Yume. The damage didn't come in to eliminate him. Moya could have really used a super there. Look at the way that he's pocketed the ball. He is going to get 3v1'd though. We all know how that one's gonna end. Also, the push onto Satampo keeps him back, but Crazy Raccoon are unrelenting. They will not leave this ball alone.
That twister is very important, but I think there is just enough room for Sakura to move away. Some tags going down from Gus. Now he's got some spooky friends on the map as well. Those can be popped at a moment's notice. Kuru on the other end, looking to try and do more or less the same thing. Tensai going for the shot. Ryohi, though, slides right on by. The pushback as well, going to give his team a little bit of extra access as Kuru keeps himself alive with a super.
Satampo's at risk of falling. Just a single bullet would send him back to the respawn. We see Shu push in, but to basically no avail, he traded for Yume. But in exchange, he handed over much of that zone control. We see on the top side for Crazy Raccoon, just actually off screen, is Gale fighting for his control on the top side, where he's keeping things nice and ready for Crazy Raccoon to daisy chain this ball up towards the top side. They're going to have to, because Rival are making something serious happen towards the bottom, and Moya's keeping it there at the bottom. Crazy Raccoon are intent on keeping the advantage in terms of score and just waiting out these last 20 seconds, fighting to control the position of the ball.
Even the max hypercharge being applied to every teammate wasn't enough. Shu needs to find a way over, but is shut down. There's a nest egg right by that ball as well. Melty goes for the first kill, looking for a second. A pass over to Ryohi, who's got the extra speed, but he needs more HP. Misses the pass, and his teammate falls anyways. Crazy Raccoon take game number 1 of our second set.
Not a match point quite yet. Rival are really going to have to fight for it. Given a second chance at Brawl Ball, Crazy Raccoon are bringing something new to the table. In form of this Squeak, which has actually been working. It has gotten the damage and has been keeping the control. It all comes down, really, to what the opponent is playing. And in this blind phase, it looks like Crazy Raccoon have thought just a single step ahead of their enemies. Now, I still think that they could fight for a win on a mechanical basis if they pretty much opted to mirror what rival esports are going for. But it's a good thing that they picked up something like that Squeak, because it's going to diminish the value that Max can get here, since she's constantly backed up by having to obey the radius of this Squeak.
It's added so many more cutoff points, too, with those gadgets. Look at this, the bottom right-hand side. They're not going to be able to inch forward unless they want to risk a kill. Shu trying to dodge this out as well, but with a marker, Squeak, 2 long-range shooters, there's almost so much dodging these guys can do. Kuru powering himself up just to go for this pass. It's going to cost him his life, though. Ryohi now marching forward. Sakura throwing it the other way. They have to be careful about this top-hand side, because Moya on the top left will have a breakaway opportunity if they don't respawn quickly enough.
Moya has been cleaning up as this Gale, which is fitting of a janitor, but he has been winning this lane. Now the mystery is that because it's been pretty much ignored by Rival Esports? Because it seems like most of their forces have been deployed on the bottom side of the field. Well, Crazy Raccoon are forced to fight this top fight now that Rival Esports have engaged in. We will see Gale fall. Milkrio recovers this ball. A pass up to Melty. Super available for Ryohi. And no one can get to the goal line in time. Ryohi didn't even have to expend a super to get goal number 1.
Spectacular stuff coming in from Melty there. A phase shift into an immediate pass. What a play to put Rival on the board. A very important goal as we approach 1 minute on the clock here. Misconnection there from Milcreo. That certainly would have helped the cause. Now some speed coming in from Melty, generating a little offense. Ryohi, super available. The pushback, it's enough to penetrate the net. Nicely done here as Rival Esports will have their first attempt at a grand finals match point.
Despite Crazy Raccoon's best efforts, they were simply no match for what that Gale was putting on the bottom side. And also the follow-up from the Max really teed up that move where we saw that first goal as a pass up to the Gale who was in position. Then, secondly, Gale simply had the super ready, and that's the goal-scoring combination that you need. Combine that with the extended range of the super compared to, a normal knockback, then this is a perfect fit for 5v5. But I would also be lying if I didn't see a similar thing available on the top side for Crazy Raccoon, where we saw Moya clearing out his lane with very little opposition because he was killing them all, but the ball never made its way over there.
Melty getting real sneaky on the bottom side. Gets through the grass, does not get a kill though. Now he's running away, and it will take him down alongside it. Milcreo getting one on the other end, but the Squeak super and gadget combination is a lot for Rival to handle right now. Satampo making his move here. He doesn't quite get there. Close to a super pop, but instead it's right back where that ball was before. Rival Esports still in control.
Rival do want this kind of near their Max because Max is going to be the catalyst that keeps this push going, or at least gets it started towards the side of Crazy Raccoon. We will see Shu fall to Sakura. No members of Crazy Raccoon down just yet, but Tensai is going to be the first to fall. Easy pinch there on a Ryohi, but Sakura's now in the danger zone to get pinched here by Milcreo, who does find himself in a vulnerable position. Melty's forced to dash away. Connection there from Milcreo with the hypercharge and the super, but he can't follow up with any damage. He's simply on too low of health. With a nest egg tripped, Sakura's forced to pop the super on himself. We'll see a takedown on the bottom side onto Yume, and a response from Moya to take down Ryohi. But it's still a stalemate. No clear advantage for either side just yet. This ball has been passed into the back left corner, where it'll be easier for Rival to defend. But if Crazy Raccoon managed to make some headway towards the mid area of this map, then they could actually generate a goal.
Extra speed going down for a little insurance to make sure they get this ball away. Melty taking it all the way to the other end, joining his teammate Kuru at the top, who's battling Moya. A traveling Yume Goku as well, and Melty is going to be marked up. Moya just hovering over the super button, waiting alongside Tempo to try and make a move. An entire shield being thrown down on Gus just to preserve him up a little bit longer. I think we are preparing for a CR attack here.
Oh, but Moya has been brought down to his last legs. Shu gets the kill with the AoE of his super, even picks up a second one in a row. Yume now has to go into full defense mode. Even Saitampo is forced to go in with a super of his own. We're down to 10 seconds left before Crazy Raccoon find themselves without any walls to defend in this final push from Rival Esports. It looks like it very well could be, however, a Crazy Raccoon response with Moya available with the hypercharge and the super on the top side. He's going to get the stun. There's one elimination. There's two. The ball's being passed up the field, but someone's got to receive it. There's not a single recipient of a pass in sight for Crazy Raccoon as Milcreo holds the line.
Milcreo is a problem. That hypercharge helped him out. They've marked up Satampo as well. This ball just sitting at midfield. Each side now in a long-ranged engagement. It's going to be a matter of who hits shots and who doesn't. Each side looking to reclaim control, and it looks like Sakura is the first to strike on the Melty.
30 seconds remain, otherwise this one will be replayed following a tie game. Here comes the hypercharge from Melty. This is bad business for Crazy Raccoon. That's a very, very long speed from Rival Esports. They're gunning it all the way down the field. There's a hypercharge, the super, a pass to Kuru in the top pocket. And Rival Esports are your spectacular victors here in APAC.
The first ever 5v5 champions, Milcreo and the boys got it done. I don't know if there's any other time or any other tournament where anybody can say they beat Crazy Raccoon twice ready. What a day we've had. Quite the accomplishment here from our Rival Esports folk.
That is quite an accomplishment. Rival Esports have done it today. Got to be a great feeling, especially with World Finals just, what, a month away from now?
That's right.
Especially with them sort of following in the shadow of Crazy Raccoon for much of the year. Crazy Raccoon gapped the region by so much in terms of circuit points, but Rival Esports have proven themselves successful in a 5v5 scenario. They had some great teammates on their side. Let's not forget that. It's not just the 3-man squad, it's the entire 5-man. They picked up a couple extra members, and it was just what the doctor ordered.
Ryohi and Kuru, great additions to this squad, and there's a little celebration from Milcreo. And once again, without fail, Uber and I have once again made a proper prediction, my man. How we feeling?
I didn't bring my sunnies, but honestly, pretty good. Yeah, it's cleaned, but I'm telling you, bro, that FA9 Dunk... You know what's so funny? Is that, like, Reddy knows full well how good those FA9 Dunk guys are because they've recently, like, on stopping in this region. Still didn't want to prep them, though. I mean, he still believed in Crazy Raccoon, in Angelic till I die, is what he says. In the metaphorical sense, he's very dead. He's extremely, irrevocably, like, unequivocally deceased.
Hey! Pardon me for wanting to be different.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Well, I mean, different didn't get you a pin, pal.
This is very true.
Yeah. Some of us have to, you know, watch the EMEA show coming up to get their pin. But, yes, we're not perfect, of course, because I still have this innate sickness that I just keep predicting Na'Vi to win. Don't know what it is, honestly. I think they're, you know, they just look like they have it all together. But Angelic got the better of them in that lower semi-final. But yes, ultimately, Rival is able to do it on 2 separate occasions. That is no mean feat, handling this Crazy Raccoon 5v5 roster. But CR still get away with a little bit of a consolation. They, of course, get the bounty there. But that extra $2,000 in prize money, of course, going over to Rival. Being your 5eptember Spectacle champions. And of course, we've learned some really valuable lessons. Mo is very powerful, really sought after on so many of these maps. Don't let the audience vote for Brawl Ball if we're going to put up 3 options. Don't let Brawl Ball be one of them. Crazy Raccoon, though, getting the bag in a big way. They get 3 bounties over the course of all of their series, so it's a nice little bit of extra prize money. Of course, great to have them play along with it. In fact, they might not even have known the bounties were there because basically they just had to do well in the game to win the bounty anyway. So that's kind of nice, right? Get extra prize money for doing what you were already going to do anyway. But again, it's been a great day. I think it's been so fun to get to jump into a lot of this 5v5, Kenny, and see what these teams were looking at compositionally. We did start to get a bit homogenized, but it's still a lot of fun. Very chaotic. It was a great time in general. Before we wrap things up here, I want to remind everybody that Superfest is coming up. That's where the Brawl Stars World Finals is going to be, amongst the culminating events of a number of Supercell titles. Check out this little trailer. This is what we've got in store for you in Helsinki.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 World Finals together for one big event to crown the next World Champions. Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic World Finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
November 1st to 3rd, come see us in Helsinki. It's going to be a great time. Very excited for it. Honestly, great place to be. It's where Supercell are based. You know, they know the lay of the land. You know they're going to put on a great show. And of course, crucially, they're getting involved in some crowdfunding for the Brawl Stars World Finals. And of course, for you at home, there's a huge incentive. The Fans Fang skin is now available. The first $1 million raised through skin sales of this skin will go directly to the World Finals prize pool. It's a limited offer, and the only way to get this skin for a while, and of course, you know, this character now comes and joins BB and Penny, all redesigns, all esports-esque skins. So yeah, I mean, they've now made a team of those 3 brawlers. Curious to see what you guys think their team name should be. We're taking suggestions. You know, I'm thinking Meteor Shower. What do you guys think? That sounds like a very Sounds like a popular name.
I think Angry Robo is more my speed.
You like Angry Robo? Yeah,
Meteor
cool.
Mashers, maybe?
The graveyard shift that could have been, that's all I'm saying. Very quickly, final thoughts from you, Kenny. Great to see some 5v5. It's been a ton of fun.
It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate all the folks at home joining alongside us. Event.brawlstars.com for just voting, being a part of it. Even if it was a little consistent, it was still a blast. And of course, shout out to all these players for putting a show on for us every single month.
Ready, set. Do we expect to see other regions take a leaf out of the book here from APAC, or will they go away from this sort of defined style we've seen?
There's very much such a thing as a dojo, right, as the regional meta, and a lot of times APAC can sort of get trapped in the same paradigm of the same brawlers being selected over and over and over again. I know Crazy Raccoon have a habit of doing that, but I do expect to see some level of consistency. I don't think Mo is going to be going anywhere.
No, that's right. Mo looks very powerful. 12:30 p.m. CEST. That's not too far away. Our September Spectacular EMEA show is kicking off with some fantastic teams of 5, except for you, Zeta Division, who just picked up Nob and Angel Boy for your team. I know you guys are trying to win. Do you have to win everything all the time? Is that really that necessary? At least the other teams understood the assignment, guys. We're going to be live with that very, very soon, so don't go too far. EMEA kicking off 12:30 p.m. CEST. The September Spectacle is kicking on right after this one, so hang around for 3 hours. We'll see you then. And for us, we'll probably see you for NA. So we'll see you on Sunday. Bye.
Enough. Defense successful so far, and a hypercharged max super for 5 up. Dangerous is going to get them down the other side so quickly. Levi also has a super available. One roll, looking for a second super shot. Does get the corner. What the tarnation? These are bounties right now. Angelic certainly fighting for their tournament life. A little extra cheddar as well. A bounce shot away. A desperate defense coming in from Navi. And it's successful so far. They just have to get through these last 2 brawlers. Top of the net for response, though. Angelic strike. They've been intercepted by Kuru. He's going to pocket it bottom right-hand side. Sakura, though, diving. Trying to get this ball out. Shot finds the